World of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 3 Martial Arts. In fact, in a sense, an inscription master is also a formation master. The essence of inscription runes is still formations, but the scale of inscription runes is very small, and the total amount of true essence required is not high. And that kind of large-scale formations can only be learned by at least acquired masters. Lin Ming took a rough look at these formations. It seems that even innate masters have no hope of setting them up. I don't know when I will learn the formations above. Lin Ming shook his head and sealed up all these memories. There are tens of thousands of soul fragments in the magic cube space. It is impossible to pick out the useful ones every time. It depends on luck. Temporarily discarding the content related to the formation, Lin Ming injured the headache and continued to read the memories in the fragments. The true fire art of the sun requires extremely strong strength to practice, and it is incomplete, so it is useless. The moon destroys the stars, a top-level martial art. My cultivation is far from enough, so it is useless. The roar of the owl dragon, another top-level martial art, still cannot be learned. Lin Ming read all the way, and the memory content in the soul fragments was very rich, but there were very few things that were useful to him. Most of the skills in martial arts required great cultivation to perform and learn. These are women, feelings, sects, conspiracies. This is the life story of the mighty man in the god realm. These things are even more useless. Lin Ming had only sealed up the memories of the formations and skills before, and he directly discarded all the memories of the life story of the mighty man in the god realm. This is. Lin Ming's mind moved, and his mind immediately focused, and the original headache was slightly relieved. The power of the evil god. Is this a martial art? Or a technique? Lin Ming immersed his mind in this memory. What surprised him was that this memory of the power of the evil god was quite complete, and most importantly, there was no rigid requirement for cultivation to cultivate the power of the evil god. Even those in the physical training stage could practice it. The inherited secrets of Xianan continent can basically be divided into 3 types. The first type is the technique, which is used by warriors to accumulate true essence and improve their cultivation. The technique is the foundation and the most precious of all secrets. A sect can have no good martial arts, but it cannot have no good techniques. The second type is naturally martial arts. According to martial arts, you can use true essence and physical strength to attack the enemy. The third type is body skills, which is also a method of using true essence and physical strength, but the effect is to increase speed. But the power of the evil god that Lin Ming saw was not among the 3. Using the secret method of the evil god's power, the strength can be greatly increased in a short period of time, and the true essence will also be amplified accordingly. The evil god's power is neither a skill nor a martial art, nor a body technique, but it can make martial arts stronger and body techniques faster. In the memory of a great power in the divine domain, this evil god's power is a rare auxiliary secret method, which is the most precious one among the various secret methods that the great power knows. This surprised Lin Ming. Although most of the memories are useless, the most precious one is useful, so it's worth it. Lin Ming continued to read. The evil god's power is generally divided into 6 levels. The first level can increase physical strength and true essence by 50%. The second level can increase by 100%. The third level can increase by 150%, and so on. At the last 6th level, it can increase strength and true essence by a full 3 times. After the evil god's power is fully developed, fighting against an opponent of the same level, it can have 3 times more strength and true essence than the opponent for a period of time. This is a very terrifying number, enough to allow a warrior to fight beyond his level. Of course, 3 times the strength and true energy, corresponding to 3 times the consumption of physical strength and true energy, but this is not a big problem for Lin Ming. With the chaos true energy art and solid basic skills, his endurance has always been surprisingly good. Although this evil god power is not a martial art, in terms of actual combat effectiveness, it is much stronger than martial arts. Even if it is only practiced to the first level, it can increase 50% of strength and true energy. With this kind of power, I can use my basic spear art, and with a superposition of momentum, I can easily defeat Zhu Yan when I meet him again. And the most perverted thing is that the evil god power does not conflict with martial arts. If you use martial arts in the state of opening the evil god power, the power of martial arts will also be increased. Just for this evil god power, it's worth it for me to choose this soul fragment. Lin Ming suppressed his excitement and continued to read. There were not many remaining memories. Although there were many skills and martial arts contained in it, the truly useful ones must be complete and suitable for martial artists in the physical training stage. Lin Ming did not hold too much hope. However, just as he was about to finish reading all the memories, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Top level body skills. Golden Peng breaking the void. This body skills were created by a powerful person in the ancient times. He accidentally saw the golden winged Dapan fighting with a real dragon. The golden winged Dapan was tens of thousands of miles long, and its wings were like clouds hanging from the sky, covering the sun, moon, and stars. The ancient powerful person witnessed the entire process of the battle between the golden winged Dapan and the real dragon, and then the golden winged Dapan broke into the void and disappeared. Based on these scenes, the ancient powerful person spent 60 years in seclusion to comprehend and create the golden Peng breaking the void body skills. This body skills must be practiced from the most basic stage of physical training, and then practiced step by step to the highest level. After the skills are perfected, you can travel thousands of miles in an instant and travel through the void, like strolling in a garden. Starting from the most basic stage of physical training is exactly Lin Ming's blessing. He is at the right stage to start practicing the golden Peng breaking the void. Unfortunately, the golden rock breaking void body technique was partially incomplete. There were 12 levels of golden rock breaking void, but the dead master only had 8 levels in his memory. The 4 levels that were not lost because of the broken soul, but because the master did not get the complete golden rock breaking void body technique. Otherwise, the most precious secret technique he knew would not be the power of the evil god, but the golden rock breaking void. However, Lin Ming did not feel sorry for this. Although it was incomplete, it did not have much impact on Lin Ming now. Anyway, he would be far from reaching the level of cultivation in the future. It would not be too late to find the missing 4 levels when he reached that level. After obtaining the golden rock breaking void, Lin Ming looked at it again. The remaining memories were very few. Lin Ming thought that there would be no value. However, to his surprise, there was still a small martial art that could be practiced. This martial art was called the Hand of the Broken Veins. It was not limited to the level of cultivation, and the difficulty was simple. It was easy to learn, and the corresponding power was not very good. The severing pulse hand can only be used when the opponent's true essence is about to be exhausted, and his strength is not as good as yours, because the severing pulse hand uses a hidden force to inject his true essence into the opponent's body in a special way to play a role. If the total amount of true essence remaining in the opponent's body is more than the true essence injected by yourself, then this true essence will be consumed by the opponent. Based on this alone, the severing pulse hand is too useless. It can only be used against opponents who are much weaker than you, or enemies who have consumed too much and lost the ability to resist. Logically speaking, the great man would not keep such a useless martial art, but the severing pulse hand has a special function. That is, it can use the injected true essence to cut off the opponent's meridians and dry up the acupoints. This kind of damage is almost irreparable, unless there are some top-level natural treasures in the memory of the great man, and these natural treasures are only available in the god realm. After the bone forging stage, the warrior begins to open up the meridians. When the meridians of the whole body are opened, and the acupoints are connected, the true essence will flow unimpeded in the meridians. This is the condensation stage. However, if the meridians are cut off, there is no way to enter the condensation meridian stage in this life, and the cultivation will gradually regress, day by day, until it is completely lost. Even men's sexual ability is related to the meridians and acupoints, such as the foot Shaoi and kidney meridian and the Ren meridian, which are closely related to strengthening the kidney and strengthening yang, as well as the Yanquan acupoint and Guanyuan acupoint on these meridians. If these meridians and acupoints are cut off, men's sexual ability will be greatly affected, and it is very likely that they will become impotent and infertile. Even if a warrior above the condensation meridian stage has already connected the meridians of the whole body, they will not be spared if they are hit by the cutting meridian hand. Their cultivation will drop directly below the condensation meridian stage, and then they will have the same fate. This cutting meridian hand is extremely vicious. There is no doubt that this is a martial art that is specifically used to harm people, because when dealing with an enemy who has lost the power of resistance, it is enough to kill him, but using the cutting meridian hand will make the opponent's martial arts completely useless. If you are more ruthless, you can even make the opponent lose his male function, which is simply worse than death. This break meridian hand is quite bad. Although it cannot improve strength, it is extremely vicious in its use on people. It not only breaks a person's meridians, but also cuts off his offspring. It makes a warrior lose his cultivation and performance, which is more painful than killing him. It would be nice if I had time to learn it. It would be much safer to deal with some enemies who are difficult to deal with openly by destroying their cultivation. But now, I'm too busy, so I will put it aside for now. Lin Ming sealed up all the memories he didn't need, and discarded all the useless memories about his life. In the end, he only selected the power of the evil god, the golden rock breaking the void, and the hand of breaking meridians. Especially the previous set of secret skills and a set of body movements, which are extremely precious. As for the hand of breaking meridians, although it is not very precious, it also has a special effect. Now there are only 4 months left before my battle with Zhang Guanyu. Originally, I only wanted to practice the body inscription talisman, print it on my body, continue to comprehend the strength training, and then, under the acceleration of the body inscription talisman, use the ethereal martial arts to continuously improve my cultivation, and strive to break through the 4th level of the body training, and change tendons stage before the battle. And now, I have the golden peng breaking the void and the power of the evil god to practice. Although this set of secret skills and body movements are powerful, if I can't practice them, not only will I not be able to improve my cultivation, but it will also be a waste of time. Only 4 months, the time is too tight. 3 months to break into the top 10 of the 10,000 killings formation, 4 months to defeat Zhang Guanyu, 5 months to defeat Yuoku, and 6 months to defeat Ling Xian. Among these 4 points, breaking into the top 10 of the 10,000 killings formation is the easiest. As long as I break through the top 10 of the 10,000 killings formation, the 7 Zuanwu mansion will give me a human grade mid-grade treasure spear made of heavy Zu and soft silver. This is a human grade mid-grade treasure, and it is also a rare shotgun. With it, my combat effectiveness will definitely be further improved, and I will have a much better chance of facing Zhang Guanyu. Although Lin Ming's current Guanhang spear is very handy, it is after all a semi-treasure weapon. When using it, and injecting true energy into it, it is inevitable that there will be a feeling of discomfort. Chapter 127, Wind Cave. In the northwest corner of Dazhao Mountain, there is a natural valley. The entrance to the north of the valley is nearly 1,000 feet wide. It extends inward, and becomes narrower and narrower. The whole valley is funnel-shaped, until it runs through the entire belly of the mountain. The innermost side is only about 10 feet wide. When the strong wind blows from the north of Dazhao Mountain, it will form a huge wind pressure, because it is blocked by Dazhao Mountain. Then the airflow will flow into this funnel-shaped valley. The further in, the narrower the valley, the stronger the wind pressure, and the faster the wind speed. When the 7 Zuanwu mansion was just established, this valley was named Dafeng Valley. The big stones in it could be blown all over the ground, and people and livestock could hardly stand firmly. Later, when the 7 Zuanwu mansion was established, there were innate masters who used local materials to set up a large formation in this wind valley. Not only did the wind speed increase faster, but the wind direction inside became unpredictable. Undercurrents were everywhere, and there were even strong winds that could hurt people. This is the wind formation, one of the 7 killing formations of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. The wind cave. The windy cave is mainly used by disciples to practice lower body kung fu. For martial artists, a solid lower body is the most basic. To get started with martial arts, one must first stand still. Even Lin Ming, who has not received formal martial arts education, also practiced standing still when he first practiced martial arts. However, today, Lin Ming came to the windy cave not to stand still, but to practice body skills. Practicing body skills in the windy cave is unimaginable for ordinary disciples, because no matter how fast your body skills are, you can't avoid the wind. No matter how amazing your body skills are, you will always be restrained by the wind in the windy cave. You will be blocked against the wind, but you will be very fast with the wind. Generally, disciples who practice body skills will choose the rocky slope among the 7 major killing formations. There will be countless rocks flying around on the rocky slope, which is used by martial artists to practice dodging and body skills. Lin Ming has also visited the rocky slope before. The rocky slope is indeed a good place to practice body skills, but it is not suitable for Golden Peng breaking the void. Practicing body movements on the rocky slope is actually mainly about practicing the warrior's nerve reaction speed, strength, true energy and body coordination. If these points are achieved to the best, then the warrior will have both extremely fast speed and flexible body movements. It is difficult for general body movement martial arts to achieve these 2 points at the same time. Body movements such as falling feathers of the swan, ladder to heaven and cloud rope mainly focus on speed and lightness. They emphasize being as light as a swallow, raising a breath of true energy, and jumping dozens of feet high. They can easily catch birds in the sky and use these body movements to travel at a very fast speed. Body movements such as 7 stars flowing clouds, miscellaneous steps, 6 footsteps and 7 absolute steps mainly focus on flexibility and evasion. For example, 7 stars flowing cloud steps on 7 stars and flowing clouds. After the mastery, 7 steps can be taken at the same time, and the footsteps are not in order. The speed within 7 steps can reach the extreme. These body movements that focus on evasion are more effective in close combat. A set of martial arts that can have an advantage in one aspect is already a top grade one. If it can have advantages in 2 aspects at the same time, it is a top grade martial arts. This kind of martial arts is often only passed on to core disciples in the 7 Profound Valley. After Lin Ming read the general outline of Golden Peng breaking the void, he learned that, even if the martial arts are perfect in both aspects, they are still relatively ordinary. The truly perfect martial arts must not only be perfect in these 2 aspects, but most importantly, the artistic conception and laws must be integrated into the martial arts. A martial art that can perfectly integrate a kind of artistic conception is extremely precious even in the god realm. The Golden Peng breaking the void in the memory of that great man has integrated the artistic conception of wind and the artistic conception of space at the same time. The Golden Winged Dapeng, also known as the 9 Heavens Kunpeng, is a wind-attributed divine beast and the ancestor of all winds. Legend has it that the Golden Winged Dapeng feeds on gyro, and its strength is comparable to that of a real dragon or a real phoenix. The artistic conception of wind contained in this kind of wind-attributed divine beast is undoubtedly the top level. As for the realm of emptiness, it was realized by the great man who created Golden Rock breaking through the void when he saw the Golden Winged Rock breaking through the void. The realm of emptiness is ethereal and far away from Lin Ming now. The only realm of wind he can touch is the realm of wind. And the best place to cultivate the realm of wind is undoubtedly the Wild Wind Cave. What? Junior brother Lin wants to open the 7th level of difficulty. The deacon senior brother who guards the Wild Wind Cave widened his eyes, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong. The Wild Wind Cave is divided into 12 parts, and the difficulty of each part can be adjusted separately. The 7th level of difficulty is the difficulty used by the middle disciples of the Earth Hall who are ranked more than 100 stone. Now that Lin Ming is ranked in the upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace, he should open the 10th level of difficulty. You know, Zhu Yan used the 10th level of difficulty to cultivate, and the top 10 disciples of the Heavenly Palace often practiced at the 11th level. As for the highest level of difficulty, no one can stay there. Even Ling Sen can only support it for 1 incense stick at most. If Lin Ming came today and asked for level 10 or even level 11 difficulty, the deacon would not be so surprised. Who is Lin Ming? He was going to challenge Ling Sen, Tuoku, and Zhang Guanyu, and was a quasi-core disciple. But now he wanted to choose level 7 difficulty. The deacon was puzzled. Junior brother Lin, level 7 difficulty is generally challenged by low level disciples. Are you kidding me? Lin Ming smiled and said, I'm sure I want to open level 7. I'm not kidding. Okay. The deacon shrugged and opened level 7 difficulty. Anyway, time is this, and they are free to open any level of difficulty. Speaking of which, low difficulty can save Zanio and stones. After the Wild Wind Cave was opened, Lin Ming immediately entered it. As soon as he entered the Wild Wind Cave, Lin Ming immediately heard the rumbling sound of the wind in the wind tunnel, like thunder. Especially in a nearby area, it seemed that someone had opened a difficulty of more than level 10. The violent roar of the wind was like the roar of thousands of troops and the galloping of thousands of horses. Just by listening to the sound, you can imagine the horror inside. The level 7 difficulty Gale Cave where Lin Ming was located was relatively mild. With his cultivation, he could easily move around in the Gale Cave. Lin Ming walked to the middle of the Gale Cave. The wind speed was moderate at this location. He stopped, closed his eyes, and began to feel the feeling of the sharp mountain wind blowing on his body with all his heart and soul. The word artistic conception sounds ethereal. If a warrior from Cheyenne country were asked to comprehend the artistic conception of wind, he would have no idea what artistic conception is. It was completely unclear. After Lin Ming swallowed the soul fragment, he had a clear understanding of the artistic conception. Of course, to comprehend it, it depends on oneself. Artistic conception is actually the law, the essence of power. If you comprehend it, you will control the core of a kind of power. Everything in the world has its inherent law. For example, water flows to low places, fire burns to high places, yin and yang complement and counteract each other. People are born, grow old, get sick and die, etc. These are the most basic laws. Extending the law, going deep into the soul, and controlling the origin of all things is artistic conception. Lin Ming wanted to comprehend the artistic conception of wind, not to resist the power of wind, but to blend into the wind, and feel the power of wind. If Lin Ming used his true essence, coupled with his strong physical strength and the support of the rainbow spear, Lin Ming could easily resist the 10th level of difficulty, and even challenge the 11th level of difficulty, but this was meaningless to him. He only chose the 7th level of difficulty. After standing firm, Lin Ming suddenly stopped resisting the power of wind and let his body completely relax. Then, he was blown away by the strong wind without any suspense. Lin Ming kept adjusting the angle of his body in the air to adapt to the wind and borrow the power of wind, but at the beginning, he couldn't get started at all. Bang! Lin Ming hit the rock heavily. Even though he was strong and protected by his true essence, his blood and ki surged, and he was dizzy. Lin Ming stood up and blended into the wind again. He was thrown up by the wind again and hit the rock wall. Experiment after experiment, crashing into the rock wall again and again. Lin Ming didn't know how many times he crashed. His body was bruised and covered with wounds. His face was scratched and his clothes were torn. Today, Lin Ming had already informed Wang Yuhan that he would not go to the Inscriptionist Guild. He reserved 8 hours in a row, all for the purpose of comprehending the power of wind. This was a completely self-abuse training method. Even though Lin Ming had brought enough medicine, he still ended up in such an embarrassing state. I was really careless. I didn't expect my clothes to be so rotten. I didn't bring spare clothes. Lin Ming shook his head with a wry smile and prepared to ask the deacon brother to get some clothes for him. At this time, it was almost afternoon. The deacon brother was sitting in meditation and regulating his breath out of boredom. From time to time, he paid attention to the wind tunnel where Lin Ming was. This appointment was for 8 hours, from the morning just after dawn until late at night. For such a long time, only the 7th level of difficulty was opened. What was this junior brother Lin thinking? Could it be that he couldn't go into play? Still childish? Impossible. Junior brother Lin's character doesn't look like that of a 15-year-old boy. What on earth is he doing in the wind cave? The deacon thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he had to give up. People of high status really can't afford to be hurt. The time for practicing the 7 killing arrays is so precious. Many warriors are reluctant to come here for several days. When they come here occasionally, they have to bring a few companions to work together, and each person has half an hour. But junior brother Lin can practice 10 full days a month, so he doesn't cherish it. He reserved 8 hours in one breath and only opened the 7th level of difficulty. It's really annoying to compare with others. While the deacon was sighing, Lin Ming walked out of the wind cave. As soon as he came out, he said, "Sorry senior brother, can you prepare a spare set of clothes for me?" Lin Ming was about to be naked, and if he continued to practice, he would not be able to walk back to his residence. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly appear, covered in wounds, covered in dirt, and in ragged clothes, the deacon was dumbfounded on the spot, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. It took him a long time to react before he recognized that the beggar-like man in front of him was Lin Ming. Thank you to class leader Yi Len, Xiandi Wu Hen, and Wu Shangzan Lin for the 10,000 yuan reward. Thank you very much. Kanjian has seen every monthly ticket. Some brothers have voted many times and ordered many books just to help Kanjian. Kanjian has seen it all clearly and remembered it in his heart. Thank you everyone. There will still be 3 updates today. Chapter 128 Self-Abuse Training. The deacon felt completely confused. Could there be a monster in the wind tunnel? Impossible. This wind tunnel is used every day. How could there be a monster? Or did he get the difficulty wrong? He turned around and took a look at the array control panel, and it was indeed level 7. But how could junior brother Lin be in such a state? What happened inside? Junior brother Lin's lower body is unstable? Impossible. Junior brother Lin was clearly as immovable as a mountain on the ring. How could his lower body be unstable? Lin Ming couldn't explain this situation at all, so he said, "Senior brother, please lower the difficulty level to level 6. At level 7, the wind speed was still too fast, and Lin Ming's time in the air was too short. He just felt a little bit of the original power of the wind and immediately hit the wall. So he hoped to lower the difficulty again and comprehend the artistic conception of the wind. It's not like he can resist the power of the wind, so it doesn't matter if the power is weaker. Do you want to lower the difficulty?" The deacon was completely confused. Before he could figure out how to ask Lin Ming had already entered the wind tunnel again. Through countless experiments just now, he felt that he had grasped a trace of the wind realm. He wanted to take this opportunity to step into the threshold of the wind realm in one fell swoop. After 8 hours of practice, Lin Ming had hit the wall tens of thousands of times. If it weren't for the top grade medicine, so many collisions would definitely leave hidden injuries. At this time, there was no intact place on Lin Ming's body. When he changed his clothes and came out of the wind tunnel, the deacon was completely confused. Next to the deacon, there was a disciple from Qianxue Mansion. He didn't recognize Lin Ming. He was still thinking, which low-level disciple is so weird? If it doesn't work, you can just lower the difficulty. There is no need to be so self-torturing, right? "Brother Lin, what are you doing in there?" asked the deacon. "Practice." Lin Ming smiled slightly and gave a perfunctory answer. Then he said goodbye and left without waiting for the deacon to ask again. The disciples of Qianxue Mansion who were left behind were still asking, "Junior brother Lin? Which junior brother Lin? Lin Wu?" "No, Lin Wu is a little weaker, but not so bad." The deacon looked at the disciple unhappily and said, "Junior brother Lin Ming." "Lin Ming? Haha, senior brother, I admit that your joke is too funny. If Lin Ming can fall like that in the wind tunnel, I will walk backwards in the future. You can walk however you want. If you don't believe me, come and see next time." The deacon was too lazy to pay attention to the disciple. He began to pack up the formation. It was time to close the formation and go home. That night when he returned to his residence, Lin Ming boiled a bathtub of herbal soup, took off his clothes, and jumped into soak for 2 hours. Only then did the wounds on his body slowly disappear. He meditated and adjusted his breath for a night. The next day, the medicinal power absorbed by his skin was dissolved, and the bruises disappeared. This bucket of herbal soup is worth 600 or 700 taels of gold. In the past, the herbs bought with this gold would have been enough for Lin Ming to use for 7 or 8 years. But now, 1 bucket of medicine was used up. This made Lin Ming sigh again. If you don't have money, it's useless to practice martial arts, no matter how talented you are. Yesterday, after 8 hours of self-torture practice, Lin Ming finally touched the edge of the wind realm. It was not even the entry level, let alone the mastery of the wind realm. Lin Ming didn't expect to master such a profound golden pen breaking the void in a short time, but even if he practiced a little bit, it would be of great benefit. Today, Lin Ming didn't go to the whirlwind cave. He needed some time to let his body remember and digest what he had gained yesterday. So, he burned a sound transmission note to Wang Yuhan. Today he would go to the Inscription Master Guild. In the past few days, something big and small happened in Xianan City. The ZHU family announced that ZHU Yan was expelled from the family for violating the family rules, and the 10th prince, Prince Yan, also drew a line with ZHU Yan. This matter was handled very low-key, but all parties still noticed it. Now everyone knows that ZHU Yan and Lin Ming have a grudge. Even some well-informed people know about Lan Yunai's relationship. ZHU Yan and Lin Ming are rivals in love, and according to reliable sources, they have had many fights before. The conflict has become so intense that it cannot be resolved. At this time, the ZHU family expelled ZHU Yan from the family, and at the same time, the 10th prince drew a clear line between ZHU Yan and ZHU Yan. What does it mean? Many people think that the ZHU family and the 10th prince did this to show goodwill and submission to Lin Ming, but in order to show goodwill to Lin Ming, they directly expelled such a talent from the family. Isn't this a bit reckless? Although Lin Ming is strong, he is obviously close to the prince. If the 10th prince cannot win over Lin Ming, then he will drive ZHU Yan away. Isn't that a loss of both the wife and the army? Why did the 10th prince do this? After Lin Ming learned of this news, he was also a little incomprehensible. Think about it from another perspective. If he were the 10th prince, would he not make such a decision to show goodwill to himself? Is it necessary? But ZHU Yan left the family in the 7 Zuanwu mansion. I have to be careful of him in the future. This person is gloomy by nature, knows how to endure, and is very resilient. He will definitely harm me in the future. I'm getting stronger and stronger, so I'm not afraid. However, my parents are in Qingsang City. I still have to inform the Lin family and protect my parents. It's a pity that I couldn't kill him on the ring at the beginning, leaving him with trouble in the future. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a chill. Although he no longer pursued Wang Yigao and Wang Yanfeng, who had been ruthless to him, he was not a kind-hearted person, especially when facing the possibility of endangering the safety of his relatives. Thinking of this, Lin Ming took out a sound transmission note and sent it to the Lin family branch in Xianan City, instructing him about his parents. This afternoon, Lin Ming was going to the Inscription Master Guild, which was also what he had agreed with Wang Yuhan yesterday. Walking on the road, Lin Ming suddenly stopped. He met a person. Lin Ming had some impression of this person. He was the only condensation vein stage warrior under the Prince Liao Winian. The prince had shown favor to Liao Winian. Before Liao Winian became successful, the prince, who was still a teenager, had helped him. A favor of helping someone in need is always precious. So even though Liao Winian has a title and is now on the rise and does not have to wade into the muddy waters of the struggle for the throne, he is still willing to assist the prince to ascend the throne. Mr. Lin. Liao Winian clasped his fists slightly and was very polite to Lin Ming. Senior Liao is too polite. It is the junior who should bow to Mr. Liao. Lin Ming clasped his fists in return to Liao Winian. He was not surprised that Liao Winian could find him. These days, he could feel that when he walked on the street, there were always people following him intentionally or unintentionally. These people did not have murderous intent and were obviously sent by the prince. Now Lin Ming's identity is sensitive. As long as he leaves the 7 Zuanwu mansion, someone will immediately follow him and protect him secretly. It can be said that it is not much easier for the 10th prince to kill him in Xianan City than to kill the Prince Yanglin. He went to the Inscription Master Guild these days, and the prince obviously knew about it. Haha, I didn't expect Mr. Lin also knew my name. To be honest, I'm a rough man, and don't like these etiquettes. If you don't mind, I'll be so arrogant as to call Mr. Lin Brother Lin. Lin Ming laughed and said, Brother Liao is quick to speak. To be honest, I don't like these etiquettes and honorifics either. Haha, that's exactly what I want, Brother Lin. Today I came here specifically to find you. ZHU Yan was kicked out of the ZHU family, you know. Liao Winian used the true essence to transmit this sentence. Yes. Lin Ming nodded and also switched to the true essence to transmit the sound. You have to be careful of ZHU Yan. I know that, but it's just a little strange. The ZHU family seems a little cruel to do this. Yes, it's a little cruel. It's because of you, Brother Lin. You may become the 7th mysterious envoy and the lord of the 7th mysterious martial palace. This pressure is too great for both the ZHU family and the 10th prince. They dare not provoke you, and ZHU Yan is at most a condensation vein stage warrior in the future. A condensation vein stage warrior is affordable. And if ZHU Yan is driven away, they don't have to be implicated in all ZHU Yan's future frame-ups and assassinations against you. Is that so? Well, once it involves the internal struggle of interests between the big family and the imperial power, it really doesn't recognize relatives. Lin Ming has no interest in these imperial power struggles and family interests. Yes, so since ancient times, thick black is king, and benevolent people can hardly accomplish great things. Liao Wenyuan sighed when he said this, obviously thinking of the prince who was too kind and indecisive. By the way, Brother Lin, we have started to look for the materials you asked His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to find last time. However, some of the materials are not available in Xianan country. The Crown Prince has sent people to neighboring countries to look for them, especially the trade fair in Hualuo country, where everything is complete, and we should be able to find some. However, it will take a long time to collect them all. As for Brother Lin's proposal to return the manor, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that what was given to Brother Lin was given away, so there is no reason to take it back. Just let Brother Lin live there with peace of mind. Hualuo country is one of the larger countries under the jurisdiction of the 7 mysterious valleys. It is more powerful in terms of military strength and a number of masters than Xianan country. The trade fair in Hualuo country is well known within a radius of 100,000 miles, but it is too far away from Xianan country. Even if you ride a snow dragon horse that can travel 2,000 miles a day, it will take more than 10 days to go back and forth. The time on the road, plus the time required to collect materials, and many materials may not be available. Obviously, it is not enough to rely on the Crown Prince alone to collect the materials for the inscription runes. Lin Ming said sincerely, thank the prince for me. I will remember this favor. Haha, Brother Lin, you are too polite. As soon as I met Brother Lin, I felt that Brother Lin was a person worth making friends with. Don't worry, the prince still has some savings over the years, and he can still afford to pay for some materials. But Brother Lin, you not only have amazing martial arts attainments, but you are also proficient in inscriptions. It's unbelievable. Brother Lin, you have really overturned my previous understanding of the word genius. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Zhangguanou's Actions. Lin Ming smiled and shook his head. Brother Lao, you are too kind. I have such achievements only because I have a powerful master. By the way, since ZHU Yan has left Xianan City, what about Lan Yunaiu? Did she go with him? Although he had nothing to do with Lan Yunaiu, Lin Ming still asked about it. ZHU Yan might be crazy now and might take it out on Lan Yunaiu. Liao Wenyuan smiled and said, Brother Lin, don't worry, Lan Yunaiu is fine, but she has already withdrawn from the 7 Zuanwu mansion and is currently stranded in Xianan City. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has sent people to protect her secretly. Oh, Lan Yunaiu dropped out of school. Lin Ming was slightly stunned, but the Crown Prince was really thoughtful and even took Lan Yunaiu into consideration. Joining the force does have substantial benefits. There is no need to worry about many things by yourself. There are people to help you handle them properly. Liao Wenyuan said, I have said everything I need to say. I'm leaving now. Brother Lin, please continue to work. Well, thank you, Brother Liao. It's my duty. After bidding farewell to Liao Wenyuan, Lin Ming continued to walk towards the Inscription Master Guild. The materials he wanted to buy could not be obtained by relying on the Crown Prince alone, so he had to find another way. If I can draw an inscription rune, that will tempt all the acquired warriors of Xianan country, and let the acquired warriors of the whole country help me find it, it should be possible to gather them in a short time. This was Lin Ming's plan before, and it was also the only way he could think of. With the improvement of Lin Ming's inscription skills these days, he can barely draw an inscription rune that will tempt the acquired warriors, but this method is a little more ostentatious. Inscription Master Guild, Mr. Lin, Wang Yuan, who had been waiting in the inscription room for a long time, said in surprise after seeing Lin Ming. "Miss Wang, I'm sorry, I'm late for something. Last night, because of the magic cube space, Lin Ming's soul power was too much, and he didn't get up early in the morning for the first time. Then he went to the waterfall cold pond to practice, so the time was delayed a bit. There are already many guests waiting." Wang Yuan pointed to the hall. Lin Ming looked over and saw that there were already 7 or 8 people gathered in the hall. Usually at this time, there were only 2 or 3 people. Yesterday, Lin Ming made many moves, whether it was repairing or drawing, and he successfully completed the task every time. What surprised these warriors the most was that the inscription runes drawn by Lin Ming were even better than those of ordinary inscription masters. Usually, to achieve this effect, several top inscription masters in Qianxue country, such as Wang Zuanji, need to make moves. But Wang Zuanji is such a person that ordinary people can't invite him at all. Even if they can invite him, the price he offers is not something that ordinary warriors can afford. And Lin Ming's price is very cheap, but the service he provides is not much worse than that of the top inscription masters. As a result, naturally many guests come here because of his reputation. I heard that the guest inscriptionist is only in his teens. I don't know if it's just a rumor, a guest said casually. He brought a human level mid-grade treasure that he hadn't used much today. He had obtained this treasure for half a year, but he couldn't find a suitable inscription rune. He didn't like the ordinary inscription runes, and the top level inscription runes were too expensive and not to his liking. He cultivated the cold attribute of true essence, so he wanted to get an inscription rune that matched his true essence. And yesterday he heard that the new guest inscriptionist of the Inscriptionist Guild had drawn an ice guardian. After the inscription, even the armor turned ice blue, so he came to line up before dawn today. He has been waiting for most of the day, but this warrior was not impatient at all. The earlier he came, the higher the order. When the inscriptionist made his first move, his soul power and true essence were the most abundant, and it was also the easiest to produce a top grade product. The later it was, the smaller the probability of producing a top grade product. It's true. My friend was here yesterday and saw the inscription master himself. He was just a teenager. What's wrong with this world? Isn't the inscription art difficult to learn? He's already at this level at such a young age. In a few years, surpassing Wang Zuanji won't be as easy as eating and drinking water. Nowadays, kids are getting better and better. A few years ago, there was Qin Xingsun. Half a month ago there was Lin Ming, and now there's another genius in the inscription art. Where did this kid come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? They shouldn't be from Qianxue country. Our Qianxue country's inscription skills are not that good. In some places on the mainland, there are families that specialize in special professions, such as the Formation Master family, the Alchemist family, the Inscription Master family, the Weapon Refiner family, etc. Some of these families have been passed down for thousands of years, much longer than Qianxue country. They select descendants with outstanding soul talents in each generation. When a pair of highly talented men and women get married, the possibility of their children having high-level soul talents is very high. Over time, in those families, children with 5th grade soul talents are not uncommon. In addition, they have a long history and have accumulated many inheritance secrets. The level of inscription skills is much better than that of ordinary inscription masters. An experienced old man touched his beard and said slowly. In fact, what he said was not a secret. Not only do special professions have special families, but martial arts also have ancient families with a long heritage. For example, the current core disciples of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, except Qin Xingsun, all come from martial arts families. Lin Ming was also considered to be such a person by them. The guest inscription master has arrived. You have been waiting for a long time. Now we can start. Just as everyone was discussing, the receptionist came over and said politely, United Chamber of Commerce, Qian'an City headquarters. In a luxuriously decorated room, Zhang Guanyu leaned on the bed, holding an exquisite eggshell porcelain gold wire bowl in his hand, tasting the milky white liquid in the gold wire bowl bit by bit. This liquid is fragrant and thick. It is milk, but it is not cow's milk, goat's milk, etc., but women's milk. Generally, the mansions of princes and nobles have to keep some wet nurses to squeeze out milk for the nobles to enjoy. Human milk is considered to be the most nutritious of all milks. Whether the baby grows well or not has a lot to do with whether it eats breast milk and how long it eats breast milk. Therefore, it is popular for the nobles of Qian'an to keep wet nurses in their mansions. Generally speaking, the profession of wet nurse is taken on by women who have given birth to children, whose children died or were given away. Most of these women come from rural areas, and generally only women from poor families will come out to work as wet nurses to supplement their family income. The old saying goes that women with big buttocks are easy to give birth, so women with sufficient milk are usually fatter. In addition, they have been working in the fields since they were young in the countryside, and their skin is exposed to the sun and rain, so it is rough and most of them will not look good. Zhang Guanyu is a very picky person. He thinks that this kind of wet nurse seriously affects his appetite, so the wet nurse he raises must first be a delicate beauty. Many of these beauties are concubines of wealthy families, about 20 years old, and look charming. The power of the United Chamber of Commerce is huge. In order to please Zhang Guanyu, some big families took the initiative to offer concubines, and some were forced by Zhang Guanyu to offer concubines obediently. As for the children born by concubines, they can only be raised by the wet nurses in the mansion. Some concubines are weak and have little milk, but it doesn't matter. Zhang Guanyu just likes this kind of women. He thinks that this kind of milk is the sweetest and rarest. Sometimes, some concubines who are very suitable for Zhang Guanyu's taste will even be directly taken into his harem. Zhang Guanyu is interested in beauties of all tastes, and wives are no exception. Have you found it? Zhang Guanyu slowly tasted the milk in the bowl and asked lazily. Reply to master, I found it. The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 40s. This person had a long breath and a strong heartbeat. Obviously, he had the strength of the Zhang training period. Well, let's go, Zhang Guanyu said, drinking the milk in the bowl, licking his lips excitedly, and looking quite ferocious. Master, do this, right? The middle-aged man hesitated. Well, are you afraid of offending Lin Ming? Master, Lin Ming has now been promoted to the quasi-core disciple of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. If he rises in the future and becomes the 7 Zuan envoy or the lord of the mansion, it will be very difficult for us to deal with such a person. You mean, I should surrender and let him step on me to get to the top, so that it can be considered as making friends with Lin Ming? Zhang Guanyu's voice suddenly turned cold. The middle-aged man said hurriedly, Master, that's not what I meant. Humph. The 7th profound martial mansion has pushed Lin Ming and I to the opposite side of each other. It is impossible for him and I to live in peace. Do you want me to admit defeat before the fight even starts? Even if I admit defeat, will Lin Ming appreciate my kindness? The 7th profound martial mansion wants me to be a stepping stone for Lin Ming, but they don't know that I'm not a stepping stone, but a caltrop. Whoever steps on me will die. Zhang Guanyu's heart of martial arts is pride. He can allow someone to be stronger than him from the beginning, but he can't bear to see a man younger than him catch up and surpass him, especially since Lin Ming is 5 years younger than him. He has long been extremely unhappy because Lin Ming stole his limelight, and this battle 4 months later will inevitably be presented under the attention of the Qian'an kingdom. If he loses under this circumstance, he will be humiliated. With Zhang Guanyu's pride, he can't accept such a thing at all. In fact, Zhang Guanyu was fully confident of winning the battle 4 months later. However, even if he won, he felt that Lin Ming would still surpass him. Then, Lin Ming would definitely challenge him again and defeat him. In this way, the result would still be the same. Zhang Guanyu had a premonition that, if he was defeated by Lin Ming one day, he would always be surpassed by Lin Ming, and would not be able to turn things around. This would dampen his pride, and this knot could not be untied, because he could no longer surpass Lin Ming. Zhang Guanyu absolutely did not want to see this happen. Announcement of 2 book club groups. Group 1. 182,380,907. Group 2. 121,787,009. Welcome everyone to join the discussion. Chapter 130. Despicable means. Since practicing the Hehuan divine art, Zhang Guanyu has had a strong desire in his heart, that is, to be able to practice the Hehuan divine art to the 7th extreme, to achieve the state of eternal youth and unfading Yangjing. To reach this state, he can have hundreds of years to arbitrarily visit and play with all kinds of beauties in the world, own them, and invade them. From the current beauties, to play with the ones hundreds of years later, to build a huge harem with more than 3,000 beauties of the royal family, and visit the women in the harem every day. Whenever he thinks of this, Zhang Guanyu is burning with desire and his blood is boiling. But with Zhang Guanyu's talent, it is not easy to practice the Hehuan divine art to the 7th extreme. Now, his Hehuan divine art has just started. If everything goes smoothly, and he takes in all kinds of top quality women, there is still a little possibility of reaching the 7th extreme. But if he is defeated by Lin Ming in the spotlight a few months later, then his breath will not be smooth, and his Yangjing will not flow. It will be even more difficult to impact the 7th extreme. Therefore, Zhang Guanyu wanted to defeat Lin Ming completely in the battle 4 months later, trample him so hard that he could never turn over, and snatch all the halos on him and the women who loved him. He felt happy and his Yangjing was flowing smoothly, and his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. The middle-aged man said, "Master, I'm stupid, but I think that, if I do this, it may anger Lin Ming, and then it will only deepen the hatred. Humph. What if he angers me? Am I going to admit defeat without fighting? But, no buts. It's true that Lin Ming is scary. The 10th prince dare not touch him, and the crown prince has to respect him, but this does not mean that I have to kowtow to him. Others are riding on your head. Are you still lying on the ground and barking like a dog? Since Lin Ming wants to deal with me, then I will kill him. Master is preparing." The middle-aged man didn't understand what the plan they were about to carry out had to do with defeating Lin Ming. "Let me ask you, what is the most terrifying thing about Lin Ming?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "Comprehension, martial intention, and martial arts heart." "That's right, but the most fundamental of these is the martial arts heart. As long as his martial arts heart is broken, his martial arts will be useless. Without martial arts, with his 3rd grade lousy talent, no matter how evil his comprehension is, his cultivation is limited to below the condensation vein stage. What can he do? As long as his strength cannot be improved, his aura will gradually disappear. When everyone has forgotten about him, he will be like an ant to me, and I can step on him to death with 1 foot. He is now protected by the 7 Zuanwu mansions. I can't deal with him openly. I can only break his martial arts heart. To deal with Lin Ming, we must do it before he grows up." Zhang Guanyu showed a grim smile at the corner of his mouth, while the middle-aged man was secretly worried. If he could completely defeat Lin Ming's original intention, that would of course be good, but what if he couldn't defeat it? Then offending Lin Ming might affect the young master's position in the United Chamber of Commerce in the future. The United Chamber of Commerce cannot appoint a person who has offended the 7 mysterious envoys or the 7 mysterious martial palace masters as a successor. But Zhang Guanyu is paranoid by nature, and now he has practiced the Hehuan divine art which can easily make the practitioner's possessiveness stronger. How can he listen to him? Many exercises can affect the practitioner's mind, such as the True Words Buddha Sutra can make the practitioner's mind stable and pure, and the bone forging golden body art can make the practitioner's blood masculine and indomitable, and this Hehuan divine art is just to make people more and more possessive and more extreme. "Master, should I ask the old man about this matter?" Zhang Guanyu's face suddenly turned cold, and there was even a faint murderous aura emanating from his body. The middle-aged man was startled and hurriedly said, "My subordinates deserve to die. My subordinates deserve to die. Too much talk leads to mistakes. Just stick to your duty as a subordinate." Zhang Guanyu restrained his murderous aura. The so-called old man was naturally Zhang Guanyu's father. Zhang Guanyu knew very well that, if his father knew about this, He would never allow himself to do this, because in his father's eyes, the future of the United Chamber of Commerce was much more important than Zhang Guanayu's martial arts cultivation. His father would not risk offending Lin Ming to fight with Lin Ming. In his opinion, at most Zhang Guanayu would lose, and that would be the end of the matter. But for Zhang Guanayu, no matter how powerful the United Chamber of Commerce was, it would not be possible to give him hundreds of years of youth and unlimited yang essence. These can only be brought to him by strength. As long as he has strength, these external things of the United Chamber of Commerce are all floating clouds. Geniuses are all confident. Lin Ming is confident, and Zhang Guanayu is also confident. As a proud genius, no one will determine that he is not as good as others from the beginning, otherwise his mind will be blocked, and Zhang Guanayu, who is paranoid by nature, is even more so. Geniuses all think that they are the protagonists of the future world, and thus fight, but there will be casualties in the fight. Xian'an City, southwest suburbs. The Xian'an City Palace faces south, and is close to the residences of princes and nobles in the north of the city, which is relatively prosperous, while the south of the city is a little deserted, especially near the suburbs, which is even more deserted. In the southwest suburbs, there is a low-rise house. Although these houses are a bit old, they are not old. It has just rained at this time. The blue tiles and white walls, and the green trees are shady, which gives a fresh feeling. Among these houses, there is a newly opened small store. The original owner of this store returned to the countryside to retire, and the shop was sold out. After the new owner took over, he painted the door of the shop with tung oil, cleaned the inside, and even planted some flowers and plants, which looked much more elegant. At this time, at the door of the shop, a woman wearing blue cloth, with a pretty face and tender skin, was moving cloth on the shelf. Compared to the girl's somewhat immature and delicate body, the cloth seemed extremely heavy, but the girl was very skillful, and she neatly stacked the large and small cloths in the store. This girl was Lan Yunayu. Since the marriage contract was annulled, Lan Yunayu dropped out of Kixanwu Mansion. She walked around in Xian'an City for a day, feeling helpless. She was too ashamed to go back to her hometown, and didn't know where to go. Finally, she decided to settle down in Xian'an City. So she pawned some jewelry, and opened this cloth shop. The neighbors liked this new little girl very much. The girl wore simple blue cloth clothes every day, and was busy in her small cloth shop. It was rare to find such a beautiful girl who was willing to endure hardships. Moreover, this girl was quick and strong, and she could cook good meals. It stands to reason that a girl who had suffered from hardships since childhood should have rough skin, at least some calluses on her hands. But unexpectedly, the girl's hands were like soft jade, which was amazing. What kind of girl is this? After learning that the girl was alone, the sympathy of the neighboring aunties was aroused. They asked about the girl's life experience, but the girl was always vague about it. Some aunties even thought about matchmaking for the girl, but the girl always smiled and refused. "Master, this is it." The middle-aged man pointed to the cloth shop that had not yet hung a plaque. "Oh, what an elegant little shop, not bad." Zhang Guanai shook the folding fan in his hand, with a playful smile on his face, as if he was looking at a delicious prey. If he wanted to break Lin Ming's martial arts heart, he had to find the flaw in Lin Ming's martial arts heart. In Zhang Guanai's opinion, the only person who could be the flaw in Lin Ming's martial arts heart was Lan Yunayu. Lin Ming had stayed in the Passion Pass for half an incense stick of time. I'm afraid that the person Lin Ming saw in the Passion Pass was Lan Yunayu. Although Lan Yunayu's matter has passed, Zhang Guanayu believes that Lan Yunayu may still be not in Lin Ming's heart. If he could take Lan Yunayu in and practice the Hehu and divine art with her, what would happen if Lin Ming knew about it? Zhang Guanayu wanted to know. If it was a duel, if he lost once, he could get it back the second time, and it would be just as perfect, and there would be no key problems. But the girl was different. As long as he got her into bed, it would be forever. Zhang Guanayu believed that, even if Lan Yunayu had betrayed Lin Ming, she would still have a place in Lin Ming's heart. If he took Lan Yunayu, it would be a thorn in Lin Ming's heart, and this thorn could not be erased, even if he defeated himself. Qi was not smooth, thoughts were not clear, cultivation was blocked, and he might even become the inner demon that Lin Ming encountered when he broke through the bottleneck. And the key is, can Lin Ming defeat him? It's right that the 7th profound martial palace protects Lin Ming, but it won't protect Lan Yunyu. The girl has already left the 7th profound martial palace. If Lin Ming knew that Lan Yunyu was taken by him, would he be furious and duel with him for his beloved? If they come to him, that would be great. Zhang Guanyu is now 100% sure of defeating Lin Ming. Even if he waits 4 months, he will be 90% sure of defeating Lin Ming, because he has just achieved the first major success in the Hehuan divine art recently, and his strength has increased a lot, which Lin Ming doesn't know yet. Zhang Guanyu can imagine that on the day of the decisive battle, Lin Ming will be furious, and will definitely use ruthless moves, and fight desperately. That is exactly what Zhang Guanyu is thinking. In this way, he can legitimately use some of the vicious moves in the Hehuan divine art to beat Lin Ming to irreversible injuries, which will seriously affect his future cultivation. Even if he can't do this, at least he can keep Lin Ming out of bed for half a year. What will happen if Lin Ming has to recuperate for half a year because of this? Can he still pass the core disciple assessment of the 7 Mysterious Valley? The assessment period is only over a year. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. As long as Lin Ming fails the assessment, he will be nothing to be afraid of in Zhang Guanyu's eyes. In that case, his future achievements may not even be better than his own. In addition to the gap in power behind him, Zhang Guanyu is confident that he can suppress Lin Ming for the rest of his life. Chapter 131 Liao Winian. The woman was taken away from him, and his virginity was broken, and he was used to cultivate his body and spirit. Then he was defeated by the rival who stole his woman in the much anticipated ring battle, and was severely injured. He had to recuperate for half a year, and then missed the core disciple assessment of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. So many blows concentrated together. What will happen to Lin Ming? Can his ki still flow smoothly? Can his martial arts heart still remain perfect? Zhang Guanyu asked himself, if he were in this situation, he would be mad. Ki is not smooth, and cultivation is hindered. Since ancient times, there are many geniuses who have been frustrated and never recovered. These geniuses often have one characteristic, that is, they have been smooth sailing before, and then suffered a miserable defeat. You seem to have a promising future, but this is all brought to you by your martial spirit. Without martial spirit, you are nothing. I will destroy the virginity of the woman you once loved, break your martial spirit, and severely injure you, ruining your future. Thinking of Lin Ming's fate, Zhang Guanyu really wanted to laugh out loud. He looked at the small shop, where Lan Yunyu was, a trace of ferocity flashed across his mouth, and he walked into it. 2 guests, what do you want to buy? Lan Yunyu saw 2 men in brocade clothes walking into the shop, and greeted them with a smile. Although Lan Yunyu and Zhang Guanyu were in the same Kixanwu mansion, Zhang Guanyu rarely appeared in front of people, so Lan Yunyu did not know Zhang Guanyu. However, as Lan Yunyu came forward, her eyes gradually fixed. The brocade-clad man in front of her, waving a folding fan, was definitely not an ordinary person. Not to mention the brocade and silk on his body, the jade pendant on his waist alone would be worth no less than 5,000 taels of gold. It was made of top-grade mutton fat jade, and it had blood threads, which was the best blood jade. But she remembered that Zhu Yan didn't have such a jade pendant at the beginning. Any jade pendant on his body was equivalent to 1 or 2 treasures of others. This young man had a terrible background. Lan Yunyu couldn't see through the young man's cultivation, but the middle-aged man who was obviously his follower behind him had the cultivation of the Zhang training period. Even the follower had the Zhang training period. Who was this man? And the key point was, how could the son of such a wealthy family come to a small shop like hers to buy cloth? Although her cloth was also exquisite, how could it catch the eyes of this young man? The cloth used in the homes of such wealthy people was probably silks, no satin. Besides, the people who bought cloth were usually women. What were 2 grown men going to buy cloth for? Lan Yunyu thought of many things in an instant, and secretly became alert. Zhang Guanyu looked at Lan Yunyu, smiled slightly, and thought to himself, what a beautiful girl, pure and lovely. Even if she is wearing coarse clothes, she can't hide her temperament. No wonder Lin Ming and Zhu Yan are fascinated by this girl. Moreover, this girl is still a virgin, which is even more perfect. I will take her back to the mansion and give her the Hehuan powder. I must enjoy it. In Cheyenne country, according to custom, before marriage, men and women will not sleep together. Of course, taking concubines and buying maids are not included, because taking concubines does not require a wedding. Are you Miss Lan? Zhang Guanyu went straight to the point. Lan Yunayu's heart trembled. Sure enough, they came for her. Since they came to her, they must have found out her identity long ago. She nodded and said, yes, what can I do for you two? Haha, I've met Miss Lan once before. To be honest, I was attracted to Miss Lan the first time I saw her. Miss Lan is very charming both in appearance and temperament. Lan Yunayu unconsciously took a half step back, distanced herself from Zhang Guanyu, and she was even more wary at this moment. When Zhang Guanyu saw Lan Yunayu stepping back, he also quickly took a step back to show respect. He said, I'm sorry, I was too abrupt and scared Miss Lan. I didn't mean any other meaning. To be honest, I admire Miss Lan very much, but Miss Lan was already engaged at that time, so we just met too late. I only learned recently that Miss Lan had broken off the engagement, so I took the liberty to come and visit. I hope Miss Lan won't mind. Lan Yunayu felt a little relieved to see Zhang Guanyu's respect. She replied calmly, I didn't break off the engagement, I was divorced. Haha, Miss Lan, you're too polite. I know that Zhu Yan has been kicked out of the family, so how can he be worthy of Miss Lan? I don't know why Miss Lan opened a small cloth shop in this remote place. If Miss Lan doesn't mind, can you come to my house and have a seat? I have some gifts for Miss Lan. Lan Yunayu's mind raced. The young man in front of her spoke appropriately and smiled gently. He looked like a modest gentleman, and people could not have any bad feelings towards him. However, Lan Yunayu suddenly felt something was wrong. Lan Yunayu was very aware of the sensitivity of her identity. She was Lin Ming's former girlfriend. Based on this, even if a young master from a certain family really liked her, he would not be so crazy as to make plans against her. Although Lan Yunayu knew that Lin Ming had nothing to do with her, the princes and nobles would not think so. They would not dare to do such a thing. In their opinion, it would offend Lin Ming. But the young man in front of her dared to do this blatantly. He was either crazy or completely opposed to Lin Ming, or even had a grudge against him. Thinking of this, Lan Yunayu had a vague ominous premonition in her heart. They would not want to kidnap her and threaten Lin Ming. Although she could not see the cultivation level of the young man, she was sure that she would not be his opponent. With the old servant behind him, she did not even have a chance to escape. Zhang Guanyu saw Lan Yunayu's vigilance and said with a smile, I heard that Miss Lan has withdrawn from the 7 Zuanwu mansion. What a pity. With Miss Lan's qualifications, if she has the help of high quality elixirs, she may be able to break through the vein condensation stage. Once she breaks through the vein condensation stage, her youth will be extended for decades. Isn't Miss Lan tempted? He coughed lightly when he said this, and the middle-aged man behind him immediately handed him a box. After opening it, there were 2 bottles of elixirs inside. Zhang Guanyu took out one bottle at random and opened it. A strong medicinal fragrance immediately emanated from it. It was obviously a top-grade medicine. Zhang Guanyu smiled and handed the pill to Lan Yunayu, saying, this is a top-grade Juan pill, a small and insignificant gift. Please don't despise it, Miss Lan. These are just a small gift. In the future, I will give you everything you want, and my identity will not humiliate you. How about it? Zhang Guanyu knew Lan Yunayu's past, and he knew what Lan Yunayu wanted. Now that she was divorced, it was impossible for her to marry into a big family again. He didn't believe that Lan Yunayu would not be tempted by him appearing in this situation and giving her so many pills to help her break through the condensation vein stage. However, he didn't expect that Lan Yunayu didn't take the bottle at all. She directly refused and said, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to practice martial arts anymore. I just want to live an ordinary life. Thank you for your kindness. Please go back. Is that so? The smile on Zhang Guanyu's face gradually faded, and then his aura gradually emanated, and the middle-aged man behind him also stepped forward and faintly sealed the back door of the shop. Lan Yunayu was immediately panicked, and her pretty face turned pale. What do you want to do? Zhang Guanyu sighed. It's a pity that Miss Lan doesn't seem to be interested in going to my house, but I think, as long as you come to my house, I will make you change your mind and make you sexual interested. Zhang Guanyu emphasized the word sexual. When Lan Yunyu heard it, she felt cold all over. This person, he dared to rape her? Is he crazy? He actually ignored Lin Ming's threats and wanted to kidnap her to his house. Isn't he afraid of Lin Ming's revenge? Lan Yunyu knew very well that, even if she had no relationship with Lin Ming anymore, if someone raped her, Lin Ming would never let this person go. Lan Yunyu's back was already sweating coldly. Her eyes glanced at the scissors used to cut cloth on the stool without leaving a trace. Haha, a young girl, so beautiful, don't think too much. The smile on Zhang Guanyu's face became more and more intense. Zhang Guanyu took a step forward, raised a mouthful of true energy, and was about to make a move. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the door. Haha, isn't this Mr. Zhang? Xianyang City is really small, and I can actually meet him here. Zhang Guanyu frowned and turned his head to look, only to see a thick-browed man walking in with a smile on his face. Every step he took would exude a strong momentum, oppressing him. Liao Winian. Zhang Guanyu recognized this man at a glance. He was the only master of the condensation meridian stage under the prince, and he was already in the middle stage of the condensation meridian. Even if 4 or 5 of himself were added together, they would not be this man's opponent. This prince actually sent Liao Winian to protect Lan Yunyu? No, there should be spies here. After seeing me appear, they immediately notified Liao Winian with a sound transmission note. With the speed of master of the condensation meridian stage, it would not be a problem for him to rush over so quickly. Damn it. Mr. Liao, nice to meet you. Zhang Guanyu said with a fist. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Liao Winian also clasped his fists in return, and then asked casually, Mr. Zhang, are you here to buy cloth too? Oh, yes, winter is coming, and the family wants to buy a batch of winter clothes. Haha, that's what I plan to do. Winter is coming very early this year, but Mr. Zhang actually came to select the cloth himself. He really has to do everything himself. How about I select it together with Mr. Zhang? Zhang Guanyu sneered, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his smile. He said coldly, don't bother Mr. Liao. Mr. Liao should select it yourself. Winter is coming early this year. Don't freeze your body. Zhang Guanyu said, closed the folding fan in his hand, and left the store with a wave of his sleeves. Liao Winian just smiled at Zhang Guanyu's obviously threatening words before he left, and didn't care. He was a master of the condensation vein stage, and was not afraid of the United Chamber of Commerce at all. What's more, he was under the command of the prince, and what could Zhang Guanyu do to him? Chapter 132, Human Level Middle Grade Sword. Lan Yunyu didn't let out a breath until Zhang Guanyu left completely. Her fingertips were still trembling slightly. Was he talking about Master Zhang? Could it be Zhang Guanyu? Although she had already planned not to see Lin Ming again for the rest of her life, Lan Yunyu still paid attention to Lin Ming's news intentionally or unintentionally. She knew that Lin Ming would challenge Zhang Guanyu in 4 months. Was it because of this that Zhang Guanyu would attack her? It was just a challenge. Why would it be so? Lan Yunyu couldn't figure it out. Not only Lan Yunyu couldn't figure it out, Lin Ming also never thought that Zhang Guanyu had become so paranoid and crazy. This person wanted everything good in the world to be his. His status, honor, and women were all his weak points. Whoever threatened to touch these would be a thorn in his eyes and a thorn in his flesh. If it were an ordinary person, such as the 10th prince, even if he regarded Lin Ming as a thorn in his eyes, he would not dare to touch Lin Ming. Instead, he would smile and show goodwill on the surface. But Zhang Guanyu was different. Whoever threatened him would be madly retaliated. Miss Lan, it's okay. Liao Winian smiled. Although he knew about the past of Lan Yunyu and Lin Ming, he did not look down on this girl. In this world, if you can meet 2 kinds of partners, you should be grateful. One is a beautiful girl who is willing to live a hard life with her husband when she is down and out, and the other is a successful man who is willing to live an ordinary life with his original wife when he is successful. It is a great blessing to meet these 2 kinds of partners, but if you can't meet them, you don't need to blame anything. Thank you, senior. May I ask your name? Lan Yunai bit her lip and bowed deeply. There is no doubt that this man with thick eyebrows and a strong aura came to protect her. The master who would protect an ordinary woman like her must have some relationship with Lin Ming. Miss Lan, you don't have to be polite. My last name is Lao, and my given name is Lao Winian. You can just call me Mr. Lao. I will never forget your kindness, Senior Lao. Haha, no need to thank me, I'm just following your orders. Lan Yunai hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, excuse me, Senior Lao and Lord Lin are. When Lao Winian heard what Lan Yunai said, he couldn't help laughing. Lord Lin. Haha, Miss Lan, you called me that, but I didn't react. Are you talking about Lin Ming? Lan Yunai nodded somewhat awkwardly. Now she was just a commoner, and judging from the aura of Lao Winian in front of her, he was probably a master in the condensation vein stage and a nobleman. It was reasonable for her to call him Lord. However, Lin Ming's status as a core disciple of the 7th Xuanwu Palace was higher than Lao Winian's. In addition, Lin Ming had no relationship with her, so when she addressed Lin Ming in front of Lao Winian, she had to add the word sir to show respect. In such occasions, only some people who were extremely close to Lin Ming, such as Lin Ming's sister and girlfriend, could call him my brother, or call him by his name. I was sent by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but Brother Lin also took care of me before. Miss Lan's current status is sensitive. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to live a peaceful life. How about this? You come back to the Crown Prince's palace with me, and the Crown Prince will naturally keep you safe, so that things like today won't happen. Lan Yunai bit her lip, and had to nod. In this case, she had no choice at all. So, just like this, Lan Yunai came to the Crown Prince's palace. What made her feel terrified was that the Crown Prince Yang Lin actually met her in person and politely asked about her situation. Then Lan Yunai was arranged to stay in an elegant room in the Crown Prince's palace, and a maid was specially responsible for taking care of Lan Yunai's food and daily life. In this elegant pavilion, there is a library with rich collections, calligraphy and painting brushes for the owner to practice painting and calligraphy, and a practice room for the owner to practice martial arts. When Lan Yunai came to this elegant pavilion, her mood was extremely complicated. She didn't expect so many things to happen in the past few months. She ended up living in the prince's mansion by mistake. As a guest inscriptionist in the Inscriptionist Guild, inscriptions are often tailored according to the requirements of the guests. Each guest has different requirements. Some only require the drawing of inscriptions, while others require repairs and perfection of treasures. Every day, Lin Ming can come into contact with all kinds of strange materials. Faced with a variety of requirements, in the process of drawing, Lin Ming's understanding of the properties of various materials is increasingly improved, and the theories in his memory are also constantly integrated by Lin Ming. At the same time, his soul power also increased significantly. The use of Tai Soul Art became more proficient, and he even did not fall behind in the practice of Chaos True Essence Art. He often pushed himself to the limit, and then entered the ethereal martial intention, relying on the True Essence Stone to restore the True Essence. This made Lin Ming's Chaos True Essence Art steadily progress. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he reached the second level of minor success. After 3 consecutive days of drawing, Lin Ming became famous. More and more warriors in Xianan City knew that the Inscription Master Guild had a new guest inscription master. Although he was young, his level of inscription skills was close to that of the top inscription masters in Xianan country. The flame symbol on the inscription rune drawn by Lin Ming also became a hot brand. If a treasure was branded with such a flame symbol, its value would increase sharply. For warriors, a treasure from a famous family is like a mink coat to aristocratic women. People can't put it down. Wow, Sister Jingyan, a human-grade middle-grade treasured sword. In the Kixanwu mansion, Mirengzi saw Bei Jingyan's treasured sword and said with shining eyes, in Xianan country, human-grade middle-grade treasures are still very precious, and many warriors in the condensation vein stage do not have human-grade middle-grade treasures. Mirengzi and Bei Jingyan are both Yijin stage warriors. For Yijin stage warriors, human grade lower grade treasures are enough, and middle grade ones are too luxurious. Well, it was made by Master Yulian of Hualuo country. It was given to me by my uncle less than a year after it was sharpened. Mirengzi said, so that's the case. It's great to have such an uncle. TSK, this sword may cost 20,000 gold. Probably, but this amount of money is just a drizzle for your Mirang family. Haha, if my sister wants a human level mid-grade sword, isn't it very easy? Come on. Our family is not that wealthy. What's more, my dad is a stingy guy. He insisted that I be in the top 10 of the ranking stone before buying it for me. There is no hope of making the top 10 in the next year. Beijing Guyan smiled and said, as long as you are willing to work hard, it will be easy with your talent. Well, I hope so. But Sister Jingyan, why haven't I seen you take out this sword before? Beijing Guyan smiled and said, because there was no suitable inscription before. I never used it. This time I heard that the Inscription Master Guild has a new guest inscription master. He is young, but his inscription skills have reached the pinnacle. This person has an inscription rune that suits my attributes, so I want to take the sword to the Inscription Master Guild to have a look. Beijing Guyan said, while counting the materials. These materials have been prepared a long time ago, but they have never been used. The inscription rune of a human level medium grade treasure is quite particular. Inscription masters with insufficient grades cannot inscribe a medium grade treasure at all. Although the level of the inscription master is enough, it is often for one reason or another that it does not meet the wishes of the treasure owner. For example, Beijing Guyan wants this sword to have some water or ice attributes after the inscription, but there are not many inscription runes with attributes in the Xianan Kingdom inscription school. There are only a few water attributes such as the Lishu rune, and Beijing Guyan doesn't like these inscription runes very much, so he has been shelved. Murungziki asked, at such a young age, his inscription skills have reached the pinnacle. How young is he? It is said that he is less than 20 years old, but the exact age is not clear. TSK, you are exaggerating too much. The more people spread rumors, the more outrageous they are. I don't believe that a 20-year-old inscription master can have such a high level. I think this guest inscription master is either an old man who just looks younger, or he is not that good, and it's just boasted by others. Beijing Guyan smiled and said, Azzy, you seem to always look down on geniuses. When Lin Ming first appeared, you also looked down on him. What about now? Lin Ming is about to become a core disciple. You are out of temper now, right? You are just too jealous. You can't stand people of your age being better than you. Go away. Who is jealous? I have already started to work hard. Sister Jingyan, just wait and see. Even if I cannot beat that beast surnamed Lin in the future, I will not lose to him in the 10,000 killings array competition 3 months later. If he really makes it into the top 10, I will also make it into the top 10, to show you. Haha, who said just now that there is no hope of making it into the top 10 within a year? Beijing Guyan asked with a smile. That's because, Mirangzi blushed and had nothing to say. Beijing Guyan smiled and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Do you want to go with me to the Inscription Master Guild? I'm too lazy to go. This kind of thing is just a rumor. It's useless to go. You might as well ask Yuhan's grandfather for help. Yuhan's grandfather is the best inscription master in Xianan City, right? If he takes action, won't it be done in no time? Beijing Guyan said, I want the water attribute. President Wang is not good at this. Every profession has its own specialty. Although Wang Zuanji has a good attainment in the art of inscription, he only knows the fire attribute and the gold attribute of the 5 element. Then I'm leaving. You should practice well and strive to be in the top 10 in 3 months. Beijing Guyan said with a hint of sarcasm. Alright. If you can't get in, then you can't get in. I was just saying that. Why are you taking it so seriously? Mirangzi pouted unhappily, as if she was bullied by Beijing Guyan. Alright. I'll be kind and go with you to the Inscription Master Guild to see if the guest Inscription Master is worthy of being my uncle. Well, okay. Chapter 133 1 or 2 Starstones. In the Inscription Master Guild, Mirangzi saw Wang Yuhan talking to guests in the Inscription Master Hall from afar and immediately ran up to her in joy. Yuhan, long time no see, did you miss me? Mirangzi called from afar. Hey, it's you guys, it's been a long time. Wang Yuhan, Mirangzi and Beijing Guyan Three girls of similar age, similar status, and outstanding talents are the three most popular girls in Xianan City, except Qinxing. The three girls have known each other since childhood and are close friends, but later Mirengzi and Beijing Gan went to the 7 Zuanwu mansion, while Wang Yuhan preferred the inscription art and was not interested in fighting, so she gave up the opportunity to enter the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Yuhan, why didn't you follow grandpa to learn today and came to the hall to greet guests? Beijing Gan asked. By the way, didn't your inscription master guild have a new and powerful guest inscription master? Is he here today? Wang Yuhan was slightly startled and then realized that there were still many people who didn't know that the guest inscription master was Lin Ming. Otherwise Mirengzi and Beijing Gan, as disciples of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, how could they not know Lin Ming? With a mischievous smile on her face, she said, yes, I'm his assistant now, so I'm greeting guests in the hall. Wow, Miss Wang, a genius girl in inscription art, is personally an assistant. This is incredible. I must meet this person. Mirengzi said exaggeratedly. Wang Yuhan still smiled and said, I can learn a lot from being his assistant. Do you want to meet him now? Haha, I do. Beijing Gan interrupted at this time. I came to my sister today to ask this new guest inscription master something. As she spoke, she drew out the human level mid-grade treasure sword. I came here this time to ask for an inscription rune with water attribute. I wonder if the inscription master has time. Wang Yuhan covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled, saying, he has time. He has just recovered. I will take you there. The inscription room where Lin Ming was on the side of the hall. Wang Yuhan took the two girls and walked there in a few steps. They pushed open the door. Lin Ming had just withdrawn from the state of ethereal martial intent. His true essence and soul power had not yet recovered to the best condition. Hearing someone coming in, Lin Ming said while meditating, write the request on paper, put down the materials and treasures, and you can go out. Someone will call you after the inscription is finished. During this period, you are not allowed to come in. Lin Ming finished his words, but received no response. He frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. What came into view were Mirengzi and Beijing Gan's wide eyes, and Wang Yuhan's pretty face full of smiles. It's you. Lin Ming naturally recognized the 7 profound pride of the 7 profound martial mansion. It's you? You are the guest inscription master? Mirengzi seemed to not recognize Lin Ming. Her beautiful eyes were as big as turquoise eggs, staring at Lin Ming's face without blinking, as if she wanted to see through Lin Ming's face. Yes, I am. Since Lin Ming had enough status and influence, he no longer wanted to hide his identity as an inscription master. You. Mirengzi couldn't speak clearly. Although she had heard that the new guest inscription master was very young, she never thought that this person was actually Lin Ming. Are you kidding me? I admit that you are powerful. I have nothing to say about your understanding of martial arts, and I will treat you as an animal because of your comprehension. But you are also an inscription master? This is too depressing. Do you want me to live? Are you kidding me? Right? Yuhan, are you teaming up with this guy to make me happy? Okay, I admit that this trick is very creative, but this can't be true. Mirengzi saw Lin Ming's serious face and couldn't accept this fact. Wang Yuhan shrugged and said, it's possible that I can make you happy. Do you think Lin Ming will cooperate with me to make you happy? Mirengzi rolled his eyes. That's right, Lin Ming seems to be able to do nothing except practice, and he has no interest at all. Otherwise he would have picked up countless girls. How could he team up with Wang Yuhan to play such a joke on me, not to mention that he is not familiar with me? When did you learn the inscription technique? I was about 12 years old. Lin Ming made up a story. I met a master when I was 12 years old, and I learned it from him. Lin Ming said it lightly, but this tone made Mirengzi extremely unhappy. It was like a poor man asking a super rich man with a net worth of millions of gold when he made so much money, and the rich man said, I made it easily when I was young. This indifferent tone made Mirengzi want to hit him. Of course, considering that he might not be able to beat this beast if he really fought, Mirengzi had to give up. At this time, Beijing Gan also recovered. She smiled a little unnaturally and said, really? I didn't expect it. Every time I thought I had overestimated junior brother Lin, I found that I still underestimated junior brother Lin. Junior brother Lin has reached the master level in just 3 years of learning this inscription technique. Lin Ming said, I don't dare to be a master, but I can still draw some simple inscription runes. This is all thanks to my master. Beijing Guan laughed dryly twice. Some simple inscription runes? She heard that the ice guardian drawn by Lin Ming at the beginning directly changed the color of the armor when it was pasted on the armor. Is this also called a simple inscription rune? To become an inscription master in 3 years, Beijing Guan could only attribute it to Lin Ming's demonic comprehension. He was able to comprehend the bone-smashing fist with a 70% incomplete rate and become a master of inscription within 3 years. This is also barely acceptable. However, for Lin Ming to become an inscription master, does his soul talent have to be much more outstanding than his martial arts talent? What do you two have to do today? Lin Ming asked. He was very short on time and didn't want to waste it. Oh, I have something. Beijing Guan finally reacted and drew out his sword and handed it to Lin Ming. The sword was more than 3 feet long and the blade was as white and bright as snow. It was also very soft and could be easily wrapped around the waist. Above the hilt of the sword, there were 2 characters written in seal script, Bishu. What a good sword, Lin Ming praised. He had just used his soul to explore the Bishu sword and found that the array structure was very exquisite. I'm afraid this sword is top-notch even among the middle grade treasures of the human level. Beijing Guan said, Junior brother Lin, I want to engrave an inscription rune with water or ice attributes, and the increase in true essence should be more than 36%. Water or ice attributes, 36%, that's all? No, that's all. Beijing Guan heard Lin Ming's casual tone, and it was obvious that her request was not a problem. She thought for a while and said, if junior brother Lin can do better, that would be the best. If these materials are not enough, I can add more. Lin Ming glanced at the materials on the table. Although these materials were precious, they were useless to him. They could only be exchanged for points. Even if he exchanged for more points, some materials could not be bought because the Inscription Master Guild did not have them. Thinking of his previous plan, Lin Ming made a decision in his heart. Why not use all he has learned these days to see if he can draw an inscription rune that will shock the acquired masters. In this way, he can attract the attention of acquired masters across the country to help him find these rare materials. He should be able to find them in a short time. Thinking of this, Lin Ming said, 1 or 2 star shining stones. If senior sister Jingyan can find 1 or 2 star shining stones, then I will provide the materials myself and draw the highest level of inscription runes that I can draw now, and I guarantee that senior sister Jingyan will be satisfied. 1 or 2 star shining stones? Before Beijing Guan could speak, Mirengzi shouted, Yao are too mean. 1 or 2 star shining stones are worth more than 15,000 taels of gold, and they are very difficult to find in Xianan country. If you really want to buy them, 15,000 taels of gold may not be enough. Star shining stone can not only be used for inscriptions, but also for refining equipment. It is an extremely precious material. Lin Ming said, my true essence has become more condensed recently, and my inscription skills have improved, so I can barely support this kind of inscription rune. There is a risk of failure in doing this, and the value of the materials used will not be less than 6 or 7,000 taels of gold. I can guarantee that, as long as it succeeds, it will be absolutely worth it. If it weren't for the fact that the Starshine Stone is not even available in the Inscription Master Guild and is really hard to find, I wouldn't have made this request. Beijing Guan gritted her teeth and said, okay, my uncle has a certain influence in Hualuo country. Maybe he can buy it, I promise you. Beijing Guan has an extraordinary status in the Bei family. Although 15,000 taels of gold is not a small amount, she can still use it occasionally. Well, thank you, senior sister Jingyan. Lin Ming said as he picked up a pen and wrote a list. The money and points spent on these materials will be deducted from my account. Lin Ming handed the list to Wang Yuhan. This was Lin Ming's private business. According to the rules of the Inscription Master Guild, the guest Inscription Master needed to split the remuneration provided by the customer with the Inscription Master Guild in a 6:4 ratio. The Inscription Master Guild provided the materials, and the guest Inscription Master provided the services. However, with Lin Ming's current status, the Inscription Master Guild would not mind if he occasionally borrowed the name of the guest Inscription Master and the materials of the Inscription Master Guild to do private business. Wang Yuan was slightly surprised when she saw this row of materials. These materials were very valuable. Generally speaking, even for complicated high-level inscription runes, the cost of the materials used was about 1,000 taels of gold, while the cost of the inscription rune, provided by Lin Ming, was 7,000 taels of gold, and some of the materials were quite rare. After collecting all the materials, Lin Ming did not start drawing immediately, but picked up a true essence stone, and entered the state of ethereal martial intention again. He meditated and adjusted his breath for half an hour, allowing his true essence and soul power to return to their peak state. After that, Lin Ming started to draw officially. What he was going to draw today was the complete version of Ice Fragments. Request a monthly ticket. The monthly ticket list is in jeopardy. Thank you all. Chapter 134. The Storm Rises Again. Ice Shards is comparable to that of Ice Guardian. If Lin Ming's inscription skills had not improved by leaps and bounds in recent days, he would not have dared to guarantee that he could draw it successfully. Cold crystal stone. Crush it. Add 1 yuan of heavy water to mix well. Filter out the residue. Lin Ming began to instruct Wang Yuan to process the materials. After these few days of cooperation, Wang Yuan and Lin Ming have formed a unique tacit understanding. As long as Lin Ming gives an order, Wang Yuan can process the materials quickly and perfectly. Wang Yuan's slender fingers danced like an elf, and she quickly processed the materials one by one. Lin Ming was not vague either. He took a piece of material and directly operated the Tai Soul Art, and began to draw. One after another, inscriptions appeared in the air. Some of them were as big as the moon, and some were as small as pearls. They shone with a dreamy light, as if they were breathing rhythmically like life. Lin Ming's success rate in drawing inscriptions was very high. At the beginning, there were almost no failures. Later, as Lin Ming's soul power and true essence were consumed, occasionally the shining inscriptions suddenly broke, turning into stars of broken light, circling in the air and scattering, like fireflies flying in the night sky. In such an illusory and beautiful light, Lin Ming's extremely focused expression and his eyes like black gems that always stared at the gorgeous inscriptions in the air actually made people instantly addicted. Wang Yuan's heart jumped up uncontrollably. She quietly looked at Lin Ming's profile, staring at the slightly angular outline in the light, and for a moment, her cheeks were slightly red. She always felt that Lin Ming's concentration on the inscription technique was his most attractive moment, and only at this time, Wang Yuan could not worry about being discovered by Lin Ming, and could secretly watch Lin Ming's face from her angle. This scene lasted for a long time, until the sun sank into the Great Zhao Mountain, and the inscription room gradually became dim. At this time, the light of the inscription runes became more and more gorgeous and charming. The inscription runes drawn by Lin Ming this time were quite complicated. He had drawn more than 150 inscription runes in a row. The layers of ice blue light actually woven into a long scroll, like a sky full of stars embedded in the night. This was a scene that never appeared in the Xiaonan Kingdom's inscription art school. Even Murungzi, who was usually a little heartless, was intoxicated by these lights unconsciously. It was really too beautiful. After another quarter of an hour, Lin Ming was close to his limit. He gritted his teeth and drew the last inscription rune. Then he put his hands together, and countless blue lights merged together in an instant, weaving a blue dream. Lin Ming directly took Beijing Guan's green water sword, pinched his hand seal, and the ice blue flame-shaped inscription rune fell on the snow-white sword body of the green water sword. With the sound of kai kai, a blue flame appeared on the jade water sword, and then the ice blue color quickly spread out with the flame as the center, and instantly covered the entire sword. Then, there was only the sound of cold air condensing, and a layer of frost condensed on the sword of the jade water sword. The sword seemed to be absorbing the surrounding heat, and the temperature in the inscription room suddenly dropped by several degrees. Murungzi watched the frost on the sword getting thicker and thicker, and her beautiful eyes widened. This is. Beijing Guan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, staring at the jade water sword with burning eyes, and hesitated for a moment, and did not reach out to take it. Lin Ming rested for a while, recovered his true energy, and poured it into the inscription rune. He casually swung the sword, and a half-moon-shaped blue light visible to the naked eye came out from the sword, embedded in a stone platform in the inscription rune like a piece of thin paper, and disappeared. In an instant, the place where the stone platform was cut by the blue light formed a neat cross-section. The stone platform was about to slide down, but at this time, a layer of ice suddenly condensed and froze the stone platform, so the stone platform still maintained its original appearance. The skill of inscription. Wang Yuan screamed when she saw the blue light. The skill of inscription is that the inscription master changes the flow of the true essence in the treasure through the changes in the formation in the inscription rune, and finally condenses the true essence into skills, which are used to hurt the enemy like martial arts. This is equivalent to giving the warrior an extra martial arts skill. In the inscription school of Xianan country, the skill of inscription has been basically lost, and even the inscription masters of several nearby countries do not know it. Only some inscription masters of Hualuo country may be able to understand it. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan's breathing became rapid. For Wang Yuan, who is obsessed with the art of inscription, nothing can make her more excited than seeing something that is only recorded in classics happen in front of her. When Lin Ming first drew the powerful talisman, he also attached an inscription skill, Violent Strike. When the warrior infuses the true essence into the weapon, the formation in the inscription absorbs the true essence and compresses it to the extreme, and then bursts out instantly, which can cause very powerful lethality in close combat. At the beginning, Tai Feng relied on this inscription skill to defeat his opponent Li Qi on the Tenli parade ground, which was unexpected and attracted the attention of Mu Yi. In the end, Lin Ming got to know Mu Yi because of this. However, the inscription skill of Violent Strike is relatively low level, which is only equivalent to ordinary human level low grade martial arts. It is not very valuable. After all, the cost of Lin Ming drawing a powerful talisman was only 100 taels of gold. The Violent Strike can play a role in turning defeat into victory in Tai Feng's hands, because Tai Feng joined the army since he was a child and his family was poor. He did not learn formal skills in martial arts at all, so a set of human level low grade martial arts is very valuable to him and can improve his combat effectiveness to a higher level. Therefore, Mu Yi offered a purchase price of 3,000 taels for Lin Ming's inscription rune, which was not low. To put it bluntly, the inscription skill of the violent attack was not affordable for people like Tai Feng who had not learned formal martial arts, and rich people like Beijing Guan and Mirengzi had no need for it, so it was a bit useless. But now the inscription skill attached to this ice fragment is different. This inscription skill is equivalent to a human level middle grade martial art, and it is one of the top ones. What is the name of this inscription skill? Wang Yuan's voice was a little excited. Senior Sister Jingyan can feel it. As long as you infuse the true essence into the inscription rune, it can be activated. Lin Ming said, and handed the jade water sword to Beijing Guan. Beijing Guan took a deep breath and carefully took the jade water sword. As soon as the weapon was in hand, Beijing Guan could immediately feel a coolness passing through her arm into her body, as if there was a feeling of blood connection. As soon as she raised her true essence, it immediately flowed into the jade water sword without any obstruction. The whole process was smooth without any loss. The effect of the true essence amplification has increased by at least 40%. Beijing Guan was secretly shocked. As far as she knew, even Wang Zuanji was only at this level, and the sword was even attached with the inscription technique. Beijing Guan followed Lin Ming's instructions and concentrated her true essence into the inscription rune. She could feel her true essence transformed into icy air through a wonderful transformation. As she continued to infuse her true essence, the cold air contained in the jade water sword became more and more terrifying. Gradually, the jade water sword uttered an excited hum, and the sword body trembled violently. Beijing Guan had no doubt that now, as long as she swung her sword, she could split the entire inscription rune. This ice slash is stronger than the 2 human level middle grade martial arts I selected from the 7 Zuanwu Mansion library. Although Beijing Guan did not swing her sword, she came to this conclusion. After hearing Beijing Guan's evaluation, Wang Yuan was shocked, even though she had been mentally prepared. You know, the library of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion is the best martial arts that Xianan country can find. There are many warriors in Xianan country who have never been able to enter the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, or have entered the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, but have never entered the Heavenly Mansion, and cannot choose human level mid-grade martial arts. Even if they enter the Heavenly Mansion, and can choose human level mid-grade martial arts, they can only choose unpopular martial arts among human level mid-grade martial arts due to their ranking. Beijing Guan ranked 22nd, and his choice of martial arts was already good, but even so, he was still not as good as the Ice Slash. How could Wang Yuan not be surprised? It can be imagined that this kind of inscription rune will inevitably cause an uproar in the martial arts circle of Xianan country. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of condensed veins warriors and even acquired warriors coming to ask for an inscription rune. Wang Yuan estimated that, even if this inscription rune was sold for 20,000 taels or even 30,000 taels of gold, it would still be in short supply. However, it would not be much higher. After all, only a human level mid-grade treasure weapon could match this kind of inscription rune. The inscription rune plus the treasure weapon would cost more than 50,000 taels of gold. Even most warriors in the condensed vein stage could not afford this price. In this way, after deducting the cost, one inscription rune would earn at least 20,000 gold. Although drawing this kind of inscription rune consumes a lot of energy, with Lin Ming's terrifying recovery ability, he could draw 2 a day. 2 would cost 40,000 taels. As long as there are enough customers, it would be 1.2 million a month. This is simply robbing money. It is estimated that there will be no less than 100 warriors in Xianan country who can afford this 20,000 gold. Lin Ming can earn more than 2 million gold just by this inscription rune. What Wang Yuan thought of, Lin Ming naturally thought of too. He has been practicing until now. Now he has reached the peak of the 3rd level of physical training. In addition to the crazy practice of inscription techniques in the past few days, it is just enough to draw this kind of inscription rune. What he lacked most now was not gold, but materials. Many materials could not be bought with gold, so Lin Ming planned to exchange rare materials for inscription runes. Whoever wanted to find his service would prepare the materials they needed. In this way, he mobilized all the warriors in Xianan country. He did not believe that he could not gather the materials needed for the inscription runes in a short time. The news that Lin Ming exchanged top-level inscription runes for air materials spread quickly in Xianan city like a heavy bomb. Inscription runes with a 40% amplification rate and top-level inscription skills were considered top-notch in Xianan city. Even Wang Zuanji could not draw them, because the inscription skills had been lost in the inscription master school of Xianan country. Chapter 135 Who is more vicious? Generally, low-level inscription skills are not valued by condensed vein stage warriors because they have more advanced martial arts, and inscription skills are equivalent to chicken ribs for them. However, when they learned that this is an inscription skill equivalent to a top-level human-level mid-grade martial arts, they became jealous. Many warriors in Xianan country do not have human level mid-grade martial arts, and even if they do, they will not be top level. Besides, who doesn't want to have more martial arts, to be able to respond when facing the enemy? If one move is seen through, there is still a second move. However, what makes this news explosive is not the inscription rune itself, but the person who drew the inscription rune. He turned out to be Lin Ming. The genius of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion for 100 years, the most dazzling new star in Xianan country today, not only comprehended the martial arts, but also has a super high comprehension. At the same time, he is also a master of inscription skills. He can draw a top level inscription rune with the best inscription skills. And his age is only a few months away from 16. Is this possible? For Lin Ming's die-hard fans, nothing is impossible, as long as it happens to Lin Ming. Inscription is indeed difficult, but Lin Ming's comprehension is so monstrous that he became a master of inscription at the age of 15. Although it is a shocking miracle, it is not inexplicable. However, some people who know more about inscription, especially some inscription masters, are unwilling to believe it. After all, inscription requires time to accumulate, and comprehension alone is not enough. However, 2 days later, the Inscription Guild gave a clear response, confirming that the rumor is true, and then the next day, the official newspaper of Xianan City clearly wrote the news that Lin Ming, a disciple of the Xianxi mansion of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, and a guest inscription master of the Inscription Master Guild, exchanged the best inscription runes with top-level inscription skills for rare materials, and listed the list of materials purchased by Lin Ming. Official newspapers are generally only used for official documents and notices, and rarely involve matters outside the government. This time, Lin Ming's affairs were written to help Lin Ming collect materials as soon as possible. In this way, people can't help but believe it. For a warrior in the condensed vein stage, a human-grade middle-grade treasure with a top-grade inscription symbol can greatly improve their combat effectiveness. Such a middle-grade treasure, with all the true essence, can even cut off the opponent's lower-grade treasure. Without weapons, how can they fight? Human-grade middle-grade treasures are common. As long as you prepare 20,000 gold and spend some effort, you can always buy it, but the inscription symbol that can match the middle-grade treasure is extremely rare. Especially those that match your own attributes, it is even more rare. Therefore, some warriors in the condensed vein stage, who have not even got a human-grade middle-grade treasure, also want to come to the Inscription Master Guild to ask for an inscription symbol. Soon, they began to mobilize their surrounding relationships and look for various materials listed in the list of the official newspaper. The warriors who can afford this kind of top-grade inscription symbol are all from a big family. Either they are extremely powerful, or they come from a noble family with rich family heritage. The relationships they have are naturally complicated. There are many big families, and the power they have is much greater than that of the prince. The effect of mobilizing such a huge force to find these rare materials can be imagined. However, some people were reluctant to spend their gold and kept a wait-and-see attitude, hoping to see the price of this inscription rune drop. However, they soon regretted it, because the materials on the list were getting fewer and fewer, and the remaining ones were becoming more and more rare and precious. As the materials were constantly collected, Lin Ming's inscription skills became more and more proficient. He practiced with top quality materials every day, and with the consumption of pure true essence stones, Lin Ming's inscription skills became more and more perfect. Before, when he drew the top level inscription rune ice fragment, he was very reluctant, but now, he has become familiar with it. Moreover, with the assistance of the ethereal martial intention, Lin Ming's chaos true essence art has not fallen behind. He has now reached the second level of chaos true essence art. The blood and energy of his body have increased again, and the true essence has become more and more condensed. Lin Ming believes that now, if he only competes with Ling Sen in strength, he may not lose. 3 more days passed, and Lin Ming was only short of a few materials, and these materials were the most precious and hard to find. For example, the priceless blood of the 5th level fierce beast had not been found yet. Lin Ming watched the materials on the list being crossed out one by one, and felt a great sense of accomplishment. But looking at the last few most precious materials left, he was a little worried. If he couldn't find them in a short time, it would be a bit troublesome. At this moment, a sound transmission node from the prince made Lin Ming's face darken slightly. Brother Lin, there is something that may affect your mood for martial arts. I didn't want to tell you, but after thinking it over again and again, I still feel that I should mention it to you. A few days ago, Zhang Guanyu took people to Miss Lan's residence with ill intentions. Then Mr. Liao arrived in time and rescued Miss Lan. Now I have arranged Miss Lan in a safe place in the mansion. I suspect that Zhang Guanyu wants to use Miss Lan to strike your martial arts heart and then anger you. In the 4-month duel, he will be ruthless and make you seriously injured and unable to pass the assessment of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Zhang Guanyu is practicing the Hehuan divine art. This set of skills will naturally lead to the practitioner's possessiveness becoming stronger and stronger. Moreover, Zhang Guanyu himself is also paranoid and crazy. I'm afraid that he will harm Brother Lin in the future. Brother Lin must be careful. I have also sent some masters from Qianxue City. I have also handed over the sound transmission node to the Lin family, hoping to help protect the safety of your father and mother. The sound transmission node stopped here, and Lin Ming frowned. Zhang Guanyu. He didn't know this person. Although he always heard of this person's name, after entering the Qianxue mansion, he had never seen him. He only saw Ling Sen and Tuoku. These two often appeared together and obviously had a good personal relationship. However, Zhang Guanyu was obviously not the same kind of person as these two. Although Annihilating and I have nothing to do with each other anymore, I will not ask about her future life, or who she marries, but Zhang Guanyu, you are courting death by touching her just to deal with me. Even though you are a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial Arts Mansion and an elite trained by the United Chamber of Commerce, I can't kill you, but I will make you pay a heavy price. Wang Yuan, who had been beside Lin Ming, noticed Lin Ming's gloomy expression and guessed that it was because of the sound transmission note just now. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, "Mr. Lin, is there something wrong?" "It's not a big deal." In this martial arts competition, the 7 Profound Martial Arts Mansion pushed Zhang Guanyu and me to the opposite side of each other. Zhang Guanyu wanted to get involved in Lan Yunyu so as to hit my martial arts heart. He probably thought that he would definitely defeat me in 4 months. He wanted to deal with me before I grow up so that I would be seriously injured and unable to pass the assessment of the 7 Profound Martial Arts Mansion. Lin Ming did not hide anything from Wang Yuan. He had already let go of the matter of Lan Yunyu, so there was naturally no need to hide it. Involved Miss Lan. Could it be that Miss Lan? Only a few people in the aristocratic circle knew about Lin Ming and Lan Yunyu's affairs. Wang Yuan belonged to the Inscription Master Guild, so she naturally knew about it. She unconsciously covered her mouth. If Lan Yunyu was insulted by Zhang Guanyu, it would be too tragic. Zhang Guanyu practiced the Hehuan divine art, which would definitely do more harm than good to the woman he regarded as a target of sexual intercourse. Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Mr. Liu arrived in time, so it's okay." Fortunately, Wang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest with her little hand. "Then Miss Lan is now very safe." "Oh, that's good." Wang Yuan wanted to ask Lin Ming about his views on love, but hesitated for a moment, but felt that asking this question was too abrupt. After thinking for a long time, she didn't know how to start. At this moment, a sound transmission note exploded in front of Lin Ming, and it was from Crown Prince Lin Ming again. "Brother Lin, I have a piece of advice. I've thought about it, and I'll say it out. According to the information I've obtained, Zhang Guanyu may have made considerable progress. After practicing the Hehuan divine art, his strength has greatly improved. If you are not sure, it is best not to challenge Zhang Guanyu rashly. The Hehuan divine art is a very vicious skill. If it leaves hidden injuries, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Brother Lin to pass the core disciple assessment of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. The core disciple assessment only requires Brother Lin to reach the peak of Yijin at the age of 16, and does not require defeating Zhang Guanyu. Zhang Guanyu is a paranoid and vicious person. He would not hesitate to hurt both sides in a fight. Brother Lin, please think twice before acting, and don't ruin your future, just to fight for a breath." The flames went out, and Lin Ming snorted in his heart. Is the Hehuan divine art vicious? I wonder if it is as vicious as the break pulse hand? I had never thought of learning the severing veins hand so soon. I'm really sorry that I won't learn it, even though you force me to do so. You want to beat me so badly that I can't pass the assessment of the core disciples of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. Then I will destroy your martial arts and sexual ability and let you be a quasi-eunuch for the rest of your life. It can be regarded as doing something good for the girls in Xianan City. But Zhang Guanyu is already very strong. No matter how much progress he makes in practicing the Hehuan divine art, I can't take it lightly, otherwise I might lose. After the body inscription is completed this time, I will diligently practice the power of the evil god in the golden rock breaking the void. With 3 prongs, no matter how much progress you make, you will never be able to turn over. When Lin Ming was thinking about these sinister thoughts, Wang Yuan suddenly felt a chill in his heart and whispered in Lin Ming's ear, Zhang Guanyu, that's the man. Huh. Lin Ming was shocked. Zhang Guanyu actually took the initiative to find the Inscriptionist Association. You are so brave, Zhang Guanyu. You want to insult Lan Yunyu, and you have the guts to come to see me. Lin Ming looked in the direction Wang Yuhan said and saw a young man wearing a silk snow satin Kirin brocade robe, a 7-star crown on his head, and holding a folding fan, smiling and walking over. This young man had fair skin, a ruddy complexion, sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, and cherry red lips. He had some of the feminine softness of a woman, but he was still handsome and elegant. He was a handsome man, and with his warm smile, he looked like a real gentleman. It was hard to imagine from his appearance that he was so paranoid and vicious inside. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Digging Your Own Grave. Early stage of bone forging realm. Lin Ming made a judgment in his mind instantly. He and Zhang Guanai were not much different in cultivation, and he could tell the other's cultivation at a glance. There were only 2 bone forging realm disciples in Qianxue mansion of Kixanwu mansion. One was Tuoku and the other was Zhang Guanai. Their real combat power was definitely stronger than the warriors at the peak of bone forging realm if they were taken outside of Kixanwu mansion. Oh, Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. After seeing Lin Ming, Zhang Guanai closed his fan and walked up with a smile on his face. Lin Ming smiled and watched Zhang Guanai acting. What a great Zhang Guanai, even better than ZHU Yan. ZHU Yan was at most a little sinister and moody, but Zhang Guanai was not only sinister and paranoid, but also thick-skinned to the point of being outrageous. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Zhang Guanai pulled the hem of his brocade robe and sat down on the stool in front of Lin Ming. I didn't expect Brother Lin to be a master of inscriptions. I couldn't believe it when I got the news. A master of inscriptions at the age of 15. What kind of concept is this? It's a pity that there is no inheritance of inscription masters in the 7 veins of the 7 Xuanwu mansion. Otherwise, Brother Lin would have been designated as the core disciple of the 7 Xuanwu mansion just based on this. Zhang Guanai said, while waving his fan, looking very familiar with Lin Ming. When Zhang Guanai learned that Lin Ming was the inscription master who was in the limelight recently in the Inscription Master Guild, he was also very shocked. Lin Ming's comprehension was too terrifying. He could actually learn the inscription art master so quickly. This made him feel more and more uneasy, but he had already confronted Lin Ming, and he couldn't retreat. Lin Ming didn't say anything, but Wang Yuhan was already annoyed. There were 2 types of men she hated the most. One was to play with women, and the other was a beast in human form, and Zhang Guanai happened to have both. Zhang Guanai, the Inscription Master Guild does not welcome you. Please leave immediately. Wang Yuhan was born in an aristocratic family and was well educated. Even though she was angry, her words did not sound murderous at all. Zhang Guanai ignored her directly. He rarely got angry with beautiful women, especially those he had not yet conquered. He looked at Wang Yuhan with a smile and said, Miss Wang is still so charming. I also like her straightforward temper. How about Miss Wang come to my house some other day and have tea and chat together? After hearing what Zhang Guanai said, Wang Yuhan was going crazy. He actually flirted with her in front of her in this situation. At this time, Lin Ming said coldly, Mr. Zhang, if you are fine, you can leave. I will visit you in 4 months. Now, please don't stop me from working. Haha, Mr. Lin, I heard that Mr. Lin is collecting top quality materials. I happened to bring some here today. Zhang Guanai said as he took out a small bottle from the Zumi ring. The small bottle contained a dark red liquid, which was extremely viscous and as heavy as mercury. Level 5 beast blood. Lin Ming's eyes condensed. He had been looking for this level 5 beast blood for a long time, but still couldn't find it. This United Chamber of Commerce, which existed longer than the royal family of Xianan country, was indeed terrifyingly profound. It was found so quickly. Haha, Brother Lin has a good eye. It is indeed level 5 beast blood. Today I came to find Brother Lin for the inscription technique. Zhang Guanai said, and then pulled out a long sword from the Zumi ring. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long. The sword guard was simple and honest. The sword blade was cold and shining, and the sword body was covered with blue patterns, like the patterns formed after the cracking of 10,000 years of ice. It was a top grade sword at first glance. Lin Ming used his soul power to explore it a little and was immediately shocked. A human level top grade sword. This was the first time he saw a human level top grade treasure. In Qianxue country, perhaps only experienced acquired warriors like Mu Yi and Wang Zuanji could use human level top grade treasures as weapons. This kind of treasure cannot be bought in Qianxue country. Brother Lin is indeed very knowledgeable. It is indeed a top grade treasure of the human level. I hope to write an inscription on this treasure. I need an inscription rune with a 50% increase and an inscription skill. If Brother Lin can do it, I will mobilize the United Chamber of Commerce to help Brother Lin find the materials he lacks. Inscription rune with a 50% increase? Lin Ming frowned and said, I can't do it. Really? That's a pity. But Brother Lin has been looking for these materials for your master these days. Can you ask your master to help? The reward is easy to talk about. Zhang Guanai hesitated for a moment and said while shaking his fan. Lin Ming was slightly stunned and immediately understood Zhang Guanai's thoughts. He came here today to test his master. Yes, even if Lin Ming's comprehension was amazing, and he could become a top-level inscription master at the age of 16, it was impossible for him to learn without a teacher. Especially Lin Ming's inscription technique was not from the school of Qianxue country, but obviously came from somewhere else. So Zhang Guanai was afraid. Lin Ming said, why I collect materials, you don't have to worry about it. As for my master, he usually travels around, and I can't find him, so you don't have to count on him to take action. Oh, is that so? Zhang Guanai's mind turned rapidly. Although he was as crazy as a mad dog would not bite a tiger. He was indeed testing who Lin Ming's master was. He guessed that Lin Ming's master should be an acquired warrior, whose strength was at least equal to Mu Yi, and this person's level in inscription was better than Wang Zuanji. As for the innate, he had never thought about it. Innate warriors were all legendary existences. How could the disciples they accepted fall to the point of worshipping in the 7 Zuanwu mansion, competing for the resources of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, and then being forced to participate in the core disciple assessment? An innate master, even if placed in the 3rd grade sect 7 Zuan Valley, is an extraordinary figure. An acquired warrior, with the foundation of the United Chamber of Commerce, does not need to be feared, because the United Chamber of Commerce itself has acquired masters. Moreover, it seems that this acquired master does not seem to have a deep relationship with Lin Ming. Zhang Guanai has checked Lin Ming's past before. It is certain that Lin Ming has always lived a miserable life. He could only use the lowest level healing medicine for a long time. He once sold inscriptions in the treasure pavilion, but was rejected. The treasure pavilion is the property of the United Chamber of Commerce. The most likely thing is that Lin Ming picked up the inheritance of a peak acquired master by chance, and then he relied on his amazing understanding to teach himself. This can explain why he is so young and has such strong strength, but at the same time he lives so miserable and has to worship in the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Zhang Guanai is crazy and paranoid, but not stupid. Based on some clues, he quickly reasoned that Lin Ming's affairs are somewhat close to the actual situation. But he didn't expect that what Lin Ming picked up was not the inheritance of a peak acquired master, but the inheritance of a strong man in the god realm. Thinking of this, Zhang Guanai smiled again, but his smile concealed an imperceptible hideousness. He decided not to change his previous plan against Lin Ming. He wanted Lin Ming to have a miserable end, so that he could satisfy his anger. That's such a pity that I missed the opportunity to meet such a senior master. But Mr. Lin, since I took out this bottle of level 5 ferocious beast blood, I have no intention of taking it back. I would like to ask Mr. Lin if Mr. Lin does it himself while ensuring the top level inscription skills. How much can the power of this treasure be increased at most? If you require specific attributes, it's only 41%. If you don't need it, it's 43%. As soon as Lin Ming finished speaking, Wang Yuan said anxiously, Mr. Lin, don't help him. You inscribed it for him, but he will use this sword against you. It was obvious that Zhang Guanai came today, one to inquire about Lin Ming's master, and the other was to inscribe his human grade superior sword. Now in Qianxue country, Lin Ming's inscription skills are second to none. Haha, if Mr. Lin doesn't dare to inscribe, that's fine. I can mobilize the relationship of the United Chamber of Commerce and go to Hualuo country to find one. Although it will take some effort and cost a lot, I can barely find an inscription master who meets my requirements. Hualuo country has many strong people, and the level of inscription skills is correspondingly higher than that of Xianan country, but there is no inscription master who can add the best inscription skills to the inscription skills. At most, they are better than Lin Ming and the increase of true essence. Lin Ming smiled and said, "You don't have to provoke me. Since I have decided to fight you, I naturally want to defeat you in your strongest state. This is my martial arts." Of course, Lin Ming is willing to inscribe for Zhang Guanyu. In addition to the reasons he just said, the most important thing is this level 5 beast blood. If you miss this time, you don't know when you can find it next time. As for the inscription rune, that can improve Zhang Guanyu's strength, it is true, but the inscription rune can improve his own strength even more. Zhang Guanyu probably never dreamed that this level 5 beast blood in Lin Ming's hands can directly improve his strength and the speed of cultivation. Then I'll trouble Mr. Lin. Zhang Guanyu licked his lips. He didn't expect Lin Ming to really agree. His original intention was to make Lin Ming not dare to inscribe for him today and then slightly dampen his pride. After all, the power of a human level top grade treasure, coupled with a top grade inscription rune, is too terrifying. Even facing Lin Ming's heavy spear of purple black bullet iron, after infusing enough true energy, it can be cut off. The weapon is cut off. How can the decisive battle be fought? Zhang Guanyu said, "I don't need specific attributes, just 40% and 30% is fine. However, what if Mr. Lin can't do what you said, or deliberately left some hidden tricks in the inscription runes?" Lin Ming snorted and said, "If you don't believe me, why bother to come to me? Don't you have an inscription master in your United Chamber of Commerce? Even if you don't have the skills to draw inscriptions, you can detect the authenticity of the inscription runes I draw. I won't give up my pride just to damage a human level top grade treasure of your United Chamber of Commerce. Okay. Then I'll wait here." Seeing that things were a foregone conclusion, Wang Yuan sighed. Lin Ming was too impulsive. Now was not the time to act on impulse. Zhang Guanyu was very powerful, but Lin Ming was still helping him to create top grade weapons. To put it nicely, this was acting on impulse, and to put it bluntly, it was simply digging his own grave. Sorry, it's a little late. Chapter 137, Small Accomplishment of Physical Skills. After a brief preparation, Lin Ming began the drawing process. Now Lin Ming has become more and more proficient in drawing these top level inscription runes. This time, because it was the first time to inscribe a human level top grade treasure, the drawing process was a little slower, and it took a total of half an hour. The seal and inscription were completed in one breath. In the end, nearly 100 shining inscription runes condensed into a flame-shaped inscription rune on the human level top grade sword. Zhang Guanyu picked up the sword in his hand and tried it. The true essence was poured into it, and it really increased by 43%. Then the true essence condensed into the inscription technique, which was also very powerful. Haha, good sword. Zhang Guanyu laughed. This Lin Ming is such an idiot. I really can't wait to see what kind of expression and mentality Lin Ming will have when he dies under this sword inscribed by himself 4 months later. I will use this sword and the most vicious moves in the Heho and Divine Art at the right opportunity to seriously injure you, and even greatly reduce your cultivation. I want to see how you can pass the assessment of the core disciples of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. However, Zhang Guanyu didn't know that Lin Ming had the same idea at this time. He sneered in his heart as he watched Zhang Guanyu perform the inscription skills. This Zhang Guanyu is really a fool. He saved me a lot of effort. I just waited. 4 months later, Zhang Guanyu was defeated miserably because of these 2 body inscription talismans. It's a pity that Zhang Guanyu doesn't know why he was defeated, nor does he know how much effect the blood of the 5th level beast played. Otherwise, I would like to see his expression. I will use the most cruel moves in the Severing Meridian's hand to not only cut off your meridians, but also greatly reduce your sexual ability. I want to see how you practice your Heho and Divine Art when facing women in the future. Although both of them have vicious intentions, they can't be seen on the surface. Especially Zhang Guanyu, the smile on his face is extremely bright. By the way, Mr. Lin, I seem to have some misunderstandings with Mr. Lin before about Miss Lan Yunai Lan. At that time, I went to visit Miss Lan, and Mr. Liu was too excited and misunderstood me. Really? So that's it. Lin Ming sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what Zhang Guanyu wanted to say. To be honest, I do admire Miss Lan, otherwise I would not have visited her. However, when it comes to girls I like, I never use dishonorable means and always pursue them actively. When Zhang Guanyu said this, an angry voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Guanyu, do you still have any shame? The simple-minded Wang Yuhan couldn't stand it anymore. She now wished she could kill this beast in human form immediately. However, Zhang Guanyu's cultivation had reached a certain level. He completely ignored Wang Yuhan and went on talking to himself. Well, I heard before that Mr. Lin likes to make bets when he duels with others, just like with Wang Yanfeng and Zhang Kang. So this time, Mr. Lin is dueling with me. Should we also make a bet? How about this? Among the materials Mr. Lin needs, I happen to have one 7-star rock. I will use this to bet with Mr. Lin about the ownership of Miss Lan. How about it? If I lose, then the 7-star rock belongs to Mr. Lin, and I will never disturb Miss Lan again. If I win, then the 7-star rock will still belong to Mr. Lin. But Mr. Lin, please don't interfere in Miss Lan's affairs anymore. Whether I can impress Miss Lan's heart depends on my own ability. In other words, no matter I win or lose, the 7-star rock will be given to Mr. Lin. But if Mr. Lin loses, then Mr. Lin should not interfere in Miss Lan's affairs anymore. How about it? Can you win Lan Yunai's heart with your own abilities? Lin Ming smiled. After all the twists and turns, Zhang Guanyu still wanted to use Lan Yunai to strike at his martial arts aspirations. If he lost the battle in 4 months, he would not be able to raise his head and his defeat would be horrible. He responded to Zhang Guanyu with a sneer. Even if I'm sure to win you, I will not bet with a woman. Lan Yunai has nothing to do with me anymore, and it's none of my business who she marries. If you are a good person, it's fine to pursue Lan Yunai, but if you try to get your hands on Lan Yunai in order to deal with me, I will not sit idly by. I do lack a few materials, but it's not that I can't find them without the United Chamber of Commerce. It's just a little troublesome. Now you can get out. This time, Zhang Guanyu's face finally sank. Ha. It seems that you are sure you can beat me? Good. Very good. Zhang Guanyu, you want to beat me so that I can never turn over in 4 months. What a coincidence. I have the same plan. By then, let's see who will be more ruthless. Haha. Very good. In that case, see you in 4 months. I will make you regret coming to this world. Zhang Guanyu put away his sword and left. Lin Ming took out a Zenyuan stone and prepared to restore his Zenyuan. At this time, Wang Yuhan could not help but said, Mr. Lin, you are too reckless. Although the blood of a level 5 fierce beast is rare, it is not completely impossible to find. We just need to wait a few more days. But you helped Zhang Guanyu to engrave a sword for this. Your inscription runes are almost impossible to find, even if you go to Hualuo country. That Zhang Guanyu seems to have been practicing the Hehuan divine art for several months. In these few months, he has taken dozens of women into his mansion. I don't know how much his strength has improved. Mr. Lin, you. Wang Yuhan was worried from the bottom of her heart. The battle between Zhang Guanyu and Lin Ming would obviously be a fight to the death. If he lost, he would pay a heavy price. Zhang Guanyu has been famous for a long time and is insidious and ruthless. If Lin Ming gets hurt, Lin Ming smiled and said, don't worry, Miss Wang, I know what's going on. But, I think, Wang Yuhan didn't know how to continue. She found that, although Lin Ming kept creating miracles, and she herself had felt that nothing was impossible for Lin Ming, but when it came to the duel involving Lin Ming's personal safety, Wang Yuhan was still worried, afraid that something might happen. Thank you Miss Wang for your concern. In fact, if I really can't defeat Zhang Guanyu, I can also retreat unscathed. I'm afraid there won't be many people this afternoon, so I'll go back first. Now Lin Ming only took over the drawing of high-level inscription runes, and the reward for this kind of inscription runes can only be the high-level materials given in the list. Nowadays, the types of materials are getting fewer and fewer, and there are fewer customers who can find them, so Lin Ming can't get a few orders for a day or two, and he spends most of his time practicing. The time for practicing the 10,000 killings array was all used by Lin Ming to comprehend the artistic conception of wind. Now the difficulty of Lin Ming's opening has only increased from level 6 to level 7, but even so, he will still be thrown badly every day. Many people in the 7 Xuanwu mansions already knew about this strange phenomenon. A genius who only appeared once in 100 years in the 7 Xuanwu mansion entered the wind cave, which was only level 7, but was beaten black and blue. This kind of thing sounds incredible. Some people who were jealous of Lin Ming insisted that Lin Ming's foundation was not solid and his lower body was unstable. However, those who had such an argument were immediately drowned in saliva by Lin Ming's many fans. Lin Ming never moved like a mountain on the battlefield. Which eye did you see? That his lower body was unstable. These fans firmly believed that Lin Ming was practicing with a special method. But what kind of special method was required to practice like this? But they couldn't explain it. Finally, a little girl who admired Lin Ming patted her heavy chest and figured it out. Brother Lin is practicing his resistance to blows. Let the strong wind blow his body and hit the rock wall at will to practice the resistance to blows. To come up with such an explanation, one has to sigh at the rich imagination of this little girl. Then this statement quickly spread. In this regard, Lin Ming could only smile bitterly. He did not want to be so ostentatious, but he could not hide the fact that he was bruised and swollen in the wind tunnel. Even with the best healing medicine, it was impossible to heal the bruises and wounds instantly. He could only return to his residence with scars all over his body, and then take a medicinal bath, spending a night to remove the bruises and heal the hidden injuries. However, gradually, people found that the scars on Lin Ming's body became fewer and fewer, and his difficulty level became higher and higher. Until a month later, Lin Ming opened the 9th level of difficulty, but Lin Ming stayed in for a few hours, and came out intact. For ordinary Xian Sifu disciples, this is nothing. For those with a ranking like Lin Ming, most of them even opened the 10th level of difficulty. However, Lin Ming's fans preconceived that Lin Ming was practicing his ability to resist blows in there. He did not use any true essence and physical strength to resist the power of the wind and let his body hit the rock wall in the strong wind. He was still intact. Isn't this a copper head and iron arm? It is unbelievable. If this is true, Lin Ming is probably invulnerable. But if that's not the case, why did Lin Ming only open the 9th level of difficulty? What do you think senior brother Lin is doing in there? Only opening the 9th level of difficulty. If senior brother Lin exerts all his strength to resist, this little bit of wind is just a tickle. I've already told you that senior brother Lin is practicing his ability to withstand blows, but you don't believe it. The little girl who first proposed this theory snorted, somewhat dissatisfied with others doubting her. No matter how strong brother Lin's ability to withstand blows is, it's not that exaggerated, right? He allowed a level 9 gale to blow him against the wall, but he was not hurt at all. That's steel bones, invulnerable to swords and guns. Huh, that's nothing to brother Lin. Have you forgotten that brother Lin once blocked Zhang Kang's knife with his bare hands? That was thanks to the body-shattering fist. Okay. Zhu Yan lost to brother Lin Ming because of this. The disciple who was speaking obviously knew a lot of things, and at this moment, another person interrupted and said, have you noticed that brother Lin is wearing the same set of clothes when he goes in and out? At most, they are a little damaged. Huh. After the third disciple's inadvertent reminder, the other two were startled. Yes, Lin Ming wore the same set of clothes every time he went in and out, which means that his clothes were only a little damaged, so he didn't need to change at all. You know, when the difficulty of the Gale Cave reaches level 9, even if ordinary disciples can rely on their true essence and physical strength to resist the gale, their clothes will still be torn apart because the wind speed is too fast. Chapter 138, Inscription. I opened a single chapter with 100 votes and 7 updates at 8 o'clock. Now at 12:30, I have 35 votes, and I still need 65 votes. Kanjian has been writing all night today. The first update is presented first. I sincerely ask for your support. After the difficulty of the wind cave reaches level 9, even if ordinary disciples can rely on their true essence and physical strength to resist the wind steadily, because the wind speed is too fast, it will still blow their clothes to shreds. So generally after entering, the clothes will become rags soon. If it is level 10, the clothes will even be torn off, and finally naked. But Lin Ming's clothes were only damaged a little bit, so there is no need to change them at all. This is really incredible. In the wind cave, the strong wind roared, like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. The wind at level 9 difficulty can blow a 10-foot wide rolling stone all over the ground. Lin Ming's body seemed to be completely weightless in such a strong wind, flying with the wind. However, the strange thing was that, although the strong wind was like a wild beast, Lin Ming's body was just retreating in the air at a slow speed, just like a fish swimming against the current. Lin Ming kept his eyes closed, feeling the power of the wind with his whole body, using the power of the wind to stabilize his body and keep his body balanced in the wind. The wind blew on his body and naturally unloaded to both sides. At this time, a wind vortex appeared beside Lin Ming, which caused Lin Ming's body to shake suddenly and then was blown by the strong wind and fell quickly against the rock wall. Falling on the rock wall at this wind speed, ordinary people would be directly shattered to pieces, and even warriors in the internal organs training period would suffer serious injuries. Just when Lin Ming was about to fall onto the rock wall, he suddenly waved his sleeves, bringing a breeze to the rock wall. Then Lin Ming's body drew a beautiful arc, bypassed the rock wall, and then stopped in midair. For several days in a row, Lin Ming was more and more comfortable in the wind cave. Now, as long as he raised a breath of true energy, he could ride the wind without touching the ground with his feet, and he would not fall to the ground until his true energy was used up. After that, Lin Ming opened the 10th level of difficulty, but he could still barely stabilize his body in the wind. Even if a whirlwind suddenly appeared around him, Lin Ming could keep his balance. He was like a kite. No matter how strong the wind blew, he always flew steadily in the air. After a few days, Lin Ming began to do various actions in such a strong wind, moving slowly with the help of the wind. At the beginning, Lin Ming's movement speed was very slow and the amplitude was not large. On the second day, his speed was much faster, and the range was expanded to dozens of feet. After that, Lin Ming's speed became faster and faster, and his range of activities began to cover the entire wind cave. He could even reach the deepest part of the wind cave and the narrowest part of the bell mouth. 10 days later, Lin Ming had truly comprehended a little bit of the artistic conception of wind, and his golden pen breaking void body technique had officially entered the first level. Now, Lin Ming could move freely in the wind cave, and the wind had no effect on him at all. The 120 hours of the 7 killing arrays this month were all used to practice golden pen breaking void. Fortunately, golden pen breaking void has now been considered a small success. Starting tomorrow, I will practice the power of the evil god and the hand of breaking meridians, and then I will break through the bottleneck of the Yijin stage. Time is too tight. Now Lin Ming has reached the peak of the internal organs. Although he has not taken out special time to break through the Yijin stage, when he practiced the inscription technique these days, he often practiced until his true essence was exhausted. At this time, he would enter the ethereal martial arts and practice the chaos true essence art. Under this extreme state, the practice effect of the chaos true essence art was surprisingly good. As a result, Lin Ming is getting closer and closer to the Yijin stage, and a breakthrough in the short term is definitely not a problem. Lin Ming's talent is average, but he can reach the Yijin stage in a short period of time. All this is thanks to the chaos true essence art and his ethereal martial arts. Walking in the back of Dazhao Mountain, Lin Ming took a casual step, which was a distance of more than 10 feet. With a light touch of his toes on the grass leaves, his body could fly several feet high. With another breath of true energy, he went straight up into the sky and crossed the 20-foot high rock wall, as if he was crossing a threshold. Feeling this light body that seemed to have no weight at all, Lin Ming was overjoyed. This state of mind of wind is so wonderful. The martial arts that ordinary warriors practice rely on physical strength, the use of true energy, and the coordination of steps to achieve the effect of speeding up. Once they jump up, they have nowhere to borrow strength, and their speed will inevitably become slower and slower. But I can rely on this state of mind of wind to accelerate in midair. If the golden pen breaking the void body technique is practiced to the 3rd and 4th levels, combined with the increasingly condensed true energy, I can really fly in the air. Generally, only innate masters have the ability to fly, but I can achieve it as long as I'm in the condensation vein stage. Just when Lin Ming was excited, a sound transmission talisman exploded in front of Lin Ming's eyes, and then Wang Yuhan's sweet voice rang in Lin Ming's mind. "Mr. Lin, the materials you asked for are finally gathered." Hearing this news, Lin Ming was overjoyed. This was a double happiness. He could finally start drawing his body inscription talisman. He went directly to the inscriptionist guild. After completing several scheduled inscription runes, he finally got all the materials. These materials, with the power and channels of the Crown Prince, the Inscriptionist Guild, and many large families in Xianan country, took nearly a month to finally gather. For these materials, the Crown Prince, the Inscriptionist Guild, and the major families spent a lot of manpower and financial resources. After taking the materials back from the Inscriptionist Guild, looking at this room of precious materials worth hundreds of thousands of taels of gold, Lin Ming felt very proud. Lin Ming did not rush to start. He knew that his current mentality was not suitable for drawing inscription runes. Such a precious inscription rune would take a long time in the future, and he must not be careless. Lin Ming collected all the materials and took a nap. After waking up, he hung a sign outside the door saying "Retreat, do not disturb," washed his hands, burned incense, bathed, and then entered the ethereal martial spirit, meditating for a full half an hour, letting his mind completely calm and relax. Many warriors would perform a similar ritual when they obtained a set of top-level skills and began to practice in order to eliminate distracting thoughts and completely relax their minds. However, unless they obtained a high monk without any desire, who could truly be completely calm when facing a top-level skill that could affect their life. However, Lin Ming's character was much better than that of ordinary warriors. With the help of the ethereal martial arts, he was able to perfectly adjust his body and mind, allowing his mind to not think about anything else and concentrate. When he opened his eyes from the meditation state, Lin Ming's eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. He took the first material, 7-star rock, and ground, extracted and mixed it himself. All the inscription vessels he used were the top-grade black-silver vessels treasured by the Inscription Master Guild. This kind of vessel would not harm the properties of the material at all. Not only that, the black silver would also perfectly match the soul power, allowing the Inscription Master to clearly feel the changes in the material in the vessel. Each of these black silver vessels, which is half a foot square, is worth as much as a treasure. A complete set of vessels is worth more than 20,000 gold. This set of Lin Ming's is a gift from the Inscription Master Guild. Processing one piece of material after another, Lin Ming has been completely immersed in the world of inscription. The inscription symbols in his hand jump out one by one like spiritual elves. Because of this month's practice, Lin Ming can control his soul power as easily as his fingers. He can easily divide his soul power into small strands as thin as hair and guide the materials to form beautiful inscription symbols. This feeling is like gliding on ice, without any sense of stagnation. Lin Ming has been completely immersed in the state of selflessness. His current state has reached an unprecedented extreme. The sun sets, the moon rises, the stars fall, and the morning glow reflects the sky. Lin Ming had been drawing all night without realizing it. In the past, it only took a short time to draw an inscription symbol, but now, some inscription symbols even took Lin Ming a stick of incense to draw. The complicated structure and texture made him have to be very careful. During this period, Lin Ming also failed, but he had naturally anticipated this situation. Except for the most precious materials, the other materials had backups. Unknowingly, Lin Ming's soul power had been overdrawn to the limit. However, because of the high concentration of the mind, Lin Ming had entered a state of self-hypnosis. He did not feel the overdrawn soul power at all. This state is extremely dangerous for the painter, because it seriously exceeds the body's load. It is rumored that, because of the earthquake, a child was crushed in the rubble, and the child's mother, out of maternal love, forcibly lifted a collapsed wall weighing 1 or 2,000 pounds to get the child out of the rubble. This was also due to self-hypnosis. In the end, the mother often became disabled, or even died, because of exceeding the body's load. Time passed by minute until the sun was high in the sky. Lin Ming drew the last inscription. Then he put his hands together. These complex inscriptions that were stacked in the air merged into one, emitting a shining light like the sun, and slowly fell on Lin Ming's left chest. There was a slight tingling feeling, as if being pricked by a burning needle, and then a six-pointed star-shaped rune with a mysterious aura appeared on Lin Ming's chest. Then, Lin Ming felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his brain was dizzy. Then, he fell to the ground softly. The soul power was seriously overdrawn, causing a strong sleepiness. Lin Ming almost instantly entered a deep sleep. In this sleep, he cut off all perception of the outside world. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Until the strong feeling of hunger and thirst woke Lin Ming from his sleep. He got up in a daze, only to feel a splitting headache. This was the sequelae of soul power overdrawn. He took something from the Sumeru ring and ate it, then sat on the ground with a dazed expression. After a long time, he slowly reacted. What's wrong with me? He tried hard to recall, and vaguely remembered the whole process of drawing the body inscription talisman. He reached out, and touched his left chest. On the originally smooth skin, there were some bumpy lines. He looked down, and saw a mysterious six-pointed star mark on his left chest, which was close to the mark, formed by the magic cube. Chapter 139 Breakthrough of Legion Stage. The inscription talisman. I understand. I slept for so long, because I overdrew my soul power, while drawing this inscription talisman. What time is it now? The big hourglass in the room had already run out, and it was obvious that he had slept for more than a day. Fortunately, it succeeded. I underestimated the difficulty of drawing the inscription talisman. I didn't expect that each inscription talisman would take so long to draw. The one I drew before was the Gathering Yuan talisman. The inscription talismans that Lin Ming originally planned to draw were the Gathering Yuan talisman and the Fighting Seal. The Gathering Yuan talisman is engraved on the chest, which can increase the speed of gathering the true essence, thereby increasing the speed of the warrior's cultivation. The Fighting Seal is engraved on the right hand, which improves the operation of the true essence, amplifies the power of the true essence, and improves the attack power of the warrior's martial arts. The most important thing for Lin Ming now is cultivation, so naturally he draws the Gathering Yuan talisman first. Lin Ming meditated and experimented. Sure enough, because of the existence of the Gathering Yuan talisman, the speed at which he absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and converted it into his own true essence was greatly increased. At least 40% increase. It seems that, because of the state of self-hypnosis, I overdrawn my body, so there is no shortage of soul power. Although this method is harmful to the body, the Ju Yuan Fu I completed is much better than expected. Lin Ming was overjoyed. The 40% improvement speed is already quite large. You know, generally, a warrior with medium talent of the 3rd rank starts practicing at the age of 12. Without the assistance of top grade elixirs, he can reach the initial stage of bone forging at the age of 40, which takes 30 years. And a warrior with medium talent of the 4th rank also starts practicing at the age of 12. Without relying on top grade elixirs and top level exercises, he can enter the initial stage of bone forging at the age of 30, which takes 20 years. This is actually only a difference of 10 years, that is, a difference of 50% in the speed of practice. But this 50% speed of practice is extremely important. A warrior at the age of 30 is in his prime, and he has the hope of breaking through the stage of condensing veins, and then his youth increases significantly, and his strength is greatly improved, and he will leap over the dragon gate from then on. However, warriors who reach the bone tempering stage at the age of 40 will soon face the consequences of physical aging and physical decline. Not only will their strength not be comparable to that of younger warriors of the same level, but they will not make any further progress in the future, let alone break through the condensed vein stage. Therefore, the 40% increase in the cultivation speed of the Ju Yuan Fu is already very remarkable. The Ju Yuan Fu is only the simplest body inscription talisman. As my cultivation level increases in the future, I may be able to draw more powerful body inscription talismans. By then, my talent will not be an obstacle for me. When I drew the Ju Yuan Fu, my soul was almost damaged. I will wait for the Dao Seal until my strength improves a little before making plans. Anyway, the Dao Seal is only a body inscription talisman to improve strength. As long as it is successfully drawn before fighting Zhang Guanyu, it is not too late. Day after day, Lin Ming would go to the waterfall cold pond to practice the Chaos True Yuan Ju. Every time Lin Ming sat in the level 10 waterfall cold pond for 4 or 5 hours, Under the dual effects of the Juyuan Fu and the ethereal martial intention, Lin Ming's cultivation speed can be described as 1,000 miles a day. Coupled with the top-level mental method Chaos True Essence Art, Lin Ming's true essence has become so thick and pure that it is like a substance. The impure true essence caused by taking the top-grade elixir has long been refined by Lin Ming. Now the purity of Lin Ming's true essence is better than that of a warrior at the peak of bone forging. Another half a month later, in the middle of the second month, Lin Ming, who was immersed in the cold pool of the waterfall and practicing with the ethereal martial arts, suddenly had a thought. He found that the true essence that had already completely spread throughout the internal organs began to gradually penetrate into the tendons and bones. The fourth level of body training Yijin period. Lin Ming was happy, but he was not too surprised. The core disciple assessment given by the Wufu is to let Lin Ming reach the peak of Yijin at the age of 16, and at this training speed, it is effortless to do this. Generally, warriors will have bottlenecks when breaking through a realm. The reason for the bottleneck is mostly a weak foundation. For example, if a general warrior in the internal organs training stage does not have a top-grade technique and does not go through the cold pond to temper his body, few people can train their true essence to penetrate every tiny part of the 5 internal organs. In this way, he will encounter a bottleneck when he enters the Yijin stage. There is not much true essence distributed in the internal organs, and it is undoubtedly more difficult to further penetrate into the tendons and bones. Even if he barely breaks through the Yijin stage later, the Yijin stage is still unstable, and it is even more difficult to break through the bone forging stage, and finally he cannot enter the condensed vein stage at all. The foundation of a realm is not solid, which makes it increasingly difficult to improve in the future. But for Lin Ming, there is no such problem at all. His true essence has already penetrated into every part of the internal organs of the body, and even into every tiny unit that makes up the internal organs. For him, breaking through Yijin, bone forging, and condensed veins is completely a matter of course. As long as the true essence is accumulated enough, you can break through. After activating the Chaos True Essence Art to its full potential, Lin Ming could clearly feel the wonderful feeling of the true essence entering his tendons and bones. Many warriors with unstable foundations and bottlenecks often need to activate their true essence to force the true essence to merge with their tendons and bones if they want to break through the Yijin stage. They merge a little bit every day and use a long time to slowly break through the Yijin stage. Therefore, many warriors will stay at the peak of the internal organs training for several years. However, this is not the case with Lin Ming. The true essence stored in his internal organs and flesh has reached its limit. This is like a reservoir full of water. Because it can no longer accommodate more true essence, the true essence will naturally overflow into the tendons and bones and merge with them. It is obvious which of the two breakthrough methods is better. Lin Ming's breakthrough lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Ming practiced in the cold pool of the waterfall for 6 hours every day, and it took a total of 18 hours. The true essence finally completely merged into the tendons and bones. The so-called Yijin is to practice the tendons in periosteum. After recovering from a long period of meditation, Lin Ming clearly felt the surging of his inner essence. It became easy to resist the coldness of the cold pool of the waterfall. After coming out of the cold pool, Lin Ming casually waved his palm, and the edge of his palm actually formed faint blue ripples, like water ripples. Seeing these ripples, Lin Ming's eyes focused. The true essence has transformed into a shape. I didn't expect that I would reach the realm of true essence transformation. Generally, warriors in the condensation vein stage can manifest their essence because their true essence is extremely condensed. Or, some genius warriors at the peak of the bone forging stage can barely do it. But a warrior like Lin Ming, who has achieved the true essence transformation in the early stage of Yijin, is the first in the history of Xiaonan country. Clenching his fists, Lin Ming was full of confidence. I have just entered the Yijin stage, but I have already reached the realm that ordinary warriors in the Ningmei stage can reach. I wonder how far I'm from ordinary Ningmei stage warriors now. When I enter the Yijin peak, can I defeat ordinary Ningmei stage warriors? Lin Ming was not sure whether he could defeat ordinary Ningmei stage warriors, but he was certain that he could defeat Ling Sen at the peak of Yijin stage. Even if Ling Sen had sure martial will, how could he defeat the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra? For Lin Ming, it was only a matter of time before he could enter the Yijin peak from the Yijin stage. Junior brother Lin. What a rare guest. The deacon who was responsible for guarding the wooden man alley greeted Lin Ming with a smile immediately after seeing him. The 7 profound martial palace has 7 great cultivation formations, namely, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. The wooden man alley is one of the wood formations. Lin Ming had only been to the cold waterfall pond and the wild wind cave before, and this was his first time to come to the wooden man alley. Therefore, the steward brother in charge of the wooden man alley was particularly enthusiastic when he saw Lin Ming. No one could tell that Lin Ming might become the palace master of the 7 profound martial palace in a dozen years. By then, he would be the boss of his boss, so he would naturally have to curry favor with him. Brother, I'm sorry. I decided to come to your place at the last minute and didn't make an appointment in advance. Do you have any seats left? After Lin Ming broke through the Yijin stage, he wanted to test his strength. Among the 7 great killing formations, the golden armor soldiers in the wooden man alley were for practicing actual combat skills. There are seats. Haha, there are seats whenever you come, junior brother Lin. The steward brother said with a smile on his face. Thank you, senior brother. Then, please help me open the 11th level of difficulty. 11th level of difficulty? The deacon brother widened his eyes. Generally speaking, the 11th level of difficulty can only be opened by the top 10 disciples in the ranking stone. Could it be that Lin Ming already has the strength to enter the top 10 in the ranking stone? How is this possible? The core disciple assessment gave Lin Ming 3 months. It was already exaggerated enough to enter the top 10 in the ranking stone in 3 months. Now, only 1.5 months have passed. If Lin Ming breaks into the top 10, it will be against the sky. The deacon brother was feeling incredible and suddenly discovered Lin Ming's cultivation. He immediately widened his eyes. Junior brother Lin, you broke through? Yijin stage. Well, I broke through by chance a few days ago. The deacon brother swallowed unconsciously. There is a bottleneck from the internal organs training stage to the Yijin stage. Although it is a matter of time for a genius to break through this bottleneck, it will not be so fast. I vaguely remember that a few months ago, Lin Ming just broke through the internal organs training stage. It only took a few months to go from the Zhang training stage to the Yijin stage. What a speed. His own talent was already good at the beginning, but it took him nearly 3 years. He was only 15 years old, and he had already reached the Yijin stage. There was still more than a year left. It was not a piece of cake to reach the peak of Yijin. Lin Ming could even reach the bone forging stage. In other words, it was a sure thing for him to pass the assessment of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion this time. The core disciple of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion, born and raised in Xianan country. The deacon took a deep breath. As long as he nodded, he could become the emperor above the millions of people in Xianan country. Brother, please open the 11th level of difficulty. Seeing that the deacon was in a daze, Lin Ming reminded him. Oh, okay. The deacon finally reacted and manipulated the formation plate to open the 11th level of difficulty of the wooden man lane. Chapter 140, The Power of the Golden Peng, Breaking the Void. From 8 o'clock last night, there are 42 votes now. Here comes the third update. There are still 58 votes away from 100 votes. It is very close to the top 40 of the total list. I don't know if I can reach 100 votes. I hope to have a surprise after a nap. In the past 3 years, I have only typed 15,000 words a day at most, and only a few times. Today, I want to break this number. Everyone, please vote for me. The above is free. The wooden man alley is built in the mountain wall. There are a total of 12 caves, each of which can be opened separately. These caves were dug out by innate masters. On the stone walls of the caves, you can still clearly see the shocking sword marks. The wooden man alley is full of wooden man puppets. The deeper you go, the stronger the wooden man puppets are, and the more there are. After entering the wooden man alley, Lin Ming heard the clicking sound of the wooden man puppets moving. The light here is a little dim, but it does not affect Lin Ming. These wooden puppets are the masterpieces of the puppet sect, one of the 7 inheritances of the 7 Profound Valley. The puppet sect is a very mysterious sect in the 7 Profound Valley. The 7 profound martial palaces of Xianan country have no records of the sect's skills and secrets. so they cannot be touched at all. Seeing that the wooden puppets are increasing, Lin Ming did not rush to attack, and did not even use the Lianchuan rainbow gun. Until the number of puppets reached more than 20, Lin Ming rushed in with bare hands. Crack. A wooden puppet hit Lin Ming with a stick. These wooden puppets all used wooden sticks, wooden swords and other weapons that did not hurt people very much, but even so, being hit by these wooden sticks and wooden swords would likely cause vomiting blood and serious injuries. Lin Ming watched the stick hit until it was in front of him. He lightly tapped his toes and his body retreated half a foot as if teleporting. As a result, the stick swept Lin Ming's nose and hit him, just avoiding it, not a bit more, not a bit less. Swoosh. Another wooden puppet slashed at Lin Ming's waist. At this time, Lin Ming was leaping in the air, with nowhere to gain leverage. He was retreating due to inertia. The wooden puppet's knife slashed from behind, slashing towards Lin Ming's waist. It seemed that he had no way to avoid it, but Lin Ming gently waved his sleeves, and his body was like a leaf blown away by the wind. He completely violated the laws of physics, and moved sideways 2 feet. He dodged the knife again by a hair's breadth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wooden puppets continued to attack Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not attack either, but just dodged the attacks of the wooden puppets, as if he was strolling in the garden. There were more than 20 puppets, but only 7 or 8 could attack Lin Ming at the same time. However, the attacks of these 7 or 8 puppets were also very terrifying. When they were intertwined, there was almost no dead angle. However, Lin Ming was always able to dodge them magically, as if these puppets were holding fans instead of weapons, and Lin Ming was just like a light feather. Every time he took advantage of the wind force from their swords and sticks, he was naturally blown away. This is exactly the state of mind of wind that Lin Ming comprehended. Waving a fan will never hit a feather, and the weapons in the hands of these puppets can't even touch the corner of Lin Ming's clothes. Wonderful. Very good. Come again. Lin Ming was completely immersed in the state of mind of wind. This was the first time that his golden pen breaking void body technique was used in actual combat. These guys are a little weak. Lin Ming's mind moved, and his body rose several feet like a big rock, and then stepped on the cliff, and flew towards the depths of the wooden man alley. At this time, outside the wooden man alley, the deacon brother who was still immersed in shock was staring at the true essence stone in the center of the big formation without blinking. Every formation has a formation center, which is often the source of energy. The puppets in the wooden man alley have the ability to self-repair and regenerate, and regeneration requires the consumption of true essence stones. Some perverted guys, such as Ling Sen and Tuoku, consume true essence stones quickly after entering the wooden man alley. Sometimes, the deacon brother felt distressed when he saw it, but Lin Ming had been in there for such a long time and only consumed a little bit of his true essence stone. It was obvious that Lin Ming was struggling to deal with these wooden puppets, and he hadn't been able to kill a few of them yet. Realizing this, the deacon brother breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, junior brother Lin is not that abnormal. I thought that he could challenge the difficulty of the 11th level of the wooden man alley in such a short time. How incredible. But junior brother Lin is too impatient. He challenged the difficulty of the 11th level when he was not strong enough. The wooden man alley is a killing formation. If he is not strong enough, he will get hurt. If he is not careful, he may even die. I estimate that junior brother Lin will not be able to hold on for another half an incense stick of time. He will have to come out to change to the 10th level, so the deacon brother held the formation plate and waited for Lin Ming to come out and change the difficulty, but he didn't come. He waited for more than half an hour, but there was no news. What's going on? He was a little confused. If it weren't for the fact that the true essence stone in the center of the formation was still consuming energy at a slow speed, he would even suspect that Lin Ming was killed by the wooden puppet inside. What's going on? Could it be that junior brother Lin is hiding in a corner that the wooden puppet can't see? Did he open the 11th level of difficulty just to show off? At this time, in the wooden man alley, Lin Ming had already approached the deepest part of the wooden man alley. The strength of the wooden puppets here was obviously improved by a level. They were taller and their bodies showed a strange dark red color, as if stained with blood. Facing so many higher level puppets, Lin Ming's pressure was much greater. After a long period of high intensity dodging, even with the support of the Chaos True Essence art, he was slightly panting. Almost done. Lin Ming practiced the body skills for more than half an hour in one breath, and felt that it was enough. Thinking of this, he flipped his hand, and pulled out the piercing rainbow spear from the Sumeru ring. Holding the gun in both hands, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and the breathing of the tiny units in his body was adjusted to the same frequency. The condensed true essence vibrated like a mountain, and his momentum burst out instantly. Sweep the army. Boom boom boom. The powerful physical strength of the Yijin period, combined with the vibrating true essence, only heard a series of explosions, and all the puppets around that were swept by the Guanhang gun flew out. Heh. Not dead. Lin Ming found that except for the puppet that was the first to be swept by Lin Ming's gun and shattered to the ground, the rest of the puppets actually climbed up after falling to the ground. So strong. No one knows the terrifying destructive power of Lian Li Rusi better than Lin Ming. When he was still in the Lianzang period, he swept a stone pillar several feet high into tofu dregs with one gun. Now that his strength has greatly increased, I'm afraid that a few guns can demolish a hall. But now that he shot at these wooden men, he only killed one. It's better to be strong. Let's fight to your heart's content today. After officially entering the Yijin stage and completing the Jinpen Parksu body technique, Lin Ming really needed a big battle to test his strength and at the same time let his body adapt to the rapid growth of his true essence and physical strength. Boom boom boom. The wooden puppets exploded one after another. The Guanhang spear danced and tumbled like a purple-black dragon. Haha, it's so exciting. A few more. Lin Ming held the Guanhang spear and opened and closed it. He used the artistic conception of practicing strength like silk in every shot and directly hit the wooden puppets to pieces. In fact, Lin Ming didn't know that most of the other warriors who entered the wooden man alley couldn't hurt these puppets at all, but could only knock them down. Even a character with abnormal attack power like Ling Sien could only cut the wooden puppets with one sword and couldn't get into Lin Ming's situation. He stabbed it with a spear and the wooden puppets exploded. The wooden puppets can repair themselves, and repairing them requires consuming the energy in the true essence stone. Those puppets that were knocked down and slightly damaged can be repaired with almost no energy. Even the puppets that were cut open by Ling Sien did not use too many true essence stones. As for those that were pierced by Lin Ming's gun, it was a tragedy. Not only did it take a long time to repair, but the true essence stones consumed were also extremely terrifying. Outside the wooden man alley, the deacon brother who had been waiting for Lin Ming to come out to change to the 10th level difficulty accidentally glanced at the true essence stone in the center of the formation and was dumbfounded. He watched the energy of the true essence stone plummet. Those true essence stones, at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually turned white from the crystal-like color, and then after some time, they exploded with a bang. Then, the formation automatically replaced a new true essence stone, but the result was still the same. Within half an incense stick of time, the true essence stone exploded again. What's going on? Even if Ling Sien came in, there would not be such a consumption speed. Could it be that Lin Ming did it? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The steward brother looked at the true essence stone in the center of the 10,000 killings formation and kept swallowing his saliva. Although his reason told him that Lin Ming could not be so perverted, the facts were before his eyes. What on earth was going on? The steward brother wanted to cry. He had no way of explaining why so many true essence stones were consumed at once. Of course, Lin Ming's current strength was not as good as Ling Sien's, but his destructive power was too strong. He fought in the wooden man alley for 2/4 of an hour in a row until he was sweating and his face was flushed. At this time, he found that the wooden man puppets were getting fewer and fewer. How come they disappeared while we were fighting? Lin Ming had just had a great time fighting, but now there were only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats left of the wooden man puppets that were originally so aggressive, and many of them had lost their arms and legs. This wooden man alley is too bad, isn't it? It's over already. This is still level 11 difficulty. Lin Ming was a little speechless. In his impression, this level 11 difficulty was a bit unworthy of its name. If the senior brother who was guarding the formation knew what Lin Ming was thinking at this moment, he would probably want to hit his head against a wall and die. The puppets in the wooden man alley can repair themselves after being damaged, but Lin Ming stabbed one with one shot, and all of them were broken into pieces. It takes time to repair them. Although I didn't have enough fun, I was able to test my strength. Now, although I may not be able to beat Zhang Guanyu, it is definitely not a problem for me to enter the top 10 of the 10,000 killings formation. I will participate in this 10,000 killings formation assessment, and take the heavy profound soft silver spear first. Lin Ming put away the piercing rainbow spear, and walked out of the wooden man alley. Chapter 141 Target, Heavy Profound Soft Silver Spear. The deacon was a little dazed when he saw Lin Ming coming out. He had not figured out what had happened just now. Did the formation in the wooden man alley break down? How could the true essence stone be consumed so quickly? Lin. Junior brother Lin, are you okay? The deacon was stunned for a long time before he spoke hesitantly. If the formation broke down, would junior brother Lin have problems inside? Me. I'm fine. Lin Ming was a little puzzled by the question, but he didn't think much about it. Thank you, senior brother. Goodbye. I'll bother you again another day. After Lin Ming finished speaking, he turned and left. The deacon was still in a daze. He thought for a long time, and suddenly reacted. He quickly ran to the wooden man alley that Lin Ming had just entered to take a look. When he saw this, he was petrified on the spot. There were scattered parts all over the wooden man alley, and broken wooden man limbs everywhere. What's going on? Was it Lin Ming who did this? His Adam's apple twitched violently. The formation broke down. It must have broken down. But, it's broken into this state. Can it really repair itself? Since reaching the Yijin stage, Lin Ming has not invested too much time in practicing the Chaos True Essence art, but has focused his main energy on the power of the evil god and the Hand of Breaking Meridians. The Hand of Breaking Meridians is very simple. This set of martial arts can only be used to deal with enemies who are far less powerful than oneself, or opponents who have lost the ability to resist. Lin Ming only took 3 to 5 days to learn it. In short, the Hand of Breaking Meridians is to inject one's true essence into the opponent's body and shatter the opponent's meridians throughout the body. Before reaching the Ningmei stage, the warrior's meridians throughout the body are blocked, but it does not mean that there are no meridians. It's just that the meridians are blocked, and the acupoints are exhausted, so they can't show any effect. The Hand of Breaking Meridians can forcibly inject true essence into these exhausted meridians, destroying them all the way along the meridians, and finally destroying all the meridians. Meridians are the circulation routes of the human body's ki. People with no meridians have no ki, and are also called born with broken meridians. Generally, people born with broken meridians will not live beyond the age of 25. The meridians destroyed by the meridian severing hand can also achieve the effect similar to the natural meridian severing hand, which makes the warrior's cultivation gradually lose, and finally become useless. It is simple to practice the meridian severing hand, but it is much more difficult to practice the power of the evil god. The power of the evil god has 6 levels. Lin Ming practiced for 10 days, but he could not touch the threshold of the first level. The power of the evil god, to put it bluntly, is to compress the true essence. The first level is compressed to 50%, the second level is compressed to 100%, the third level is 1.5 times, until the 6th level, it can be compressed to 3 times. The true essence is compressed, and the power is naturally doubled when it is used. However, the consumption is also large. The power of the evil god can only act on a part of the true essence, that is, it compresses a certain amount of true essence, and then stores it in the body, and uses this true essence in battle. When these compressed true essences are consumed, the duration of the power of the evil god will end. The next time you want to use it, you need to wait for a period of time for the true essence to be compressed again. What Lin Ming wants to practice is a seed of the power of the evil god. As long as this evil god seed exists, the true essence will be automatically compressed and imprisoned in the seed, and Lin Ming does not need to worry about it. There is no rush to cultivate the power of the evil god. Seeing that the second month is about to end, I might as well participate in the 10,000 killings array assessment, and take the heavy profound soft silver spear first. The heavy profound soft silver spear is a human level middle grade treasure. The true essence is poured into it and it flows smoothly. However, the Guanhang spear only has the spearhead, which is a human-level low-grade treasure. The spear shaft is just ordinary iron, so the effect of the true essence flowing inside is naturally greatly reduced. And the realm of practicing strength like silk, it is precisely necessary to pour true essence into the spear before it can be used. So taking the heavy profound soft silver spear is like adding wings to a tiger for Lin Ming. Now there are only 3 days left before the 10,000 killings array assessment. If he gets into the top 10 of the ranking stone in one fell swoop, completes the first task of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, and obtains the heavy profound soft silver spear, he will be more confident in dealing with Zhang Guanyu. 3 days later, in a blink of an eye, Lin Ming has been in the 7 Zuanwu mansion for 4 months. Lin Ming participated in the 10,000 killings array assessment twice. He ranked 126th in the first assessment and 62nd in the second assessment. These 2 ranking changes only occurred within a month. In the third assessment, Lin Ming concentrated on preparing for the decisive battle with Zhu Yan, so he did not participate. As for the fourth assessment, since Lin Ming had already received resources equivalent to the top 3 ranking stones, there was no need to participate. Now, it is the 5th assessment of the 10,000 killings array. Not many people participated in this assessment. At sunrise, there were only a few 20 people in the entire stone square. Moreover, among these 20 people, most of them were ranked after the 100th place in the stone. Only 6 or 7 people were ranked in the top 100 of the stone, and there was no one in the top 50. There was such a deserted scene, mainly because most of the disciples of the 7 Zuanwu Palace planned to participate in the 10,000 killings array assessment, to be held next month. The assessment next month is destined to attract everyone's attention. Because from the day when the 7 mysterious order was issued to the assessment next month, there were exactly 3 months. Lin Ming would definitely challenge the top 10 in the ranking stone, so that he could get the reward of the heavy mysterious soft silver spear. At that time, there would definitely be many forces paying attention, and strong people from all sides would gather. Such a grand event naturally could not be missed. No one thought that Lin Ming was only in the 2nd month, and he was actually preparing to challenge the top 10 in the ranking stone. There were still 3/4 of an hour before the opening of the 10,000 killing formation. The stone square was very quiet. The warriors who arrived early sat under the bamboo forest to meditate and regulate their breath. The vitality of the heaven and earth in the early morning was very rich, which was just right for breathing. Moreover, breathing and regulating the breath can also help warriors adjust their state of mind. People naturally hope to adjust their state to the best before entering the 10,000 killing formation, so that they can get a good result. Since there were few people who came to the 10,000 killing formation assessment this time, and most of them were newcomers, the deacon brother in charge of the 10,000 killing formation was also a little uninterested. He was bored and fiddling with the Zenyuan stone he had just collected. Every disciple who participated in the 10,000 killing formation had to pay a Zenyuan stone. The deacon's name was Liang Guangfeng. He had been a deacon in the 7 Profound Martial Palace for a long time. At this moment, he was thinking about his promotion to the Elder of the Hall of Humanity. The Elders of the 7 Profound Martial Palace included the Elders of the Hall of Heaven, the Elders of the Hall of Earth, and the Elders of the Hall of Humanity. Among them, the Elders of the Hall of Humanity had the lowest status. Anyone who was a warrior in the condensation vein stage could take the position, and Liang Guangfeng was also in the condensation vein stage. Although the status of the 10,000 killings array deacon was higher than that of other deacons, he was only a deacon after all, and naturally not as glorious as the elders. If I could make friends with Lin Ming when he became the master of the 7 Profound Martial Palace one day, it would not be a big deal for him to become an elder of the Hall of Humanity. Unfortunately, there were so many people who wanted to make friends with Lin Ming that they could form an army. How could it be my turn? Liang Guangfeng thought of this and smiled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head slightly. At this moment, he noticed a young man in black clothes with a purple-black spear on his shoulder walking out of the bamboo forest. At this moment, Liang Guangfeng's eyes widened immediately. Lin Ming. Is he going to participate in the 10,000 killings array assessment today? It's only the 2nd month. Not only Liang Guangfeng, but other disciples have also noticed Lin Ming. Lin Ming is now a celebrity in the 7th Profound Martial House. Many of the younger disciples in the Hall of the Most High are crazy fans of Lin Ming. Seeing Lin Ming is like seeing an idol. Look, senior brother Lin. Senior brother Lin is here. Lin Ming is about to turn 16. He is relatively young in the 7th profound martial house. However, some who are slightly older, or about the same age as Lin Ming, will still call him senior brother Lin. In the martial arts world, those who have achieved success are respected. For example, Ling Xian is the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly House. Is senior brother Lin going to participate in the 10,000 killings array test today? No way, it's only the 2nd month. Senior brother Lin wants to warm up, right? TSK, how can you predict senior brother Lin's realm? Maybe he will challenge the top 10 of the ranking stone today. Don't guess blindly. Senior brother Lin may just come to stroll around. As people were talking about it, a 15-year-old girl timidly walked towards Lin Ming and asked, "Senior brother Lin, are you going to participate in the 7 profound martial palace test?" "Yes." Lin Ming nodded. Lin Ming's answer made these low-level disciples of the Earth Hall very excited. Some people even took out the sound transmission talisman and quickly passed the news to their friends to watch this grand event. Lin Ming's participation in the 10,000 killings array test is a great thing. If he can successfully enter the top 10 of the ranking stone, then can he also defeat Zhang Guanai within 4 months, and then defeat Tuoku and Ling Xian? For the disciples of the 7 profound martial palace, Zhang Guanai, Tuoku, and Ling Xian were too powerful, and defeating them was simply unthinkable. Moreover, if Lin Ming could really defeat them, then passing the core disciple assessment of the 7 profound valley would be a sure thing. A core disciple of the 7 profound martial palace born and raised in Cheyenne country might become a 7 profound envoy or palace master in the future, which is a legendary figure. Lin Ming walked straight to the altar of the 10,000 killings formation, ready to pay the mortgage true essence stone. Liang Wanfeng smiled apologetically. "Junior brother Lin, just take the exam directly. It doesn't matter whether you pay the true essence stone or not." Lin Ming's score in the 10,000 killings formation last time was only 62nd. Now, after such a long time, it is very easy to move up a few dozen places. Even if he mortgaged the true essence stone, he will definitely get it back. Lin Ming did not act pretentiously and said, "Thank you, senior brother Liang." The news spread quickly. After hearing about it, some people immediately rushed to the 10,000 killings formation. The stone square that was empty before soon gathered a lot of people. Even a few elders who were very close came. "Lin Ming, haha, are you ready to challenge the top 10 of the ranking stone so soon?" A hearty voice came over. Lin Ming turned around and saw that the person coming was Sun Sifan, the elder of Xianxi Mansion of the 7th Zuanwu Mansion. 62 votes. The 4th update. 38 votes are still needed. I must support you with monthly ticket subscriptions. Chapter 142 Two Geniuses. Lin Ming turned around and saw that the person who came was Sun Sifan, the elder of Xianxifu of the 7 Zuanwu Mansions. At the beginning, during the assessment on the day of the beginning of autumn, Lin Ming ranked first in all 3 levels of the assessment, but due to his limited talent, some elders disagreed to give Lin Ming the first place. However, Sun Sifan was one of the people who supported Lin Ming. Later, Lin Ming seriously injured Wang Yanfeng and elders who rushed to the stage to make trouble for Lin Ming. It was also Sun Sifan who helped Lin Ming to stop Elder Zhu. Because of these things, Lin Ming had a good impression of Sun Sifan. He bowed respectfully and said, "Hello, Elder Sunday." Sun Sifan hurriedly supported Lin Ming and smiled. "No need to be polite. In 2 days, you will become a core disciple, and our identities will be equal. HMM. Sun Sifan paused slightly when he said this. "You are already in the Yijin period." Sun Sifan's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he saw Lin Ming's cultivation at once. Before, Lin Ming's true energy was restrained, and many of his junior brothers and sisters only had the 2nd level of physical training, so they did not notice that Lin Ming had broken through. "Yes, I was lucky enough to break through a few days ago, so I have the confidence to challenge the top 10 in the ranking stone today." Good. The young are formidable. There is still more than a year before the core disciple assessment of the 7 mysterious valley, and you have already reached the Yijin stage. You have easily broken through the bottleneck from training the internal organs to Yijin. At this rate, it is simply a matter of time for you to reach the peak of Yijin. This assessment, you will definitely pass. A 15-year-old Yijin stage warrior is incredible, and a 5th grade talent is just so-so. I'm sure to pass the assessment alone, but if I face senior brother Ling Sen, I may not be able to win. Haha, passing the assessment is already incredible. If you can beat Ling Sen, you will create a miracle. Ling Sen is known as the invincible of the same level in Qianxue country, or invincible below the condensation vein stage. Even some weaker condensation vein stage warriors can be defeated by Ling Senator. If Lin Ming defeats Ling Sen, he will be equivalent to having the strength of a condensation vein stage warrior when he was 15 or 16 years old and just entered the Yijin stage. There are only a few hundred warriors in the condensed vein stage in the entire Qianxue kingdom, and most of them are concentrated in the 7 Zuanwu mansions. If Lin Ming can defeat Ling Sen, it means that he has already ranked around 100 in the personal strength ranking of Qianxue kingdom. This ranking, combined with his age, is terrifying. At this time, another elder came to the Fangxi square. Coincidentally, this elder turned out to be the elder Zhu Fingyuan who had made things difficult for Lin Ming before. Zhu Fingyuan never dreamed that Lin Ming, who was not well known 4 months ago, would now become a quasi-core disciple of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. If he became the master of the mansion in the future, he would be his immediate superior. Thinking of the feud between him and Lin Ming on the day of the assessment, Zhu Fingyuan regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. These days, Zhu Fingyuan could not sleep or eat well. Although he was extremely reluctant, Zhu Fingyuan had to find an opportunity to meet with Lin Ming. He did not ask for thawing the past, but at least to prevent Lin Ming from retaliating against him in the future. After all, it is not difficult for a lord to get rid of an elder of Qianxue mansion, although it takes some effort. Zhu Fingyuan chose this time to come here, but he didn't expect to run into his old rival Sun Sifan. He immediately cried out in his heart. This was a time to lose face, but he ran into his old rival. Isn't this making this guy laugh? Lin Ming naturally remembered this elder Zhu. Speaking of which, the Zumi ring on his hand was still Zhu Fingyuan's. With this ring, it is much more convenient. Lin Ming didn't have any grudges against Wang Yanfeng, let alone Zhu Fingyuan. Moreover, although Zhu Fingyuan's original approach was unfair, it was also human nature. After all, he and Wang Yanfeng's Yulu City Wang family were old friends. Lin Ming saluted as usual. Hello, Elder Zhu. Zhu Fingyuan coughed awkwardly. He immediately found that Lin Ming had broken through the Yijin stage, which made him feel unsure. Wang Yanfeng was still trying to reach the peak of Lianzang, but Lin Ming was already in the Yijin stage. On the day of the beginning of autumn, Wang Yanfeng's cultivation was still half a realm ahead of Lin Ming, but now, he is behind by half a realm. The assessment has only started for 2 months, and this is the Yijin stage. There is still more than a year to reach the peak of Yijin. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens, Lin Ming will become a core disciple of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Because Sun Sifan was present, Zhu Fingyuan didn't want to stay any longer. He coughed and said, I'm just passing by. I heard that you, Lin Ming, are taking the assessment here, so I came to see you. Do well in the exam. If you have a chance, come to my place and sit down. If you encounter any problems in cultivation, you can also ask me. Zhu Fingyuan's words were a euphemistic apology. Lin Ming would naturally not be unreasonable. Zhu Fingyuan was a postnatal master. Speaking in such a humble manner was already very respectful. Lin Ming said, thank you, Elder Zhu. I will definitely visit you another day. Well, good. Hearing Lin Ming say this, Zhu Fingyuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the presence of the 2 elders, the low-level disciples of the earth all stood far away and did not dare to come forward. At this moment, the stone square suddenly became noisy. The effect of this sensation was not inferior to that of Lin Ming's previous visit. Another person came to the square, and this person was actually Qin Xingsun. If there was anyone in the 7 Zuanwu mansion who could compare with Lin Ming, it would undoubtedly be Qin Xingsun. When Qin Xingsun became famous, Lin Ming was still unknown. At that time, the aura around Qin Xingsun was no less than that of Lin Ming. Now, the 2 geniuses of the 7 Zuanwu mansions gathered together. How could it not be exciting? Lin Ming was also a little surprised when he saw Qin Xingxun. He did not expect her to come. Qin Xingxun herself was a core disciple, so naturally she would not participate in the 10,000 killings array assessment. So she came here, most likely to see him. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt a little strange. Today, Qin Xingxun wore a simple martial arts uniform, which was neat and clean. The loose clothes were tied up at the waist with a silk ribbon, which perfectly set off her beautiful figure. With her slender legs, she gave people a heroic feeling. However, what Lin Ming noticed was not Qin Xingxun's temperament and beauty, but her cultivation. Qin Xingxun had broken through the 5th level of physical training, the bone forging realm. As early as when Lin Ming entered the 7 Zuanwu mansion, Qin Xingxun was already at the peak of Yijin. Now, in 4 months, she has broken through the bottleneck of bone forging. And Qin Xingxun is a few months younger than Lin Ming. The 6th grade talent is really terrifying. Xingxun greets Elder Sun and Elder Zhu. Although Qin Xingxun is equal to the elders of Qianxue Mansion in terms of status, Qin Xingxun still saluted the 2 elders out of etiquette for the younger generation. The 2 elders naturally noticed Qin Xingxun's cultivation at this time, and were amazed. A 15-year-old warrior in the bone forging realm has never existed in the history of Xianan country. At this rate, Qin Xingxun may break through the condensed vein stage at the age of 16. The 2 boys and girls in front of him, one has invincible combat power, and the other has a speed of cultivation that defies the heavens. Both of them are monsters among monsters. It's a pity that Qin Xingxun has already made it clear that he wants to embark on the path of pursuing innateness and has no intention of staying in Xianan Kingdom in the future. Otherwise, Lin Ming will be the lord of the 7 Zuanwu mansion in the future, and Qin Xingxun will be the 7 Zuan envoy. The 2 will be married again, which can be said to be a golden boy and a jade girl, a match made in heaven. By then, their children will surely be talented people, and Qianan Kingdom will have a legendary family. With these 2 people, the country's destiny will be more stable, and nearby enemy countries will not dare to invade. Lin Ming, long time no see. Qin Xingxun smiled slightly. Among his peers, only Qin Xingxun called Lin Ming by his name, and called it smoothly and naturally, while others either called Lin Ming Senior Brother Lin, or Mr. Lin, or even Lord Lin. Yeah, I haven't seen you for 2 months. Haha, you 2 chat first, let's go sit in the bamboo forest. Seeing that the 2 were chatting, Sun Sifan consciously made an excuse to leave. Of course, he knew that Qin Xingxun couldn't be here to see these old men. Elder Sun, Elder Zhu, take care. Qin Xingxun said sweetly. Yeah, you guys chat. Zhu Fingyuan also said hurriedly. This was one of the few times when the 2 of them agreed. After the 2 left, Qin Xingxun smiled and said, Lin Ming, I have been practicing in seclusion these days. I heard that your achievements in inscription skills have surpassed those in Xianan City. I'm the first person to know your identity as an inscription master. Can you give me a discount? I have a sword and I want your help. Qin Xingxun blinked as she spoke, and her airy playful expression made her charming for a moment. Even Lin Ming was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, I'm very willing to serve Miss Qin. I can do it for you for free. Really? I'm really honored. Qin Xingxun smiled sweetly. Lin Ming, you can just call me by my name. There is no need to be so distant. Well, you came today. I believe you are sure to enter the top 10 of the ranking stone, right? Yes. Lin Ming nodded. He was 100% sure to enter the top 10 of the ranking stone today. More and more people arrived at the 10,000 killing square. The originally cold scene became lively because of Lin Ming's sudden appearance. Some people were also on their way. When the 10,000 killings assessment was about to begin, Beijing Gan and Mirengzi also arrived. Seeing that Lin Ming was talking happily with Qin Xingxun, Mirengzi curled her lips and sat down on the spot. Obviously, she had no intention of going up to say hello. Beijing Gan found it funny to see Mirengzi like this. Mirengzi was actually quite arrogant, but unfortunately, she couldn't find any confidence in front of Qin Xingxun. Qin Xingxun was younger than Mirengzi. When Qin Xingxun was famous in Xianan City, Mirengzi was still unconvinced and wanted to surpass Qin Xingxun. Later, after trying for a long time, she found that the 2 were not on the same level. And now, when Mirengzi saw Qin Xingxuan and Lin Ming talking happily together, she felt a kind of inexplicable jealousy that was difficult for a little girl to explain. Mirengzi was simple-minded and never concealed her emotions, so she just sat down on the spot. Beijing Guan smiled and said, "Azzy, didn't you get a human-grade middle-grade sword a few days ago and want junior brother Lin to help you?" 87 votes, the fifth update, only 13 votes short. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Burning Will to Fight. Beijing Guan smiled and said, "Azzy, didn't you get a middle grade human level sword a few days ago and want junior brother Lin to help you?" Mirengzi said unhappily. "Qin Xingxuan also has a sword and is looking for your junior brother Lin to inscribe it. The sword taken out by the marshal's mansion must be a top grade human level sword. I'd better not embarrass myself with my broken sword. Humph, those old men at home are all stingy and mean." The sourness in Mirengzi's words could be smelled across several streets, and Beijing Guan couldn't help laughing. Mirengzi saw that many children of big families had middle grade human level treasures a few days ago, and they also added Lin Ming's flame inscription. She couldn't sit still, so she tried hard and softly, pulling the old man's beard, to get a middle grade human level treasure and some rare materials, and dragged Qin Xingxuan with her. She ran to the Inscription Master Guild excitedly, to find Lin Ming for an inscription. As a result, after arriving at the Inscription Master Guild, she found out that Lin Ming had closed his stall after collecting the materials these days. This made Mirengzi very depressed. After returning to the 7 Zuanwu mansion, she learned that Lin Ming had already started his retreat, which made Mirengzi even more unhappy. Beijing Guan was not teasing Mirengzi. She walked over to greet Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan and said, "Junior brother Lin, Miss Qin, oh, senior sister Jingguan." Lin Ming's heart moved slightly, and then he smiled and responded, "Is the sword inscribed last time still useful?" "Yeah, it's very handy. I wonder if junior brother Lin is free these days. Azzy has another sword and wants junior brother Lin's help." "No problem, it's just an inscription. It won't take long. Speaking of which, senior sister Jingguan Starshine Stone helped me a lot last time. Junior brother Lin, you're polite." Beijing Guan smiled and wanted to say something. At this time, the bronze bell next to the altar was struck. The test of the 10,000 killings formation has begun. Lin Ming's eyes condensed, and his fighting spirit was ignited. After 3 months, I wonder what place he can rush to on the ranking stone this time. "Junior brother Lin, are you going to the stage now?" Beijing Guan asked. "Yes, I will go on stage in the first round. Generally speaking, powerful disciples will choose to go on stage in the last few rounds, which means they will be the finale, but Lin Ming did not want to do so. He came here to challenge the top 10 and get the reward of the heavy profound soft silver spear, not to perform. Disciples who want to be tested in the first round can come up," the deacon brother announced. Lin Ming jumped lightly, like a light swallow, and instantly appeared on the altar of the 10,000 killings formation. This light body movement was not noticed by others, but Qin Xingxuan, including the 2 elders Zhu Fingyuan and Sun Sifan, did notice it. Qin Xingxuan instinctively felt that there was something strange about Lin Ming's action just now, but she couldn't tell what was strange. She just looked at Lin Ming in confusion, thinking about the scene just now in her mind. Zhu Fingyuan stroked his beard and said, "Old man son, did you notice that Lin Ming's movements just now seemed to have some mystery in them?" Sun Sifan recalled Lin Ming's movements just now in his mind. To be honest, Lin Ming was not very fast just now, but his movements contained a special mystery. For ordinary people, after jumping up, the speed of the air will gradually decrease due to gravity. Although the reduction is very small due to the high jumping speed, it can still be detected by careful perception. However, Lin Ming just jumped onto the altar at an average speed, as if his body was a feather without any weight, and was blown onto the altar by the wind. It's really a bit wrong. This kid, who hasn't been seen for a few days, seems to have made great progress. Now, there's something to watch. Because of Lin Ming's appearance on the stage, the other disciples who were originally planning to go on stage in the first round stopped at the same time and did not follow. Therefore, there was only Lin Ming in the first test. Lin Ming did not care about the others and sat cross-legged on the altar. The assessment time is unlimited. Killing an enemy who has just entered the second level of physical training will earn you 1 point. Killing an enemy who has reached the peak of the second level of physical training will earn you 5 points. Killing an enemy who has just entered the third level of physical training will earn you 10 points. Killing an enemy who has reached the peak of the third level of physical training will earn you 50 points. Killing a person who has just entered the fourth level of physical training will earn you 100 points. Killing a person who has reached the peak of the fourth level of physical training will earn you 500 points. Killing a person who has just entered the fifth level of physical training will earn you 1000 points. Killing a person who has reached the peak of the fifth level of physical training will earn you 5000 points. And death will be considered a failure. Junior Brother Lin, if you are ready, you can start. Deacon Liang Guangfeng made a routine introduction. Let's get started. Lin Ming nodded, and then, a milky white array of light enveloped him. Lin Ming once again entered the white world, and various weapons appeared around him. Spear, 8-foot long spear shaft, 8-inch spearhead, purple black bullet iron spear shaft, cloud patterned iron spear tip, total weight of 820 pounds. Lin Ming imagined the appearance of the weapon in his mind, and a heavy spear that was exactly the same as the Guanhang spear fell into Lin Ming's hands. At the same time, more than a dozen warriors and beasts appeared in front of Lin Ming. Their strength was only from the beginning of the second level of physical training to the beginning of the third level of physical training. This kind of strength was not a threat to Lin Ming at all. Without waiting for these opponents to attack, Lin Ming moved his feet and instantly appeared among these beasts and warriors. He swept his spear horizontally, circle and kill. Even the strength of training was useless. With only physical strength, more than a dozen enemies were swept open like broken blood bags, and all died. One move cleared the field, clean and neat. After a few breaths, the second batch of enemies appeared. This time, the enemies were mainly at the peak of the third level of physical training, and there was even one in the early stage of Yijin. This kind of cultivation was also not worth mentioning to Lin Ming. With a shake of the Guanhang spear in his hand, Lin Ming rushed directly towards the enemy. The only bull beast with a strength equivalent to the Yijin period rushed towards Lin Ming. Its huge body weighing thousands of pounds ran rapidly, and the ground shook when its four hooves stepped on it, and the earth and rocks flew. With such a rampaging bull monster, coupled with the power of the charge, even a palace can be collapsed. Facing the aggressive monster, Lin Ming did not dodge or evade. He shouted loudly, sank his arms, and burst out with momentum. The dragon is out of the sea. With a loud shout, Lin Ming stabbed the bull's body with a gun. Crack. Under such an impact, the rainbow spear pierced the bull's body like breaking through rotten leather, and then got stuck in the bull's bones. The powerful impact pressed the rainbow spear into a full moon, but Lin Ming's right foot stepped back fiercely, and his feet were rooted in the ground like iron. Lin Ming's whole body was filled with true energy, using his legs to lead his waist, and his waist to lead his arms. His body bent backwards like a bow, and his arms suddenly raised up. The bull weighing several thousand pounds was just like this, and was lifted off the top of Lin Ming's head. With one move, Lin Ming's momentum reached its peak. He shouted and rushed directly into the center of the enemy, holding the gun in both hands, opening and closing it. The piercing rainbow gun was like a purple dragon tumbling in the sea of blood. Wherever it passed, blood spurted out, and bones and tendons were broken. With one shot, at least 2 enemies were killed. New enemies were constantly swiped out by the 10,000 killings formation, but the old enemies died faster. So for a long time, there were only 7 or 8 enemies around Lin Ming, and several of them had their legs or lumbar vertebrae broken by a single shot, losing their combat effectiveness and about to be eliminated. Outside the 10,000 killings formation, the 4th incense stick had been lit, and Lin Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the altar, still looked calm, and it was obvious that he had plenty of strength left. 4th incense stick. In the last test of the 10,000 killings formation, Lin Ming was a little exhausted after only the 4th incense stick. However, even so, he killed the enemies too quickly and still managed to reach the 62nd place. Now, in the 4th incense stick, Lin Ming is like nothing happened. It is estimated that it will not be a problem to hold on until the 67th incense stick. Moreover, Lin Ming's strength has improved now, and his killing speed is definitely faster. He may have killed a warrior in the bone refining stage. A warrior who has just entered the bone refining stage has 1000 points. It is hard to imagine Lin Ming's ranking this time. Beijing Guan estimated Lin Ming's current score while looking at the incense burner. The 10th place in the 10,000 killings formation is about 8 or 9,000 points. As long as he kills 4 or 5 warriors in the early stage of bone refining, plus the accumulated points before, he can basically enter the top 10. Entering the top 10 at the age of 15. This result, Beijing Guan felt horrible just thinking about it. While Beijing Guan was talking, Mirengzi just sat on the grass with her head tilted, her hands supporting her pointed chin as she looked at Lin Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in the altar. She had no feeling at all. Perhaps it was because Lin Ming had created too many miracles these days, and Mirengzi had become immune to everything Lin Ming did, and was too lazy to be surprised. In the 10,000 killings formation, Lin Ming had indeed begun to face enemies in the bone forging stage, as Beijing Guan said, but they were not in the early stage of bone forging, but at the peak of bone forging. Beijing Guan still underestimated Lin Ming's killing speed. Now Lin Ming had just entered the Yijin realm and faced the peak of bone forging, which was a realm and a half away. Bone forging peak? Lin Ming licked his lips, his eyes revealing a burning desire to fight, because at this time his lips were stained with blood, and his expression looked a little ferocious. The enemy's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and the pressure Lin Ming faced was getting greater and greater. Lin Ming's strength had long surpassed that of an average bone forging peak warrior. However, with a group of enemies holding him back, it was much more difficult to defeat an enemy at the peak of bone forging. Bang! Lin Ming fought hard with the warrior in the bone forging stage. The opponent was using a rare long stick. The stick hit him with great force. He swung up the rainbow spear and smashed it with the opponent's stick. Sparks flew everywhere. The stick and the spear were bent at the same time due to the strong impact. At this time, the advantage of the shotgun and the stick was revealed. If the spear and the stick were inelastic, the recoil force alone would be enough to crack the warrior's knuckles. The warrior at the peak of the bone forging stage had amazing strength, but Lin Ming's strength was even stronger. With the support of the Chaos Gang Daojing and the strength generating technique of practicing strength like silk, the power on Lin Ming's spear was like a surging tide, not only powerful, but also endless. The rainbow spear, which was bent into a semi-arc, suddenly returned to its original shape, and the black armored warrior at the peak of the bone forging stage was bounced away by Lin Ming. On the other hand, Lin Ming did not retreat even a step. The 6th update. Everyone, please continue to vote for Wu Ji. Let Wu Ji's votes reach the maximum today. I'm just like the title of this chapter. I'm burning with fighting spirit. I will continue to write and fight. I will fight to the end. Chapter 144 Extreme Speed. The piercing rainbow spear, which had been bent into a semi-arc, suddenly returned to its original shape, and the black armored warrior at the peak of the bone forging stage was forcibly repelled by Lin Ming. On the other hand, Lin Ming did not retreat even a single step. Under normal circumstances, Lin Ming would have rushed out in one leap and stabbed out a spear with a powerful momentum. Even if he could not kill the opponent with one shot, he would have been able to seriously injure him. But now, just as Lin Ming was about to rush out, 2 beasts equivalent to the initial stage of the bone forging stage had already rushed towards Lin Ming from the left and right. Die! Lin Ming shouted, and the piercing rainbow spear swept violently. The spear tip full of true energy swept the heads of the 2 beasts. The strong vibration of true energy burst out, and the heads of the 2 beasts suddenly exploded like watermelons. Puff! Puff! The 2 headless corpses fell heavily to the ground, and blood gushed out like a fountain. With the time that the beast had delayed, the warrior who was knocked back by Lin Ming's spear and reached the peak of bone forging had a breath of relief. He used his stick to support the ground, and with the help of the stick's elasticity, his body changed from retreating to rushing forward. Holding the stick with both hands, he hit Lin Ming hard. Seeing the stick coming, Lin Ming's mouth curved into an arc. He shook the rainbow spear in his hand and took a step forward. In this step, Lin Ming suddenly reached a terrifying speed. Golden Peng broke through the void. The distance seemed to have lost its meaning under Lin Ming's feet. When the long stick of the peak of bone forging warrior was about to fall, Lin Ming appeared in front of the warrior of bone forging realm as if teleporting, and stabbed out with a spear. Puff! The spear directly penetrated the throat of the peak of bone forging warrior. There are thousands of moves, but only speed can't break. When the speed is extremely fast, the enemy is killed before he makes a move. The peak of bone forging warrior obviously didn't expect that Lin Ming had not used his maximum speed before and was stabbed to death by Lin Ming's spear. The rainbow spear was withdrawn like a poisonous snake returning to its hole, and a large transparent hole appeared in the throat of the bone forging warrior, and blood flowed out. With the death of this peak bone forging warrior, the other bone forging early stages, and even the beast warriors who were not at the bone forging stage, were no match for Lin Ming. Under Lin Ming's terrifying attack power and ghostly speed, the rainbow spear harvested the lives of these beasts and warriors like the scythe of the god of death, and the attacks of those warriors and beasts fell into the air under Lin Ming's golden peng breaking void body movement. After killing several beasts at the early stage of bone forging, Lin Ming had not had time to catch his breath before 5 or 6 phantoms appeared. Most of these 5 or 6 phantoms were peak bone forging warriors or beasts, and the last warrior in silver armor had reached the condensed vein stage. A warrior in the condensation vein stage. Good, very good. Let me see how big the gap is between me and an ordinary warrior in the condensation vein stage. Seeing the warrior in the condensation vein stage appear, Lin Ming's fighting spirit burned. It was rumored that Ling Xian's ultimate strength could be comparable to that of a weaker warrior in the condensation vein stage. The silver armored warrior in front of him did not have much true essence. It was obvious that he had just broken through the condensation vein stage and his meridians had not yet been completely opened. This kind of warrior in the condensation vein stage was the weakest. If Ling Xian was here, he might be able to kill him. But it was too difficult for Lin Ming to deal with him. Now the wisest thing for Lin Ming to do was to avoid this warrior in the condensation vein stage, relying on his terrifying speed and the powerful attack power brought by the training force, and constantly harvest the lives of fierce beasts and warriors in the bone forging stage to accumulate points. This is the only way to maximize the points. In fact, the disciples of the 7 Zuanwu mansions did this when they encountered an enemy they could not deal with. Zhang Guanyu and Tuoku were no exception. They were also unable to kill the condensed vein stage warriors. At this time, the competition was about who could hold out longer under the condensed vein stage warriors and who killed more enemies. Tuoku, with his powerful strength, could kill all the bone forging stage warriors among the enemies when several condensed vein stage warriors appeared. That's why he could suppress Zhang Guanyu and secure the second place in the ranking stone. But Lin Ming didn't do that. He also roughly knew the points required to enter the top 10 of the ranking stone. He was already in the top 10. Even if he ranked higher, what was the point? In the past, Lin Ming had to rely on rankings to compete for resources, but now, because Lin Ming participated in the core disciple assessment, he could enjoy resources equivalent to the top 3 in the ranking stone in the 7 Zuanwu mansion, so points were no longer a thing for him. As long as he entered the top 10 and got the heavy Zuan soft silver gun, it would be enough. Simply dodging the attacks of the condensed vein stage warriors and killing enemies weaker than himself would earn higher scores, but the number of condensed vein stage warriors would gradually increase, and Lin Ming would completely lose the opportunity to fight head-on with the condensed vein stage warriors. What Lin Ming wanted to know now was not how many points he could get at most, but how far he was from the condensed vein stage warriors. Kill. Lin Ming ignored the other enemies and rushed directly towards the silver armored warrior with the rainbow spear in hand. Outside the 10,000 killings formation, the 6th incense stick had burned to the end. This result was expected by many people. 6 incense sticks was not a long time. Mirengzi also persisted for 6 incense sticks during the last 10,000 killings formation assessment and ranked 28th. But people knew that Lin Ming's 6 incense sticks were different from those of ordinary people. His speed in killing enemies was terrifying. The 7th incense stick has just been lit, and Lin Ming seems to be close to his limit. At this time, Lin Ming and the 10,000 killings formation had a flushed face and sweat on his forehead. Under the restraint of a group of bone forging stage warriors, Fighting against a condensed vein stage warrior, the pressure he faced can be imagined. The gap between the condensed vein stage and the bone forging stage is huge, because a condensed vein stage warrior can open up the meridians of the whole body, which is a qualitative change. Although the opponent Lin Ming faced had just broken through the condensed vein stage, and the meridians were not completely connected, his strength was also extremely abnormal. If it were not for Jin Peng's body movement, Lin Ming would have been defeated in a few breaths, while fighting against a condensed vein stage warrior, and facing such a large number of enemies. But even so, as time went by, Lin Ming's wounds on his body gradually increased. He suffered more than a dozen wounds, and lost a lot of blood. Some of the wounds were so deep, that the bones could be seen, and even penetrated the body. Even though Lin Ming had reached the realm of exhaling like a whirlpool, and inhaling like a vortex, and at the same time, had the support of Chaos True Yuan Ju, he had still reached his limit. During this period, Lin Ming once stabbed the silver armored knight with a spear. Although it only pierced through the armor and injured a little flesh, the vibrating true essence had already entered the body of the silver armored knight. However, Lin Ming poured all his true essence into it, but the opponent only spit out a mouthful of blood and was not seriously injured. The true essence of the training force like silk was relied on to kill the enemy, but the true essence in the body of the warrior in the condensation meridian stage was too thick, which could dissolve the vibration caused by the training force like silk to a certain extent, so he failed to kill the opponent in one fell swoop. At this time, the 7th incense stick was half burned, and Lin Ming in the 10,000 killings formation suddenly groaned and retreated from the illusion of the 10,000 killings formation. The assessment is over. Lin Ming failed to kill the warrior in the condensation meridian stage after all, and only injured him with a spear. Although his strength was inferior, with the support of the Chaos True Essence art, Lin Ming did not lose in a short time. Under the attack and containment of many bone forging stage warriors, being able to injure a condensing vein stage warrior with one shot, even if this condensing vein stage warrior was just a residual image in the 10,000 killing formation, this achievement is enough to be proud of. If it is spread out, the whole Xianan city will be in an uproar. However, after injuring the condensing vein stage warrior with one shot, facing the containment of many bone forging stage warriors, Lin Ming had no choice but to kill several bone forging stage warriors and fierce beasts. As a result, another warrior who had just entered the condensing vein stage appeared, and he was stronger than the previous one. This time, Lin Ming's pressure increased, and he was defeated in the end. Lin Ming walked down from the altar, and everyone's eyes turned to the ranking stone. They wanted to see how Lin Ming could rank. Although Lin Ming has a lot of fans, such as many junior brothers and sisters in the Hall of Humanity who support Lin Ming fanatically, almost thinking that Lin Ming can do anything. But most of the older and more rational disciples still think that Lin Ming came today just to warm up and see how big the gap is from the top 10. The goal given by the Lord of the 7th Profound Martial Palace to Lin Ming to enter the top 10 in 3 months was definitely not given randomly. The Lord of the 7th Profound Martial Palace was a very important person. He naturally saw Lin Ming's potential and estimated his progress speed, so he listed this series of rewards. Entering the top 10 in 3 months should be Lin Ming's limit. On the contrary, if Lin Ming slacked off, the goal of the top 10 in 3 months would be impossible to achieve. This Lin Ming is going to make a big splash again. Since he dared to come, he must be close to the top 10. If he can't enter this month, he should be able to enter next month. A disciple ranked in the top 20 of Xianxi Palace said slowly, while shaking his fan. The more points you have, the slower the ranking stone calculates. Now, after a few breaths, there is no movement in the ranking stone, which should be close to the top 10. Well, the Palace Master's vision should not be wrong. He did not give Lin Ming the goal of entering the top 10 in 3 months. He must have seen Lin Ming's potential. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Ming will enter the top 10 next month. If so, it may not be impossible for him to defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months. Defeating Zhang Guanyu in 4 months is too scary. This junior brother Lin is expected to surpass both of us this time. I'm completely out of temper. The person who replied was also a disciple ranked in the top 20 of the Heavenly Palace. The two of them were about to graduate at the end of the year. They were classmates for 5 years, entered the Earth Hall together, and then entered the Heavenly Palace together. They were good friends. The two of them were just passing by here. When they learned that Lin Ming was taking the assessment, they came to see him. In their opinion, Lin Ming entering the top 10 in 3 months was already a legend. And now it has only been 2 months, and if he has entered the top 10, then they really can't find any words to describe this situation. Adjectives such as genius, evildoer, and miracle have long been used to describe Lin Ming. Their eyes were already focused on the second row of the ranking stones, waiting for the illusion array to calculate the points. The second row was where the top 10 disciples of the ranking stones were located. After a few more breaths, the ranking stones finally showed a wave of distortion like water ripples, but this fluctuation appeared on the first row of the ranking stones. The 5th and 6th names were pushed apart by a force, and Lin Ming surprisingly appeared between the two. Lin Ming, 6th place. The 7th update. 116 votes today alone. In addition, the monitor's 10,000 reward. I have no way to repay you. I will continue to write. Although I only slept for more than 5 hours yesterday, I'm now very excited. Writing a book requires passion. I'm really passionate now, and I'm not sleepy at all. I will continue to write the 8th update. Of course, it must be out after 0 o'clock. I'm asking for monthly tickets again, passionate, and fighting to the end. Chapter 145, Heavy Zoo and Soft Silver Spear. 6th. The two disciples ranked in the top 20 of Qianxue Mansion exclaimed at the same time. The mansion master asked Lin Ming to enter the top 10 in 3 months. Now it's only been 2 months, and he's already 6th. Is this a joke? Not to mention the two of them, even Lin Ming's fanatical fans didn't expect that Lin Ming would not only make it into the top 10, but also make it to 6th. Some of the junior sisters in Rinse Hall were even rubbing their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Qianxue Mansion set up unimaginably difficult assessment rewards for Lin Ming, entering the top 10 of the ranking stone in 3 months, defeating Zhang Guanyu in 4 months, defeating Tuoku in 5 months, and defeating Ling Xian in 6 months. Some people even thought that this series of rewards was simply a joke on Lin Ming, but now the result is that for Lin Ming, the difficulty of the assessment given by Qianxue Mansion is too low. Let Lin Ming enter the top 10 in 3 months. It's too much of a disdain for Lin Ming. Now Lin Ming has reached 6th in 2 months. Isn't this a slap in the face? In this way, it is also very likely that Lin Ming will defeat Zhang Guanyu. As for the core disciple assessment of the 7 profound martial palace, that is, to let Lin Ming reach the peak of Yijin realm at the age of 16, there is no suspense in the eyes of everyone. This difficulty is too low for Lin Ming. In other words, no matter whether Lin Ming can defeat Tuoku and Ling Xian in the future, he is destined to be the core disciple of the 7 profound martial palace. When he reaches the condensation vein stage, he will go to the 7 profound valley to practice for a few years, and then he can easily reach the realm of the acquired realm. Then, as long as Lin Ming nods, he can return to Qianxue Kingdom to serve as the 7 profound envoy or the lord of the 7 profound martial palace. At that time, Qianxue Kingdom will almost become Lin Ming's back garden, and he can do whatever he wants. This is a position that makes many people and families jealous to the point of bleeding. Especially since Lin Ming is still so young, it is entirely possible that he will enter the acquired realm before he is 30 years old. He will squander his youth for 1 or 200 years. Countless family forces want to curry favor with him. Countless beautiful girls want to marry him, and even the royal princesses, as well as the proud daughters of heaven such as Beijing Gan and Mirangzi are all within his reach. Not only the current beauties, but also the beauties in a few decades or 100 years can also get them. This is much more enjoyable than being a mortal emperor. For most male disciples of the 7 Zuanwu Palace, this is simply the ultimate in life. Lin Ming looked at the ranking on the ranking stone and understood that he had achieved such a good result this time. Firstly because he had broken through the Yijin stage, and his true essence and strength had increased significantly. Secondly, because he had comprehended the artistic conception of wind, and learned the body movement of Jinpeng Park Su. Lin Ming rarely moved in the battle before. No matter how aggressively the opponent came, Lin Ming never dodged. It was a completely head-on fighting style. If he was strong, I would be stronger. In the fight, Lin Ming's momentum was always as still as a mountain, like the iron chain blocking the river in the surging river. After Lin Ming's skills were perfected, the only opponent who had forced Lin Ming to retreat was Zhu Yan. This fighting style was mainly because Lin Ming was powerful and had a strong true essence. He was best at head-on fighting. Of course, there was another reason, that is, Lin Ming's speed was not fast. His attack speed was not slow, but his body speed only relied on the basic steps. After all, the basic steps was only a basic body movement. In addition, Lin Ming did not put much effort into this basic steps, so Lin Ming's attainments in body movement were always very limited. If he rushed in a straight line, relying on the strength of his body and the rich true essence, Lin Ming could still reach a certain speed. If he emphasized twisting and turning, and his whereabouts were erratic, then he would never be able to do it. However, the golden peng breaking the void made up for this deficiency. Having comprehended the artistic conception of wind, whether it was linear speed or agility of body movement, Lin Ming was far superior to the warriors of the same level. He could even make sudden stops in midair and change directions in the air, which completely violated the laws of physics. For a warrior like him, with amazing physical strength, thick true essence in his body, and a terrifying killing move like training strength like silk, what kind of concept is that? It is not enough to describe it as adding wings to a tiger. I wonder if my current strength is worse than Zhang Guanou's. If so, how much worse? I heard that the 4th place on the ranking stone is tens of thousands of points behind Zhang Guanou. The 4th place on the ranking stone is not at the same level as the top 3. However, Lin Ming did not maximize his score this time. Otherwise, with his golden peng breaking void body skills, he could kill some more enemies in the bone forging realm and increase his score by tens of thousands of points, and he could have taken the 4th place, or even the 3rd place. However, the score does not represent everything. Even if Lin Ming's score exceeds Zhang Guanou, it does not mean anything. After all, Zhang Guanou has not participated in the 10,000 killings array assessment for a long time. However, according to the information from the prince, Zhang Guanou is now practicing the Hehuan divine art and his strength has greatly improved. But even if I'm not as good as Zhang Guanou now, it won't take me much time to surpass him. The Lord of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion asked me to challenge Zhang Guanou in 4 months. I think it will take about 3 months. Lin Ming did not think that he would have any problem defeating Zhang Guanou. Lin Ming, congratulations. Qin Xingxuan had been not far from the altar. Seeing the ranking changes on the ranking stone, he said with a smile. Thank you. Lin Ming responded simply. Not only in the top 10, but also 6th. Really? I didn't expect it. Beijing Gan also came over and blinked at Lin Ming. She also didn't expect Lin Ming's strength to improve so quickly. However, Mirengzi's mentality was much better. She looked at the ranking stone, and then looked at Lin Ming who was chatting with Qin Xingxuan and Beijing Gan under the altar from a distance, and muttered softly, "Animal is an animal, you can't look at it the same way you look at people." The second round of the test of the 10,000 killings formation continued, but no one was paying attention. If the disciples who participated in the test had not paid the true essence stone in advance, some people didn't want to take the test. Just when the second round of the test had begun, an old man in a green robe appeared with a smile on his face on the stone square where the 10,000 killings formation was located. The old man appeared silently, and many people didn't notice when he appeared at all, as if he had been standing here originally, but people didn't see him before. Lin Ming was suddenly startled and found the old man in the green robe at the first time. This person was like a ghost. He subconsciously took a step back. On this old man, Lin Ming felt an aura that was even stronger than Mu Yi's. Hello senior. Although he didn't know who the old man was, the one who could appear in the 7 Zuanwu mansion at this time should be an elder with top strength in the 7 Zuanwu mansion, or even the palace master of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Qin Xingxuan discovered this old man almost at the same time as Lin Ming. After seeing this old man, she was slightly surprised and immediately saluted and said, "Hello, Lord Palace Master." The old man laughed and stroked his beard and said, "Xingxuan, little kid, you are so sweet." "What Palace Master? I'm just a deputy." There is a Palace Master and 2 deputy Palace Masters in the 7 Zuanwu mansion. However, Qin Xingxuan always felt awkward when calling the deputy palace master when saluting, so he always called the palace master. Lin Ming was slightly startled in his heart. It turned out that this old man was the deputy palace master of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. How could this old man also have the strength of the peak of the acquired world? It's just that the deputy palace master has such strength, and the palace master must be stronger. However, no matter how strong he is, he can't be innate. The house owner should also be at the peak of the acquired realm. However, even if they are at the peak of the acquired realm, their strengths can be high or low. All the disciples present heard Qin Xingxuan's greetings to the old man. They never thought that this old man who suddenly appeared was actually the deputy house owner of the 7 Zuanwu house. For a moment, these disciples were panicked, excited, awed, and had a faint sense of fresh excitement. It was like the common people suddenly meeting the emperor. They were so awed that they didn't know what etiquette to follow, but at the same time they felt excited and honored. After all, to the common people, the emperor was a legendary figure. For these low-level disciples, the house owner and the deputy house owner were like dragons that could not be seen from head to toe. Even many disciples of Qianxue house had not been able to see the 3 house owners in 5 years at school. The deputy palace master actually came in person. That's one of the deputy palace masters of the Wu Palace. He is indeed a master. I didn't even notice how he appeared just now. What is the deputy palace master doing here? He is not here to congratulate Lin Ming, is he? Not really. If that's the case, Lin Ming's face is too great. Even if the new emperor ascends the throne, it is very difficult to invite the palace master to attend the coronation ceremony. People were making chaotic guesses at this time. At this time, the old man in green took out an extra long box from the Zumi ring. When it stood up, it was much taller than the old man, a full 10 feet. The box was made of sandalwood and looked very old. It faintly exuded an ancient wood fragrance. The moment Lin Ming saw the box, he had a guess in his mind. Sure enough, after the old man opened the box, a long brocade silk satin was revealed inside. Between the satin, some bright silver could be seen faintly. There was no doubt that it was a gun wrapped in satin. The heavy and soft silver gun. The old man in green said with a smile, "Boy, take out the gun, and let's see it." Lin Ming took a deep breath, tore off the silken satin, and picked up the heavy black soft silver gun. When he held the gun, Lin Ming immediately felt a slight chill, as if it was connected to flesh and blood. It felt extremely heavy, and the total weight must be more than 1,000 pounds. A long gun with bright silver all over, even the gun head, is also bright silver, with a high spine and a thin blade, shining with cold light, and it is extremely sharp at a glance. The gun barrel is very elastic, but to shake it open, it requires more force than shaking open the rainbow gun. Obviously, this heavy black soft silver has stronger elasticity than the purple black bullet iron. Touching the cool gun barrel, Lin Ming can clearly feel that there are slight lines on the gun barrel, like light water lines, and it feels very good to touch. This kind of pattern is not for anti-slip, but the array pattern engraved on the gun by the weapon refiner. These array patterns have penetrated into the gun barrel, just like the inscription rune, and have been integrated with the gun. It is with these array patterns that this gun can be infused with true essence and become a human-level mid-grade treasure. The 8th update. Chapter 146 True Essence Transformation. A treasure weapon without an inscription. Lin Ming's heart moved. He was the most outstanding inscription master in Qianxue country. He had to think carefully about the inscription of this heavy mysterious soft silver spear and strive to increase the power of the spear to the highest level. At this time, the old man in green said, "When the palace master went out, he gave the spear to me. As long as you pass the assessment, I will give it to you." This spear was made by the weapon refining sect of Qixuan Valley. If it were not for the limitations of the weapon itself, it would at least be a human level top grade treasure weapon. Spears, sticks, bows and other weapons that require both toughness and elasticity are the most difficult to make among treasure weapons. Although this heavy mysterious soft silver spear is only a human level mid-grade treasure weapon, in terms of true value, it is often more valuable than an ordinary human level top grade sword. Lin Ming held this heavy mysterious soft silver spear and was reluctant to let it go. The old man in green shirt said, "This heavy black soft silver spear weighs 1,200 jin. The spear shaft is made of heavy black soft silver, 9 feet long, and the spearhead is made of cold star steel, 9 inches long, a total of 9 feet and 9 inches, which is the maximum length of the spear. In Cheyenne country, the image of the spear and the spear are similar. It is generally believed that spears are less than 10 feet long and spears are more than 10 feet long. Spears are weapons for warriors to fight in daily life, while spears are generally only used for horse battles, because spears are too long and difficult to use without riding horses. The most standard horse battle spear equipped in the army of Cheyenne country has a spear shaft of 10 feet and a spearhead of 8 inches, so it is called Zangba spear. There was once an outstanding general who was famous for his sturdy and brave. He made the spearhead of the Zangba spear into a snake shape that was conducive to bleeding and enlarging wounds. That was the famous Zangba snake spear. Generally, men in Cheyenne country are more than 7 feet tall, so there is a saying of a 7-foot man. Of course, there are also taller ones who are 8 feet long or even more. An 8-foot spear is as tall as a warrior, and a 9-foot 9-inch spear is 2 feet taller than a warrior. It has a wider attack range, but is also more difficult to use. 9 is the largest number, symbolizing dignity and longevity. A mortal emperor can only be called the Supreme Emperor, while the ancient martial god can be called the Supreme Emperor. The spear is the king of all weapons, and a 9-foot 9-inch spear is the Supreme Emperor among all spears. This kind of spear is the king of kings among weapons. Generally, weapon refiners who don't have much ability dare not rashly refine a 9-foot 9-inch extreme spear, fearing that they are not capable enough, and will ruin their own luck. Even if some weapon refiners are confident in refining, when the spear is completed, they often add the blood of a level 5 ferocious beast to the quenching water to sacrifice the spear, and eliminate the evil spirit in the spear. With the profound heritage of the 7 Mysterious Valley, it must have used the blood of a level 5 beast when quenching, and the amount used would not be less. This kind of blood, 1 ounce is worth 30,000 gold in Cheyenne country, and it is simply not available. When Lin Ming drew the body inscription, he had to work very hard to get 2 ounces. Thank you, Lord. Lin Ming held the heavy and soft silver spear with both hands and bowed deeply. This spear was indeed too expensive and very important to him. Seeing Lin Ming put away the heavy and soft silver spear, the eyes of other martial arts disciples were also very eager. Although they did not use spears, warriors saw good weapons, and were inevitably jealous. Show off for a while, let me, an old man, see your spear skills. The old man in green licked his lips and laughed. Yes. Lin Ming held the spear with both hands and bowed, took a step back, and stretched out his arm with the butt of the spear pressed horizontally. The 1200 jin heavy mysterious soft silver spear was held horizontally by Lin Ming. Now that Lin Ming's strength has greatly increased, the 1200 jin heavy mysterious soft silver spear is just right for him. After feeling the weight of the spear itself, Lin Ming shook the spear violently, and the heavy mysterious soft silver spear immediately danced like a silver snake. The originally pointed spearhead suddenly shook like a bucket. This heavy mysterious soft silver spear with powerful force is very deadly. If an ordinary person touches the shaking spearhead, he will be directly knocked out by the shaking force. If it hits the chest and abdomen, it is very likely that the ribs will be broken, and the internal organs will rupture and die. Good spear. Lin Ming praised sincerely, and slapped the butt of the spear with his left hand, forcibly making the shaking spear stop. Then Lin Ming stepped forward, bursting with momentum, and stabbed the heavy mysterious soft silver spear in his hand like lightning. The dragon is out of the sea. For this shot, Lin Ming used the vibrating true essence that he had cultivated to be as strong as silk. The true essence was poured into the gun body, flowing freely without any obstruction. This was definitely not comparable to the semi-treasure heavy mysterious soft silver gun. Crack. The piercing sound of the air explosion was like a sharp knife scratching through glass, and the air turned into visible water ripples, as if the light was distorted. This was because the vibrating true essence poured into the gun body had nowhere to vent, and rushed into the air, causing a vibration like a sound wave, which spread rapidly. Boom. Like a thunderclap from the ground, the stone pillar 10 feet away in front of Lin Ming suddenly exploded, with stone chips flying everywhere, sand and rocks flying. However, the tip of Lin Ming's gun was still 9 feet away from the stone pillar. The old man in green clothes eyes lit up. Good boy, the true essence is transformed. The true essence is transformed into a shape, which is a realm that only warriors in the condensation vein stage can achieve. Although ordinary warriors can release gorgeous martial arts, that is not the transformation of true essence. The transformation of true essence means that in a random attack, the released true essence can be condensed into substance. In this way, a random attack is comparable to a martial arts move of ordinary warriors. This requires the warrior's true essence to be very condensed. Generally speaking, only warriors in the condensation vein stage can do it. And now Lin Ming has just entered the Yijin stage. How can the old man in green shirt not be surprised? Not only the old man in green shirt, but also the two elders Sun and Zhu, Qin Xingxuan and other masters present have noticed Lin Ming's true essence transformation. For Qin Xingxuan, this move of true essence transformation is more surprising than Lin Ming getting the 6th ranking stone. It is almost unimaginable for a warrior in the Yijin stage to reach the realm of true essence transformation. She is now in the bone forging stage, but she does not have this ability. How did Lin Ming practice it? Is his ethereal martial arts really that strong? The other disciples did not see the mystery of Lin Ming's shot, but this did not prevent them from marveling at the power of this shot. The gun energy is out of the body. This is the gun energy, right? No, this must be the legendary gun light. What do you know? This is called gun aura. Gun energy, gun light, sword energy, sword light and other various terms are all vague to low-level disciples. In short, they know that these are very strong. Lin Ming stabbed out with a gun. Looking at the broken stone pillar, his heart was extremely excited. This gun was just an unintentional shot. After breaking through the Yijin period, although Lin Ming reached the realm of true essence transformation, he could not use it to kill the enemy. But now, because of the human level middle grade treasure, Lin Ming can release true essence for the first time and attack the enemy without touching the opponent. It is not difficult to rely on true essence to attack from a distance. Ordinary warriors can do this after learning martial arts. But Lin Ming has not learned any attack martial arts so far. Now, as long as he has enough true essence, he can use every move as martial arts. Lin Ming was not satisfied with just one shot. The feeling of true essence pouring into the heavy mysterious soft silver gun was like a fish in water, which made Lin Ming very comfortable. At this time, his whole body was full of momentum. After retracting a spear, Lin Ming hit the spear with his right hand, turned around and stabbed. Rain of Pear Blossoms. Rain of Pear Blossom Spear. Another move and basic spear technique. The spear is like rainstorm hitting pear blossoms, dense and leak free, and water cannot enter. The shadow of the spear became completely blurred, and the sharp air explosion sound produced by the terrifying speed became one, forming visible ripples around the shadow of the spear. Once anything gets close, it will be torn apart by the high-speed vibration of the airwave ripples. Lin Ming stabbed hundreds of times in a row, and then he vented the momentum he had just accumulated in one breath. The silver spear was retracted, and Lin Ming was overjoyed. The power of the human level middle grade treasure is indeed extraordinary. If the inscription technique is added, the power of this spear will increase by nearly 50%. Lin Ming can't wait to fight with Zhang Guanyu. Lin Ming's 6th place in the 10,000 killings formation was like a blockbuster bomb. In just one day, it spread throughout Xianan City. Enter the top 10 of the ranking stone in 3 months. Defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months. Defeat Tuoku in 5 months. And defeat Lingxin in 6 months. This series of assessments was considered by people to be as difficult as ascending to heaven. But now, Lin Ming only took 2 months to complete the first item and exceeded the target, 6th place in the ranking stone. So can he defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months and defeat Tuoku in 5 months? After 6 months, challenge Lingxin. Zhang Guanyu and Tuoku are nothing, but Lingxin is recognized as the invincible of the same level in Xianan country, and can even be said to be the first person below the condensation vein stage in Xianan country. With only half a foot in the bone forging realm, he has the strength comparable to the condensation vein stage warrior. If Lin Ming defeats Lingxin, he will break the myth of Lingxin's invincibility in the same level, and his personal strength is at least equivalent to that of a warrior who has just entered the condensation vein stage. The cultivation level of the Yijin stage has the strength of a condensation vein stage warrior, and Lin Ming is so young, and his cultivation speed is terrifying. If he is given a few more years, will he break through the bone forging realm and the condensation vein stage? When Lin Ming reaches the condensed veins realm, will he defeat the acquired masters and then challenge for the throne of the best martial artist in Xianan Kingdom? Then, what if Lin Ming reaches the acquired realm or even the peak of the acquired realm? With Lin Ming's cultivation speed, it is not difficult for him to reach the acquired realm before the age of 30. So when he reaches the peak of the acquired realm, can he be comparable to the innate masters? Thinking of this, many people dare not think about it. For them, the innate realm is just a legend. Even in the Qixuan Valley, where there are so many masters, the innate masters have a pivotal position. Whether it is the Qixuan envoy or the palace master, they are only at the peak of the acquired realm. Although their status is higher than that of the emperor of Xianan Kingdom, they usually need to show respect to the emperor and give orders in a negotiating tone. But the innate masters are different. They can directly abolish the emperor and establish a new emperor. Don't obey orders, just kill to the palace in the middle of the night and take your emperor's head. Innate masters, who dares to stop, even if they know that he killed the emperor, who has the ability to investigate. I have updated one chapter at 2 AM today, but that chapter is not counted as the 8th chapter added yesterday. I will start again today. Let's fight again. Please support me with monthly votes. I'm very grateful to the brothers who subscribed to the old book of Kanjiro in order to vote for monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 147 Ayangdaha. Innate masters, in the secular world, are completely unbalanced. If a country has an innate master, then the neighboring countries will not even have the courage to fight against this country. If a war really breaks out, the generals who lead the troops on the first day will all die in the general camp, and the emperor will also die in the palace on the second day. How can this war be fought? If Lin Ming's strength is comparable to that of an innate master one day, then he will be the master of Xianan country. When the news that Lin Ming got the 6th place in the ranking stone spread, the prince naturally got the sound transmission note reporting Lin Ming's situation at the first time. Lin Ming's results surprised him, but then he thought again. Judging from Lin Ming's current situation, it is becoming more and more likely to defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months. With Zhang Guanyu's temperament, how can he be willing? The 7 Zuanwu mansion is like a beast cage, gathering all the geniuses. Just like a fighting beast gathers some fighting beasts with good physique in a cage, feeds them good meat and water, just to let them fight each other, and select the final beast king. Now, the mansion master has set a goal for Lin Ming to defeat Zhang Guanyu within 4 months, which is equivalent to making Zhang Guanyu a whetstone for Lin Ming. If Zhang Guanyu is indifferent, or like some warriors with particularly tough temperaments, he becomes more and more courageous after setbacks, then it is no big deal if he loses. But Zhang Guanyu is paranoid, and he may not accept failure so easily, especially since the influence of this battle is so great. Zhang Guanyu, will he take any measures? Yang Lin thought so, frowning slightly. Lan Yunyu is in his mansion, and he can guarantee Lan Yunyu's safety. Lin Ming's parents are also heavily protected in the Lin family in Qingsang City, so there should be no problem. As for Lin Ming himself, he dared not move. So what else can Zhang Guanyu do? At this time, the United Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Guanyu sat on the couch with a gloomy face, and 2 gorgeous maids stood beside him in fear. In fact, Zhang Guanyu got the news as soon as Lin Ming went to the 10,000 killings formation for the assessment. He could have rushed over to watch Lin Ming's assessment, but Zhang Guanyu naturally had no interest in Lin Ming's being in the limelight. Zhang Guanyu received the sound transmission note as soon as Lin Ming finished the assessment. In 2 months, he ranked 6th in the 10,000 killings formation. This result made Zhang Guanyu feel uneasy. Although the top 3 in the ranking stone and the 4th, and later in the ranking stone, were not at the same level, and Zhang Guanyu's strength had made great progress recently, Lin Ming's progress was too terrifying. In another 2 months, who knows how much he would improve. Zhang Guanyu now felt like he was riding a tiger, and it was difficult to get off. Master, you are looking for me? The middle-aged man in the Zhang training period under Zhang Guanyu walked into the room and bowed. He also learned that Lin Ming had entered the 6th place in the ranking stone. He could only sigh at this result. 2 months ago, he did not approve of Zhang Guanyu to provoke Lin Ming, but how could he tell Zhang Guanyu what to do? Now that Lin Ming has been offended, it is too late to stop, and with Zhang Guanayu's character, he will definitely not stop. If the young master continues to act casually, the identity of the successor of the United Chamber of Commerce will probably be out of your reach. Will the elders choose someone with an extreme personality as the helmsman of the Chamber of Commerce? The middle-aged man shook his head secretly. Of course he did not dare to say this idea out loud. Zhang Guanayu still sat on the couch, his face gloomy, and did not speak. Zhang Guanayu certainly understood what kind of person was suitable to be the future helmsman of the United Chamber of Commerce, but since practicing the Hehuan divine art, Zhang Guanayu no longer had much interest in the position of the helmsman. What he pursued was long-lasting youth and unlimited yang essence. The identity of the helmsman of the United Chamber of Commerce, entangled in worldly affairs, would affect his practice. Help me contact Prince Yun and Aoyangdahua of the Seven Mysterious Valley. I want to meet them. Zhang Guanayu was silent for a long time and said slowly, Prince Yun and Aoyangdahua? The middle-aged man was slightly surprised, and then he understood that Zhang Guanayu was looking for help. Prince Yun was undoubtedly Lin Ming's enemy. The enemy of his enemy was his friend. Since ancient times, when it came to the dispute over the throne, the United Chamber of Commerce would maintain a neutral attitude and would never lean towards any party. But this time, Zhang Guanayu might lean towards the side of the 10th prince. As for Aoyangdahua, this person is the direct disciple of Aoyangboyan, the third elder of the Hehuan sect of the Seven Profound Valley. In fact, Aoyangdahua's talent is not outstanding among the disciples of the Seven Profound Valley. He reached the condensation vein stage at the age of 22. Now, after 2 years, he has not been able to enter the peak of the condensation vein stage. He can become a direct disciple, mainly because he is the nephew of the third elder Aoyangboyan. With such an identity, let alone the emperors of various countries, even the 7 profound envoys and palace masters of various countries have to show some respect when they see Aoyangdahua. In recent years, Aoyangdahua has left Qixuan Valley to experience in neighboring countries under the pretext of practicing the Hehuan divine art. The so-called experience is actually hunting and enjoying beauties from various countries. Aoyangdahua has a wide range of tastes, but he is most interested in 2 types. The first type is the daughters of large families. These girls have outstanding temperaments and are proud in their hearts. Aoyangdahua likes to strip off the proud coats of these girls. The second type is the little girls from wealthy families. These girls are mostly pure and lovely, with a refreshing breath. Aoyangdahua enjoys the pure air of these girls. The United Chamber of Commerce, where Zhang Guanayu is located, has an old friend with Aoyangboyan, the third elder of the Hehuan sect of Qixuan Valley. The Hehuan divine art that Zhang Guanayu practices is also obtained from Aoyangboyan. Of course, the United Chamber of Commerce paid a considerable price for this. 5 days later, in the Shenfeng Kingdom, 30,000 miles away from Xianan Kingdom, the capital palace, Zhang Guanayu stood in the hall with his hands down, without any arrogance on his face, and in front of him, a man in his early 20s, was lying lazily on the bed. Zhang Guanayu, tell me the truth, what do you need my help with? The man was Aoyangdahua, who had been living in Shenfeng Kingdom these days, enjoying beauties while striving for the 3rd level of Hehuan divine art. After Zhang Guanayu learned that Aoyangdahua was in Shenfeng Kingdom, he called on the Shenfeng Eagle of the United Chamber of Commerce and traveled 30,000 miles in 5 days to visit Aoyangdahua. Zhang Guanayu took out a scroll from the Zumi ring and handed it to the man respectfully. The man unfolded it and saw a beautiful woman painted on the painting, about 15 or 16 years old, born very charming, and the most rare thing was that she faintly exuded a pure and noble temperament, which made people want to take it for themselves immediately. The girl in the painting was Lan Yunayu. Not bad. Aoyangdahua's eyes lit up. He liked rich ladies and girls from a small family the most, and the girl in the painting seemed to have both temperaments. Where is she? Aoyangdahua got straight to the point. Zhang Guanayu hesitated for a moment and said truthfully, in the prince's mansion of Xianan Kingdom. Aoyangdahua was slightly startled, then smiled. Zhang Guanayu, has the prince of Xianan Kingdom offended you? This girl is the prince's concubine? Do you want to use me to make the prince lose face? Although I'm not afraid of a small prince, I don't want to be used as a gun for no reason. Moreover, if this girl has been taken as a concubine by the prince, I'm not very interested in her. Zhang Guanyu said, Sir, you have misunderstood. The girl is absolutely a virgin. Moreover, this girl was born in a yin year and a yin month. I have already sent my family to collect the 12 pure yin sons for Master Raoyang to help him break through the 4th level of the magic skill. This girl is a 3rd grade superior talent, which is just the right time to be the guide to the 12 pure yin sons. Now my men have collected some of the 12 pure yin sons and have gained a lot. Oh. Gao Yangdahua's heart moved. The 12 pure yin sons. You are very thoughtful. The timekeeping of Xianan continent is based on the combination of heavenly stems and earthly branches. There are 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. Odd numbers are yang and even numbers are yin. Yin and yang each account for half. Therefore, there are too many girls born in yin years and yin months. Lan Yunai happens to be one of them. However, it is very difficult to gather all the 12 pure yin children. The first girl, that is, yin, is the easiest to find, but the girls behind all have to calculate the required birth time based on the birth date of the first girl yin, and the result is that each one is more difficult to find. What's more difficult is that these girls must be above the 3rd grade talent. People with 3rd grade talent only account for 1%, and this rule eliminates a large number of women. Finally, the 12 pure yin children must be beautiful women under the age of 20 and virgins. The first thing to do when practicing is to be happy and have smooth breathing. If the girl is too ugly, the practitioner will be impotent when looking at her. How can he rely on them to break through the bottleneck of the practice? The 3rd grade talent beautiful women under the age of 20 and the increasingly stringent birth time requirements make it very difficult to gather the 12 pure yin children. Some disciples of the Hehuan sect tried to gather the 12 pure yin sons, but it took them several years to finally find the last one. But the first girl was already over 20 years old. However, the United Chamber of Commerce has an unparalleled advantage in finding the 12 pure yin sons. The United Chamber of Commerce is involved in almost all areas of trade, one of which is population procurement. In the Xianan continent, human trafficking is too common. Many poor families cannot afford to raise their children, so they sell their children. Maids, concubines, servants, and eunuchs usually come from this. Another thing is that during marches and wars, a large number of captives and refugees often become servants and slaves. I saw that many book friends don't like Lan Yunai. In fact, Lan Yunai plays a significant role in promoting the plot in the book, so I still have to write about her. I don't think there is anything unacceptable in the plot, so she shouldn't be so unpopular. With the support of all my brothers, I'm ranked 36th on the monthly ticket list. I want to maintain it. I'll continue writing for Kanjian. The transition chapter after the climax is a little difficult to write. I'll work hard on writing. There's another chapter in the evening, and 11 chapters in 2 days. Chapter 148, Evil God Seed. The United Chamber of Commerce is responsible for the human trade of several countries. It is relatively easy to select suitable girls from a large number of maids to gather the 12 pure yin sons. At the beginning, the United Chamber of Commerce took several years to gather the 12 pure yin sons twice, a total of 24 people, and presented them to Aoyang Boyan, the 3rd elder of the Hehuan sect, so they exchanged for the Hehuan divine art passed down by Aoyang Boyan. 12 pure yin sons, how many have you found? Gao Yangdahua was tempted. If he could collect the 12 pure yin sons, his strength would be greatly improved. I have found 6. Zhang Guanyu was talking nonsense. In fact, he had just determined Lan Yunai as the leader a few days ago. How easy is it to find other women who meet the requirements based on Lan Yunai's birth date? The order has just been passed down, and it is estimated that at most 1 or 2 people have been found. The girls in the front are still easier to find, and the requirements will be more stringent as you go to the back. 6. Humph, I don't care if it's true or not. 1 year later, I want to see all 12 pure yin sons. Although their appearance and talent don't have to be better than the girl in the painting, they can't be too bad. Lan Yunai's appearance and 3rd grade superior talent combined, if put in the common people, is definitely 1 in a million. It is impossible to gather 12 girls of this quality who also have to meet the birth date. so Aoyangdahua can only lower the requirements. Please rest assured, sir, I have another favor to ask of you. Well, tell me. Aoyangdahua had long expected that Zhang Guanyu came today to ask him for a favor. Otherwise, why would he help him gather all 12 Purian sons for no reason, which would cost a lot of manpower and material resources to find. I want to officially become Elder Aoyang's registered disciple, and I hope you can say a few good words for me. Registered disciple. Aoyangdahua hesitated a little. Zhang Guanyu's talent had just passed the 5th level, and there was still some distance to become the registered disciple of the Elder of the Qixuan Valley. However, the power behind Zhang Guanyu was very powerful in the secular world. If his uncle really accepted him as a registered disciple, it would be very convenient. Thinking of this, Aoyangdahua said, my uncle is in seclusion. I will take you to see him when he comes out in a month. As for whether he will accept you or not, it depends on his opinion. Zhang Guanyu was delighted and said, thank you. Don't be happy yet. I'm a clear-headed person. If I receive your benefits, I can help you if you have any troubles. However, whether my uncle will teach you advanced skills is not something I can control. I understand all this. If it is convenient for you, why don't you come with me on the Divine Wind Eagle to Xianan Kingdom? First, let's see if the woman in the painting suits your taste. Second, you can live in Xianan Kingdom. I will send people to help you find the women you need for your cultivation, and I will absolutely guarantee that you will be satisfied. Aoyangdahua's eyes turned. Going to Xianan Kingdom would not be a bad idea. He had almost played around in Divine Wind Kingdom, and it was time to change his taste. Moreover, the 4th grade girl named Bei with superior talent that he had taken a fancy to before happened to be in Xianan Kingdom. This time he went there, it was just right to recruit them together. Thinking of this, Aoyangdahua smiled lewdly and said, okay, I'll go with you. After getting Aoyangdahua's affirmative answer, a playful and ferocious smile appeared on Zhang Guanyu's lips. Lin Ming, let's see what you can do this time. You have great talent, I can't beat you, but what about Aoyangdahua? Do you have the ability to deal with him? I want to see how you resist Aoyangdahua, and then how you are trampled to death by Aoyangdahua. You want to beat me in 4 months. Then I will force you to postpone the day of the decisive battle to within 3 months. I will use the absolute life white bone sword to cut off your blood and make you disabled for life. I want to see how you can maintain your myth of genius. Huh. The Emperor's Banquet? Lin Ming just received the prince's sound transmission note. 10 days later, a grand banquet will be held in the palace. Celebrities from all sides will gather, and important figures from the 7 Profound Valley will appear. Lin Ming must attend. Important figures from the 7 Profound Valley. Lin Ming pondered slightly. Speaking of which, he has never seen anyone from the 7 Profound Valley. Although he doesn't like such banquets, Lin Ming, as a quasi-core disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House, now that someone from the 7 Profound Valley has come, he has to attend it out of emotion and reason. Not only Lin Ming, but also the young generation of Xianan City with prominent strength and status received invitations, including Qin Xingsun, Beijing Guan, Mirengzi, Ling Sen, Tuoku, and other core disciples of the 7 Zuanwu mansions. Xianan City has also started cleaning the whole city these days. All the drainage ditches have been cleaned, the gardens have been repruned, and the trees on both sides of the main roads are hung with colorful ribbons. Lin Ming, who was immersed in cultivation, did not know that this banquet was aimed at him. At this time, the bright moon was hanging high, and the night sky was clear. Lin Ming grabbed the tail of the heavy Zuan soft silver spear with one hand. His forearm was parallel to the spear shaft, and his elbow pressed down. The 9-foot 9-inch long, 1,200-pound heavy Zuan soft silver spear was held horizontally by Lin Ming steadily, and a bowl of full water was placed flat on the tip of the spear, and there was not a ripple on the water surface. This posture was exactly the starting posture of the basic spear technique that Lin Ming had practiced countless times. Iron bridge blocking the river. Lin Ming kept his eyes closed, and the breathing of the tiny units in his body was adjusted to a strange frequency. His heart was completely empty at this time, without any distractions, and the whole person was like a rock under the moon. The night wind blew, and the fine grass leaves were like undulating waves. A green firefly the size of a mung bean quietly flew to the edge of the porcelain bowl at the tip of the gun and began to drink the water in the bowl. A circle of imperceptible ripples spread out. Then, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. In 5 days, he had completely merged with the heavy and mysterious soft silver gun. The gun seemed to be an extension of his arm. Even if a small insect landed on it, he could clearly feel it. The insect was unaware and continued to drink water. After drinking enough, the insect flapped its wings and flew away. Lin Ming continued to enter the ethereal martial spirit and practiced the chaos true yuan ju. Now Lin Ming's ethereal martial spirit has become more and more proficient. He can enter and wake up at any time. It is no longer like before. Once he enters the ethereal martial spirit, he doesn't even know the time. Slowly, the speed of Lin Ming's true energy flowed faster and faster, and every time, when the true energy flowed to the vicinity of the heart, there was always a little true energy that was silently retained and lingered there. The true energy accumulated more and more, and began to rotate slowly. Slowly, a true energy crystal the size of a grain of rice slowly condensed in the true energy vortex. Because of the formation of this crystal, the speed of the true energy's operation was accelerated a little bit, and it was faintly close to the extreme of the second level of the Chaos True Energy Art. The second level of the Chaos True Energy Art is about to be completed. With the improvement of the Chaos True Energy Art, Lin Ming's muscles and bones began to vibrate slowly, and the breathing of the small units all over his body also reached an astonishing level. Although Lin Ming had learned to practice strength like silk a long time ago, he had never felt each of his true energy that turned into silk threads as clearly as today. He could even sense the specific number of silk threads. 5,000 true essence filaments. This number appeared in Lin Ming's mind. His strength training was still at the basic stage, and it could differentiate into 5,000 true essence filaments. If these 5,000 filaments were hit into a rock, theoretically, they could create 5,000 damage points. If all these damage points were to explode, the rock would break into thousands of pieces. If the target was a person, it would be shattered directly. Although the Chaos True Essence Art and Strength Training were both further advanced, Lin Ming's heart remained in a state of neither sadness nor joy. The True Essence crystal in his heart was still condensing. From its original rough and irregular shape, it slowly became rounded, and finally condensed into a crystal ball like a small pearl. This is the seed of the power of the evil god. Lin Ming knew that the series of changes in his body just now were all due to the condensation of this evil god seed. The evil god seed is the foundation of the power of the evil god. The power of the evil god is the most precious secret method in the second memory fragment. Even the great power in the god realm believes so, which shows how precious this secret method is. The first level of the power of the evil god can increase the physical strength and true energy of the practitioner by 50%. The second level can increase it by 100%. The third level by 150%, and so on. At the 6th level, the strength and true energy of the practitioner can be increased by 3 times. This improvement relies on the compression of the true energy. To increase the strength and true energy by 50%, it is to compress the true energy by 50%, and to increase it by 100%, it is to compress it by 100%. And this true energy compression relies on the seed of the evil god. As long as the seed of the evil god exists, when the compressed true energy is used up, it will be replenished automatically, and Lin Ming does not need to refine it deliberately. After such a long time of cultivation in the ethereal martial intention, Lin Ming has finally planted the seed of the power of the evil god in his heart. Before a warrior reaches the stage of condensing meridians, the blood in his body is the foundation, and the heart is the center of the body, and also the weakness. After reaching the stage of condensing meridians, the meridians are the foundation, and the danshan is the center of the body, and also the weakness. Lin Ming's seed of the power of the evil god now exists in his heart. After he breaks through the stage of condensing meridians, this seed will go to the danshan. After the evil god's power broke through the first level, Lin Ming put away the heavy and soft silver spear, raised his other hand to his forehead, and then slowly pressed it to his danshan, and exhaled a long breath. This breath flew out like an arrow, and then formed a vortex in the air, which spun for several breaths before slowly dissipating. I didn't expect that the breakthrough of the evil god's power would bring me so many benefits. It seems that this evil god's power is not only an attacking secret method, but also helps warriors practice. This evil god seed exists in the heart, which is conducive to stabilizing the blood and condensing the true essence. Lin Ming was a little surprised, but he was relieved after thinking about it. After all, it was a secret method that even the gods regarded as the best, so how could it not have some special effects? Chapter 149 Worried Beijing Guan. The second major achievement of the Chaos True Essence art. The training force is like a thread that is divided into 5,000 strands, and at the same time, my cultivation in the early stage of Yijin realm has been greatly consolidated. It's time to draw the Dao seal. The body inscriptions that Lin Ming chose this time were the Juan talisman and the Dao seal. The former speeds up the cultivation speed, and the latter improves one's own strength. He has already successfully drawn the Juan talisman. At that time, he was only at the peak of the training. In order to draw the Dao seal, he overdrew his soul power and true essence, and slept for 3 days and 3 nights. For safety reasons, he put the Dao seal aside. Now that his cultivation has steadily reached the Yijin stage, coupled with the second major achievement of the Chaos True Essence art, it is much easier than drawing the Dao seal. Lin Ming put the heavy mysterious soft silver spear into the Zumi ring, closed the door, hung a sign saying seclusion do not disturb, and then lay on the bed for a few hours of deep sleep. Until dawn, Lin Ming got up, washed, ate, and drank water. Then he sat quietly for a cup of tea, stood up, washed his hands, burned incense, bathed, and cleared all distracting thoughts in his mind, allowing his mind to be completely empty while adjusting his mental power to the best state. This drawing was very important to Lin Ming. The materials used in the Daoyuan were more precious than the Juyuan Fu. Because several materials were extremely precious, Lin Ming had no way to prepare backups. These materials were completely unique and could not tolerate any failure. Lin Ming spent half an hour to adjust his mentality, and then he began to draw the Daoyin. This drawing took a whole day. From morning to night, Lin Ming did not eat a grain of rice or drink a drop of water. The empty martial spirit not only had a significant effect on cultivation, but also on drawing inscriptions. Because he could always maintain a completely empty state without any distracting thoughts in his mind, Lin Ming's mental power remained highly concentrated. When ordinary people consume too much soul power, they will feel dizzy and want to fall asleep, but Lin Ming can still maintain the best state under such circumstances. Until the sunset, Lin Ming finally finished the last stroke. Hundreds of inscriptions suspended in the air slowly merged into one under the blood-red glow of the western sky. The light and beauty at that moment were extremely gorgeous. It took half an incense stick of time for the inscriptions to completely merge. The seal of the fight slowly formed, turned into a stream of light, and suddenly sank into Lin Ming's right hand. Finally, on the back of his hand, it condensed into a dragon flying and phoenix dancing rune. The runes of ordinary inscriptions give people a sense of mystery and simplicity, but the runes of the seal of the fight are like the calligraphy of a literary giant. It looks like an ancient fighting character, especially the vertical line in the middle is particularly long, faintly exuding a sharp momentum, just like a spear. After drawing the seal of the fight, Lin Ming consumed a lot of energy. This time his true essence was more abundant, but his soul power was still overdrawn. He reluctantly drank some water and fell asleep. This sleep lasted another day and night. After waking up, Lin Ming was hungry and had a severe headache. After eating something and meditating to regulate his breathing, Lin Ming did not continue to practice, but casually changed his clothes and came to the force measuring room of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. The function of the fighting seal is simple and clear, which is to directly improve the physical strength and true energy combat effectiveness of the warrior. Lin Ming wanted to try how much the fighting seal improved his combat effectiveness. He chose a force measuring stone tablet in the corner of the force measuring room. Lin Ming took a deep breath, and the true energy in his body began to flow. When the true energy flowed through his right hand, the inscription of the fighting seal emitted a faint red light, as if blood was flowing. Ha! Lin Ming shouted loudly and punched out. There was only a dull loud sound, and the force measuring stone tablet seemed to be hit by a hammer and trembled wildly. The crystal light column rushed up like a fountain, and it actually rushed to a height of 1 person. The final result was 7 feet and 2 inches. 7,200 pounds. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. This result was far beyond Ling Xian's casual punch. At that time, Ling Xian's casual attack had a strength of 4,900 Jin. Even if he only used 80% of his strength at that time, Ling Xian's total strength was only more than 6,100 Jin, which was 1,000 Jin less than Lin Ming's current strength. When a warrior reaches the peak of the condensation vein stage, his strength can reach 8,000 Jin. Among them, a few practitioners who are born with supernatural powers can reach a strength of 10,000 Jin. Lin Ming's current strength of 7,200 Jin is already very close to the peak of the condensation vein. The fighting seal and the gathering yuan talisman have been completed successively. The chaos true yuan ju has achieved the second major success. The wind realm has been comprehended, the Yijin stage has been broken through, and the evil god seed has also been obtained. As for the broken vein hand, it is even simpler. It was not a powerful martial art in the first place. Lin Ming had already practiced it before. Everything that needs to be done has been done. Now the time for the core disciple assessment has only passed for more than 2 months. There is plenty of time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming is full of confidence. Compared with the third time he broke into the 10,000 killings formation, he has the fighting seal, the heavy mysterious soft silver spear, the power of the evil god, and the more advanced chaos true yuan ju and the training force. Even if he were to face Zhang Guanyu right now, Lin Ming would have a great chance of winning. If I win against Zhang Guanyu, I can get a 500-year-old blood Ganoderma, which will be very beneficial to my Qian blood. Zhang Guanyu is a sinister and cunning man. I don't know what conspiracy he is using to deal with me. I must challenge him as soon as possible, and it would be best if I could destroy him by the way, so as to avoid more troubles at night. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it is the day of the palace banquet. The entire palace is decorated with lights, and is heavily guarded. On the main road of the palace, a red carpet of 100 meters is laid. The beautiful palace maids who have been carefully selected, serve all kinds of exquisite food to the guests from all parties. Most of those present today are young talents, the top 10 disciples of Xianxi Mansion in the 7 Zuanwu Mansions, the core disciples of the 7 Zuanwu Mansions, including some young talents from large families who are of average strength, and the daughters of rich families all gathered here. In addition, princesses, princes, including Crown Prince Yanglin and Prince Yun Yangzhen, are all present. However, today, the two were not the protagonists, and even the dazzling new stars such as Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan were not the protagonists. Today, the protagonist was the special envoy from the 7 Mysterious Valley. However, most of the guests present did not know who the special envoy from the 7 Mysterious Valley was. The emperor has arrived. With the eunuch's announcement, the palace maids standing on both sides of the carpet knelt down one after another, but the guests present did not need to do so, just bowed and saluted. Lin Ming looked up and saw an old man wearing a 9-star crown, a 5-claw dragon robe, and golden dragon boots slowly walked into the hall. Although the old man was dressed majestically, he could not hide the heavy old age between his eyebrows. His eyes were almost buried in wrinkles, the skin on his neck had begun to sag, and there were some age spots on his temples. He looked at least 70 years old. This old man was the emperor of the Xianan kingdom, Yang Jian. Yang Jian had few children, and had no children in his early years, so when his sons grew up, he had already reached the end of his life. This was the first time that Lin Ming met the emperor of Xianan kingdom. He did not see any dragon energy coming from the east, but only a gloomy and dead air. Yang Jian obviously had no intention of greeting the guests. He came to the banquet hall and sat on the first seat and began to close his eyes to rest. This Yang Jian probably only has 4 or 5 years left to live, and this is still maintained by rare medicines and careful care. If ordinary people reach this stage, they would probably have died. Lin Ming was thinking, and inadvertently caught a glimpse of Beijing Gan standing in the corner of the banquet hall. Today, Beijing Gan was wearing a black dress. She seemed to have lost her usual calm temperament, and looked a little anxious and uneasy. Next to her, a noble young man was chatting with Beijing Gan, but Beijing Gan obviously did not hear a word. Beijing Gan seems to be worried about something. Although Lin Ming felt strange, he did not pay too much attention to it. At this time, Mirangzi came to Beijing Gan with a glass of juice. She simply pushed the chattering young man aside and said, "Sister Jingyan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "Nothing." Beijing Gan forced a smile and was about to say a few words of comfort. At this moment, the eunuch reported, "Sir Aoyang, the disciple of the elder of the Hehuan sect of the Seven Mysterious Valley, has arrived." Hearing this message, Beijing Gan's hands and feet turned cold instantly. Hehuan sect Aoyang, it was actually him. As he hide quickly and find an excuse to leave in the middle of the game, Beijing Gan said anxiously using the true essence to transmit the sound. "What?" Mirengzi was confused. "Hurry up, otherwise it will be too late." Beijing Gan was a little panicked. Why? The Aoyang Dahur is a pervert. Do you remember what I said at the prince's banquet last time? That I can no longer decide my marriage? It's because of him. When Beijing Gan said this, Mirengzi suddenly remembered that at the banquet where the prince invited Lin Ming, Beijing Gan joked that she wanted her to marry Lin Ming. Mirengzi teased Beijing Gan in return and asked her why she didn't marry. As a result, Beijing Gan said that she could no longer decide her marriage. At first, Mirengzi was surprised. With Beijing Gan's status and position, how could she encounter a marriage that she couldn't decide? It turned out that the other party was the direct disciple of the elder of the Seven Mysterious Valley. The status of this direct disciple is equal to that of the 7 mysterious envoys and the masters of the martial arts palaces of various countries. However, because direct disciples often have a close relationship with a certain elder, in reality, even the 7 mysterious envoys and the masters have to respect them. Although Mirengzi is usually heartless and fearless, she also understands that such people are not something that their Mireng family can contend with. But she couldn't bear to leave Beijing Gan alone like this. "Sister Jingyan, hurry up." Beijing Gan was a little anxious. The Hehuan sect's disciples liked girls with outstanding looks and talents the most. Once Mirengzi was discovered by Aoyang Dahur, he would most likely target her. Mirengzi bit her lip, lowered her head, and walked quickly towards the palace toilet. Chapter 150 I'll destroy you tonight. Damn Yang Zhen. Mirengzi gritted her teeth in her heart. Although this banquet was held in the palace, it was organized by Prince Yun Yangzhen. No wonder the identity of the 7 mysterious valley bigwigs was unclear before the banquet. I'm afraid Yangzhen had already sided with Aoyang Dahur and took the initiative to help him collect beauties. Aoyang Dahur's arrival immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the venue. Even the emperor stood up slightly and nodded. However, Aoyang Dahur's eyes fell on Lin Ming at the first time, with a playful smile. Seeing Aoyang Dahur's eyes, Lin Ming frowned slightly. This look was obviously the look of a superior looking at a subordinate, with a kind of hidden teasing and pity. Aoyang Dahur walked slowly to the front of the stage, and his eyes casually swept across Beijing Gan, Wang Yuan and Qin Xingxuan for a short time, and then left instantly. And it was this slight stop that made Beijing Gan anxious. Oh no, Yuan was there too. Qin Xingxuan was not afraid. She was already a core disciple of the 7th profound martial palace. Although her status was lower than Aoyang Dahur's, the title of the 6th grade talent alone would make Aoyang Dahur obedient. After all, Qin Xingxuan would most likely become a direct disciple of an elder of the 7th profound valley in the future. But Wang Yuan was different. In front of Aoyang Dahur, she had no background to protect herself. Aoyang Dahur cleared her throat and said, "I'm very happy to come to Xianan country. I'm very happy to meet the elites of Xianan country tonight. Today I came to Xianan country, mainly to see the development of Xianan country and to make friends with the young heroes in the country. In addition, the former 7th profound envoy of Xianan country has returned to the sect due to old age. I will temporarily take over the 7th profound envoy for the next 6 months." When Aoyang Dahur said this, Beijing Gan felt dizzy. Aoyang Dahur was actually going to be the 7th profound envoy of Xianan country? Question mark? This is simply bad news that can't be any worse! Exclamation mark. She could almost predict that the next 6 months would be a nightmare for all the beautiful girls in Xianan city. Slightly famous girls, such as Mirengzi and Wang Yuan, would probably become Aoyang Dahur's targets, and they couldn't hide. They were too famous, and he might have already listed his targets before Aoyang Dahur came to Xianan country, and Mirengzi and Wang Yuan had already become his prey. In the corridor outside the banquet hall, Mirengzi also heard Ao Angdahua's opening remarks. She knew very well that there was no point in hiding, and Ao Angdahua even came to Cheyenne country to serve as the 7 mysterious envoy just for them. Mirengzi gritted his teeth and said to himself, "Dead pervert, if you dare to touch me, I will cut off your life, and we will die together." After hearing the news, Prince Yanglin also looked unhappy. Of course, he knew that this banquet was organized by his 10th brother, Prince Yun. What does it mean that Yang Zhen organized Ao Angdahua's welcoming party? Obviously, Yang Zhen had already made contact with Ao Angdahua in advance. Today, Yang Zhen would not hesitate to conceal Ao Angdahua's identity and invite so many beautiful daughters of big families to the banquet, offending so many families, because Ao Angdahua would take over the position of 7 mysterious envoys, and Yang Zhen found a backer because of this. Moreover, Yang Lin also knew that Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen had been very close recently. There was no doubt that the two of them had formed an alliance, and the person who prompted this alliance was naturally Lin Ming. Lin Ming was the common enemy of Yang Zhen and Zhang Guanyu. Thus Ao Angdahua was most likely invited by Zhang Guanyu to be a backer for the two of them, but it was unknown what price Zhang Guanyu paid for this. Thinking of this, Yang Lin took a deep breath and won Lin Ming's support. He thought he had won half of the battle, but now he saw the means of Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen, and they still turned the tables after losing a move. Neither Zhang Guanyu nor Yang Zhen were people who would give up easily. How could they just sit there and wait for death because of Lin Ming's appearance? Lin Ming noticed the change in Yang Lin's expression, as well as the smug faces of Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen. He immediately understood the reason why Ao Angdahua came here, and why Ao Angdahua looked at him with a teasing look, as if a cat was looking at a mouse, as soon as she entered the door. "So that's it. You think I'm a mouse?" Lin Ming's expression did not change, and he still sat calmly on the chair. At this moment, Zhang Guanyu waved his fan and walked towards the prince with a smile on his face. Lin Ming sat very close to the prince. Zhang Guanyu's eyes were always on Lin Ming. The smile in his eyes was exactly the same as Ao Angdahua's, the same expression of a cat playing with a mouse. If there was any difference, it was that there was a hint of murderous intent in Zhang Guanyu's eyes. "Your Highness." Zhang Guanyu bowed slightly. "Master Zhang." Although he wanted to kill Zhang Guanyu in his heart, Yang Lin still kept a smile on his face. "Your Highness, it seems that Miss Lan Yunyu is in the prince's residence. Lord Ao wants to meet Miss Lan. What do you think?" Although Zhang Guanyu lowered his voice, Lin Ming was right next to the prince, so how could he not hear it? Although Lan Yunyu had nothing to do with Lin Ming, Zhang Guanyu repeatedly used this matter to disgust Lin Ming, and tried to undermine Lin Ming's martial arts heart, which made Lin Ming feel like there was a green-headed fly surrounding him, which was very annoying. When Yang Lin heard Zhang Guanyu say this, his face changed slightly, and then he returned to his warm smile. "I'm so sorry, I have sent Miss Lan away. As for where Miss Lan went, I don't know." Zhang Guanyu laughed. "Your Highness, since I came to you today to ask for someone, I naturally have received accurate information. I don't like to beat around the bush. I have a piece of advice for your Highness. Lan Yunyu is very important to Lord Aoyang's cultivation. Lord Aoyang has made it clear to me that Lord Aoyang is focused on cultivation and has no intention of participating in the fight for the throne. As long as your Highness the Crown Prince hands over Lan Yunyu, Lord Aoyang will remain neutral in the fight for the throne between your Highness the Crown Prince and Prince Yun. What do you think, Crown Prince?" When Zhang Guanyu said this, Lin Ming's face sank. He couldn't help but admire the insidiousness and viciousness of Zhang Guanyu's move. He wanted to alienate the relationship between him and the Crown Prince, and this alienation plan was very cleverly chosen at a very clever time. The current situation is that the prince has to face Aoyang, an enemy. This incident was caused by Lin Ming. If Lin Ming and Zhang Guanyu were not enemies, Aoyang would not have appeared, and the 10th prince would have gained the support of a future 7 mysterious envoy. This was a huge blow to the prince's power. In other words, the prince not only did not benefit from finding Lin Ming as a helper, but he was in trouble. If he had met certain people, he would have been eager to kick Lin Ming away at this time. At this time, Zhang Guanyu threw out the bait of Aoyangdahua to remain neutral, but the prince knew that this was a rift, but he could not refuse it, because Aoyangdahua's deterrence was too great. The prince dared not disobey him. Zhang Guanyu's move was vicious. He was isolating Lin Ming bit by bit. Zhu Yan was the best example at that time. The reason why Zhu Yan is so miserable now is because Lin Ming is so powerful that the 10th prince and the Zhu family dare not disobey, so Zhu Yan was directly expelled from the family. Now, Zhang Guanyu used the same method to deal with Lin Ming and brought up Aoyangdahua. He wanted Lin Ming to not only fail the assessment of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, but also lose the protection of the crown prince and end up with the same fate as Zhu Yan. After Zhang Guanyu said this, Yang Lin could no longer remain calm. Of course, he also thought of what Lin Ming thought of Zhang Guanyu, this insidious villain. Yang Lin cursed in his heart, and he couldn't help but look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming said indifferently, Lang Yunyu was originally rescued by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I have no right to interfere with His Royal Highness's decision. Your Highness, please make your own decision. Yang Lin took a deep breath. He was always calm, but at this moment, sweat even came out of his palms. He had a vague premonition that this would be the most important decision in his life. Should he choose to continue to stand on Lin Ming's side, or choose to succumb to Aoyangdahua, the 7 Zuan envoy of the current Xianan kingdom? After a full 10 breaths of silence, Yang Lin said, when I was not as powerful as my 10th brother, not as strong as my 10th brother, not as rich as my 10th brother, and not as influential as my 10th brother, Brother Lin chose to stand by my side and supported me in my predicament. I, Yang Lin, will always remember your kindness. Since ancient times, emperors have been heroes. I may not be suitable to be an emperor, but if I can ascend the throne one day, I will definitely be a benevolent monarch who regards his subjects as brothers and the people as parents. Yang Lin's words were extremely inappropriate for the occasion, but he still said them. Lin Ming's heart moved slightly. He also didn't expect that Yang Lin would suddenly say this. In this case, Yang Lin could still stand by his side and resist Aoyangdahua, who had become the 7 mysterious envoy. Based on this, Yang Lin is worth making friends with. The monarch regards his subjects as brothers, and the subjects regard the monarch as their confidants. The monarch regards his subjects as grass, and the subjects regard the monarch as an enemy. Lin Ming was determined to help Yang Lin ascend to the throne. Xianan Kingdom was Lin Ming's hometown, and his family was all here. Naturally, he hoped that the country would have a good king. Oh. So, your highness is not going to hand over Lan Yunyu? Zhang Guanyu asked with a smile. At this time, not far behind Zhang Guanyu, Aoyangdahua also looked here with a smile on his face, but his smile had a bit of a cold taste. This king said that Miss Lan is not at home. Your highness said so. Do you dare to have someone search? How dare you? Of course I dare not search, but what if this is the order of Lord Aoyang? When Zhang Guanyu said this, the prince's face changed. Aoyangdahua wanted to search, and he really had no way to stop her. At this time, the smell of gunpowder in the air was already very strong, and the whole banquet hall noticed this place. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly said, Mr. Zhang, I suddenly remembered that we still have a duel to fight. Lin Ming's idea was simple. Since Zhang Guanyu had formed a gang to find someone to deal with him, he would take the initiative and fight tonight. He would destroy Zhang Guanyu first, and then he would not be able to play any tricks. Okay, Lan Yunyu is just a lead to promote the plot. The real conflict has nothing to do with Lan millimeters. I shouldn't use Lan millimeters. Well, write a declaration of outbreak and attach it to the single chapter. The outbreak will start in the early morning. Please support me. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.